Death in Holy Orders by P.D. James. Read by Michael Jayston. Book 1. The Killing Sand. Chapter 1. It was Father Martin's idea that I should write an account of how I found the body. I asked, "You mean as if I were writing a letter, telling it to a friend?" Father Martin said, "Writing it down as if it were fiction, as if you were standing outside yourself, watching it happen, remembering what you did, what you felt, as if it were all happening to someone else." I knew what he meant, but I wasn't sure I knew where to begin. I said, "Everything that happened, Father, or just that walk along the beach, uncovering Ronald's body." "Anything and everything you want to say. Write about the college and about your life here, if you like. I think you might find it helpful." "Did you find it helpful, Father?" I don't know why I spoke these words. They just came into my mind and I let them out. It was silly, really, and in a way it was impertinent, but he didn't seem to mind. After a pause he said, "No, it didn't really help me. But then it was all a very long time ago. I think it might be different for you." I suppose he was thinking about the war and being taken prisoner by the Japanese, the awful events that happened in the camp. He never speaks about the war, but then why should he do so to me? But I don't think he speaks to anyone, not even to the other priests. This conversation happened 2 days ago when we were walking together through the cloisters after evensong. I don't go to Mass anymore, not since Charlie died, but I do go to evensong. It's a matter of courtesy, really. It doesn't seem right working at the college, taking money from them, accepting all their kindness, and never attending any of the services in the church. But perhaps I'm being too sensitive. Mr. Gregory lives in one of the cottages, as I do, and teaches Greek part-time, but he never attends church, except when there is music he wants to hear. No one ever presses me to attend. They never even asked why I stopped coming to Mass. But of course they noticed. They notice everything. When I got back to my cottage, I thought about what Father Martin had said and whether perhaps it might not be a good idea. I've never had any difficulty about writing. At school I was good at composition, and Miss Allison, who taught us English, said she thought I might have the talent to be a writer. But I knew that she was wrong. I haven't any imagination, not the kind novelists need. I can't make things up. I can only write about what I see and do and know, and sometimes what I feel, which isn't as easy. Anyway, I always wanted to be a nurse, even from childhood. I'm 64 and retired now, but I still keep my hand in here at Saint Anselm's. I'm partly the matron, dealing with minor illnesses, and I also look after the linen. It's an easy job, but I've got a weak heart, and I'm lucky to be working. The college make it as easy as possible for me. They've even provided a lightweight trolley so that I'm not tempted to carry heavy bundles of linen. I ought to have said all this before, and I haven't even written down my name. It's Munro, Margaret Munro. I think I know why Father Martin suggested it would be helpful if I began writing again. He knows that I used to write a long letter to Charlie every week. I think he's the only person here except Ruby Pilbeam who does know that. Every week I'd sit down and remember what had happened since the last letter. The small, unimportant things which wouldn't be unimportant to Charlie. The meals I ate, the jokes I heard, stories about the students, descriptions of the weather. You wouldn't think there would be much to tell in a quiet place like this on the edge of the cliffs, remote from anywhere. But it was surprising what I found to write to him, and I know Charlie loved the letters. "Keep on writing, Mum," he would say, when he was home on leave. And I did. After he was killed, the army sent me back all his belongings, and there was the bundle of letters among them. Not every one I'd written. He couldn't have kept them all, but he did keep some of the longest. I took them onto the headland and made a bonfire. It was a windy day, as it often is on the east coast, and the flames roared and spat and changed direction with the wind. The charred pieces of paper rose and whirled about my face like black moths, and the smoke stung my nose. It was odd, because it was only a little fire. But what I'm trying to say is that I know why Father Martin suggested I should write this account. He thought that writing something, anything, might help to bring me back to life. He's a good man. Perhaps he's even a holy man. But there's so much he doesn't understand. It seems strange to be writing this account without knowing who, if anyone, will ever see it. And I'm not sure whether I'm writing for myself or for some imaginary reader, to whom everything about St. Anselm's will be new and strange. So perhaps I ought to write something about the college, to set the scene, as it were. It was founded in 1861 by a pious lady called Miss Agnes Arbuthnot, who wanted to ensure that there would always be devout and learned young men ordained to the Catholic priesthood in the Church of England. I've put in the inverted commas because those are her words. There's a booklet about her in the church, and that's how I know. She gave the buildings, the land, and nearly all her furniture, and enough money, so she thought, to keep the college going forever. But there never is enough money, and now St. Anselm's has to be mainly financed by the church. I know that Father Sebastian and Father Martin are afraid that the church is planning to close it down. This fear is never openly discussed, and certainly not with the staff, though we all know. In a small and isolated community like St. Anselm's, news and gossip seem to be carried unspoken on the wind. Apart from giving the house, Miss Arbuthnot built the north and south cloisters at the back to provide rooms for the students, and a set of guest rooms linking the south cloister to the church. She also built 4 cottages for staff, arranged in a semicircle on the headland, about 100 yards from the college. She named them after the 4 evangelists. I am in St. Matthew, the most southerly. Ruby Pilbeam, who is the cook-housekeeper, and her husband, the general handyman, are in St. Mark. Mr. Gregory is in St. Luke, and in the northern cottage, St. John, is Eric Surtees, who helps Mr. Pilbeam. Eric keeps pigs, but more as a hobby than to provide pork for the college. There are just the 4 of us, with part-time cleaning women from Raiden and Lowestoft to help out. But there are never more than 20 ordinands and 4 resident priests, and we manage. None of us would be easy to replace. This wind-swept, desolate headland, with no village, no pub, no shop, is too remote for most people. I like it here, but even I can find it frightening and a little sinister. The sea is eating away the sandy cliffs year by year, and sometimes I stand on the edge looking out to sea and can imagine a great tidal wave rearing up, white and glistening, racing towards the shore to crash over the turrets and towers, the church and the cottages, and wash us all away. The old village of Ballard's Mere has been under the sea for centuries, and sometimes on windy nights folks say it's possible to hear the faint ringing of church bells from the buried towers. And what the sea didn't take was destroyed in a great fire in 1695. Nothing of the old village now remains, except the medieval church, which Miss Arbuthnot restored and made part of the college, and the 2 crumbling red-brick pillars fronting the house, which are all that are left of the Elizabethan manor house that stood on the site. I'd better try to explain something about Ronald Treves, the boy who died. After all, his death is what this is supposed to be about. Before the inquest, the police questioned me, asking how well I had known him. I suppose I knew him better than most of the staff here, but I didn't say much. There wasn't much I could tell. I didn't think it was my place to gossip about the students. I knew that he wasn't popular, but I didn't tell them that. The trouble was that he didn't really fit in, and I think he knew that he didn't. For one thing, his father was Sir Ulred Treves, who runs an important armaments company, and Ronald liked us to know that he was the son of a very rich man. The things he owned showed it too. He had a Porsche, while the other students make do with cheaper cars, if they have a car at all. And he talked about his holidays in expensive and remote places that other students wouldn't be able to travel to, at least not in vacations. All that might have gained him popularity in some colleges, but not here. Everyone is snobbish about something. Don't let them tell you differently. But here it isn't about money. It isn't really about family either, although you'd do better as the son of a curate than you would as the son of a pop star. I suppose what they really care about is cleverness. Cleverness and good looks and wit. They like people who can make them laugh. Ronald wasn't as clever as he thought he was, and he never made anyone laugh. They thought he was dull, and of course when he realized that, he became duller. I didn't say any of this to the police. What would have been the point? He was dead. Oh, and I think he was a bit of a snooper, too, always wanting to know what was going on, asking questions. He didn't get much out of me. But some evenings he would turn up at the cottage and sit and talk while I knitted and listened. The students are discouraged from visiting the staff cottages except by invitation. Father Sebastian likes us to have our privacy. But I didn't mind him, really. Looking back on it, I think he was lonely. Well, he wouldn't have bothered with me otherwise. And I remembered my Charlie. Charlie wasn't dull or unpopular or boring, but I like to think that if he'd ever been lonely and wanted to sit quietly and talk, there would have been someone like me to give him a welcome. When the police arrived, they asked me why I had gone looking for him on the beach, but of course I hadn't. About twice a week I take a solitary walk after I've had lunch, and when I set out I didn't even realize that Ronald was missing. And I wouldn't have started looking on the beach. It's difficult to think what could happen to anyone on a deserted shore. It's safe enough if you don't clamber over the groins or walk too close to the cliffs, and there are notices about the dangers of both. All the students are warned when they first arrive about the risk of swimming alone or walking too close to the unstable cliffs. In Miss Arbuthnot's time, it was possible to get down to the beach from the house, but the encroaching sea has changed all that. Now we have to walk about half a mile south of the college, to the only place where the cliffs are low and firm enough to support some half-dozen rickety wooden steps with a handrail. Beyond this point is the darkness of Ballard's Mere, surrounded by trees and separated from the sea only by a narrow bank of shingle. Sometimes I walk as far as the mere and then turn back, but that day I went down the steps to the beach and started walking northward. After a night of rain, it was a fresh, lively day, the sky blue with scudding clouds, the tide running high. I rounded a slight promontory and saw the deserted beach stretching out before me, with its narrow ridges of shingle and the dark lines of the old, weed-encrusted groins crumbling into the sea. And then, about 30 yards ahead, I saw what looked like a black bundle lying at the foot of the cliff. I hurried up to it and found a cassock neatly folded, and beside it a brown cloak, also carefully folded. Within a few feet, the cliff had slithered and tumbled, and now lay in great clumps of compacted sand, tufts of grass and stones. I knew at once what must have happened. I think I gave a little cry, and then I began scraping away at the sand. I knew a body must be buried underneath it, but it wasn't possible to know where. I remember the gritty sand under my nails, and how slow progress seemed, so that I began frantically kicking the sand, as if in anger, spraying it high, so that it stung my face and got into my eyes. Then I noticed a sharp-edged spar of wood about 30 yards towards the sea. I fetched it and used it to start probing. After a few minutes it struck something soft, and I knelt and began working again with my hands. Then I saw that what it had struck were 2 sand-encrusted buttocks, covered in fawn corduroy. After that I couldn't go on. My heart was pounding, and I had no more strength. I felt, obscurely, that I had humiliated whoever lay there, that there was something ridiculous and almost indecent about the 2 exposed mounds. I knew that he must be dead, and that all my feverish haste hadn't really been important. I couldn't have saved him, and now I couldn't bear to go on alone, uncovering him inch by inch, even if I'd had the strength. I had to get help, to break the news of what had happened. I think I knew even then whose body it was, but suddenly I remembered that all the ordnance brown cloaks have name tabs. I turned back the collar of the cloak and read the name. I remember stumbling down the beach on the firm edge of sand, between the banks of pebbles, and somehow dragging myself up the steps to the top of the cliff. I began running along the cliff road to the college. It was only a half-mile, but the road seemed endless, and the house seemed to recede with every painful step. My heart was beginning to pound, and my legs felt as if the bones were dissolving. And then I heard a car. Looking back, I saw it turning from the access road and coming towards me along the rough track bordering the cliff edge. I stood in the middle of the track and waved my arms, and the car slowed. I saw that it was Mr. Gregory. I can't remember how I broke the news. I have a picture of myself standing there, caked in sand, hair blowing in the wind, gesticulating towards the sea. He didn't say anything, but silently opened the car door, and I got in. I suppose it would have been sensible to drive on to the college, but instead he turned the car and we got out of the steps to the beach. I've wondered since whether he didn't believe me and wanted to see for himself before calling for help. I can't remember the walk, and the last clear picture is of us standing together by Ronald's body. Still without speaking, Mr. Gregory knelt in the sand and began digging with his hands. He was wearing leather gloves, and that made it easier for him. We both worked in silence, feverishly shifting the sand, working up to the top of the body. Above the corduroy trousers, Ronald was wearing only a grey shirt. We uncovered the back of his head. It was like uncovering an animal, a dead dog or a cat. The deeper sand was still moist, and his straw-coloured hair was matted with it. I tried to brush it away, and it felt cold and gritty on my palms. Mr. Gregory said sharply, "Don't touch him," and I took my hand away quickly, as if it had been burned. Then he said very quietly, "We'd better leave him now, just as we found him. It's clear who it is." I knew that he was dead, but somehow I thought we ought to turn him over. I had some ridiculous idea that we could give him mouth-to-mouth breathing. I knew it wasn't rational, but I still felt we ought to do something. But Mr. Gregory took off his left glove and put 2 fingers against Ronald's neck. Then he said, "He's dead, but of course he's dead. There's nothing we can do for him." We were both silent for a moment, kneeling there on each side of him. We must have looked as if we were praying, and I would have said a prayer for him, only I couldn't think of the right words. And then the sun came out, and suddenly the scene looked as if it wasn't real, as if the 2 of us were being photographed in colour. Everything was bright and clear-edged. The grains of sand on Ronald's hair shone like pinpoints of light. Mr. Gregory said, "We must get some help. Call the police. Do you mind waiting here with him? I won't be long. Or you can come with me if you prefer, but I think it would be better if one of us stayed." I said, "You go. You'll be quicker in the car. I don't mind waiting." I watched him as he walked as briskly as the shingle allowed towards the mere, then round the promontory and out of sight. A minute later I heard the sound of the car as he drove towards the college. I half slid down the sand a little way from the body and settled myself on the pebbles, wriggling to make myself more comfortable and digging in my heels. The pebbles beneath the surface were still damp from the night rain, and the cold wetness seeped through the cotton of my slacks. I sat with my arms folded round my knees, looking out over the sea. And sitting there, I thought of Mike for the first time in years. He was killed when his motorcycle skidded off the A1 and into a tree. We had been home from our honeymoon for less than 2 weeks. We had known each other for less than a year. What I felt at his death was shock and disbelief, not grief. I thought at the time that it was grief, but I know better now. I was in love with Mike, but I didn't love him. That comes with living together and caring for each other, and we never had the time. After he died, I knew that I was Margaret Monroe, widow, but I felt that I was still Margaret Parker, spinster, aged 21, a recently qualified nurse. When I discovered I was pregnant, that too seemed unreal. The baby, when he arrived, seemed nothing to do with Mike or our brief time together, and nothing to do with me. All that came later, and perhaps it was the stronger because it came late. When Charlie died, I mourned for both of them, but I still can't clearly recall Mike's face. I was aware of Ronald's body behind me, but it was a comfort not to be sitting at his side. Some people taking watch beside the dead find their presence companionable, but I didn't feel that, not with Ronald. All I felt was a great sadness. It wasn't for that poor boy, It wasn't even for Charlie or Mike or for myself. It was a universal sadness which seemed to permeate everything round me. The fresh breeze against my cheek, the sky, where there were a few massed clouds moving almost deliberately, it seemed, across the blue, and the sea itself. I found myself thinking of all the people who had lived and died on this coast, and of the bones lying a mile out under the waves in the great churchyards. Their lives must have mattered at the time to themselves and the people who cared about them. But now they were dead, and it would have been just the same as if they had never lived. In 100 years no one will remember Charlie, Mike, or me. All our lives are as insignificant as a single grain of sand. My mind felt emptied, even of sadness. Instead, gazing out to sea, accepting that in the end nothing really matters, and all that we have is the present moment to endure or enjoy, I felt at peace. I suppose I was sitting in a kind of trance, because I didn't see or hear the 3 approaching figures until there was the loud crunch of shingle, and they had almost reached me. Father Sebastian and Mr. Gregory were trudging side by side. Father Sebastian had wrapped his black cloak tightly round him against the wind. Both their heads were bent, and they walked purposefully, as if they were marching. Father Martin was a little way behind, lurching as he struggled with difficulty over the shingle. I remember thinking that it was unkind of the other 2 not to wait for him. I felt embarrassed to be discovered sitting. I got up, and Father Sebastian said, "Are you all right, Margaret?" I said, "Yes, Father," and then stood aside as the 3 of them walked up to the body. Father Sebastian made the sign of the cross, then said, "This is a disaster." Even at the time I thought it was a strange word to use, and I knew that he wasn't just thinking at that moment of Ronald Treves. He was thinking of the college. He bent down and put his hand against the back of Ronald's neck, and Mr. Gregory said, quite sharply, "He's dead, of course. Better not disturb the body any further." Father Martin was standing a little apart. I saw his lips moving, and I think he was praying. Father Sebastian said, "If you, Gregory, will go back to the college and watch for the police, Father Martin and I will stay here. Margaret had better go with you. This has been a shock for her. Take her to Mrs. Pilbeam, if you will, and explain what's happened. Mrs. Pilbeam will make her some hot tea and look after her. Neither of them are to say anything until I inform the college. If the police want to talk to Margaret, they can do so later." It's funny, but I remember feeling a slight sense of resentment that he had spoken to Mr. Gregory, almost as if I wasn't there. And I didn't really want to be taken to Ruby Pilbeam's cottage. I like Ruby, who has always managed to be kind without being interfering, but all I wanted was to go home. Father Sebastian came up and laid a hand on my shoulder. He said, "You've been very brave, Margaret, thank you. Go with Mr. Gregory now, and I'll come to see you later. Father Martin and I will sit here with Ronald." It was the first time he had spoken the boy's name. In the car, Mr. Gregory drove for a few minutes in silence, then said, "That's a curious death. I wonder what the coroner, or come to that, the police, will make of it." I said, "Surely it was an accident." "A curious accident, wouldn't you say?" I didn't reply. Then he said, "This isn't the first dead body you've seen, of course. You'll be accustomed to death." "I'm a nurse, Mr. Gregory." I thought of the first body I'd seen all those years ago, as an 18-year-old probationer, the first body I'd laid out. Nursing was different in those days. We used to lay out the dead ourselves, and it was done with great reverence and in silence behind the screens. My first ward sister used to join us to say a prayer before we began. She told us that this was the last service we could render our patients. But I wasn't going to talk to Mr. Gregory about that. He said, "Seeing a dead body, anybody, is a comforting reassurance that we may live as men, but we die as animals. Personally, I find that a relief. I can't imagine any greater horror than eternal life." I still didn't reply. It's not that I dislike him. We hardly ever meet. Ruby Pilbeam cleans his cottage once a week and does his washing. It's a private arrangement they have. But he and I have never been on chatting terms, and I wasn't in the mood to begin now. The car turned westward between the twin towers and into the courtyard. Releasing his seat-belt and helping me with mine, he said, I'll walk with you to Mrs. Pilbeam's. She may not be in. If not, you had better come to my cottage. What we both need is a drink." But she was in, and I was glad of it after all. Mr. Gregory reported the facts very briefly and said, "Father Sebastian and Father Martin are with the body now, and the police will arrive very soon. Please don't mention this to anyone else until Father Sebastian returns. He'll then speak to the whole college." After he had gone, Ruby did indeed make tea, hot and strong and very comforting. She fussed over me, but I can't remember the words or the gestures. I didn't say much, but she didn't expect me to. She treated me as if I were ill, settling me in one of the easy chairs before the fireplace, switching on 2 bars of the electric fire in case I felt cold with shock, and then drawing the curtains so that I could have what she described as a good long rest. I suppose it was about an hour before the police arrived, a youngish sergeant with a Welsh accent. He was kind and patient, and I answered his questions quite calmly. There wasn't, after all, very much to tell. He asked me how well I'd known Ronald, the last time I'd seen him, and whether he'd been depressed lately. I said I'd last seen him the previous evening, walking towards Mr. Gregory's cottage, I suppose for his Greek lesson. Term had only just started, and that's all I had seen of him. I got the impression that the police sergeant, I think his name was Jones or Evans, a Welsh name anyway, was sorry he'd asked the question about Ronald being depressed. Anyway, he said that it all looked quite straightforward, asked Ruby the same questions, and then left. Father Sebastian broke the news of Ronald's death to the whole college when they assembled before 5 o'clock evensong. Most of the ordinance had guessed by then that something tragic had happened. Police cars and a mortuary van don't arrive in secret. I didn't go to the library, so I never heard what Father Sebastian said. All I wanted by then was to be alone. But later in the evening, the senior student, Raphael Arbuthnot, brought me a small pot of blue African violets, with the sympathy of all the ordinands. One of them must have driven into Pakefield or Lowestoft to buy them. When he gave them to me, Raphael bent down and kissed my cheek. He said, "I'm so sorry, Margaret." It was the kind of thing people say at a time like that, but it didn't sound commonplace. What it sounded like was an apology. It was 2 nights later that the nightmares began. I've never suffered from nightmares before, not even when I was a student nurse and first encountered death. The dreams are horrible. And now I sit in front of the television until late every evening, dreading the moment when tiredness drives me to bed. The dream is always the same. Ronald Treves is standing beside the bed. He is naked, and his body is plastered with damp sand. It is matted in his fair hair and over his face. Only the eyes are free of sand, and they gaze at me reproachfully, as if asking why I didn't do more to save him. I know that there was nothing I could have done. I know that he was dead long before I came upon his body. But still he appears, night after night, with that accusing, reproachful gaze, the damp sand falling in clumps from his plain, rather pudgy face. Perhaps now that I have written it down, he will leave me in peace. I don't think I'm a fanciful woman, but there is something strange about his death, something I ought to remember, but which lies nagging at the back of my mind. Something tells me that Ronald Treves's death wasn't an end, but a beginning. Chapter 2. The call to Dalgliesh came at 10:40 a.m., just before he returned to his office after a meeting with the Community Relations branch. It had gone on later than scheduled. Such meetings invariably did, and there were only 15 minutes before he was due to join the Commissioner in the Home Secretary's office at the House of Commons. Time, he thought, for a coffee and to make a couple of outstanding telephone calls. But he had hardly reached his desk when his PA put her head round the office door. "Mr. Harkness would be grateful if you would see him before you leave. He's got Sir Ulrid Treves with him." So now what? Sir Ulrid wanted something, of course. People who came to see senior officers of the Yard usually did. And what Sir Ulrid wanted, he invariably got. You didn't run one of the most prosperous multinational corporations without knowing instinctively how to control the intricacies of power, in small matters as in large. Dalgliesh knew of his reputation. You could hardly live in the 21st century and be ignorant of it. a fair, even generous employer of successful staff, a liberal supporter of charities from his trust funds, a respected collector of 20th century European art, all of which could be translated by the prejudiced as a ruthless pruner of failures, a well-advertised supporter of fashionable causes, and an investor with an eye for long-term capital gain. Even his reputation for rudeness was ambiguous. Since it was indiscriminate and the powerful suffered with the weak, it had merely gained him an admirable reputation for honest egalitarianism. Dalgliesh took the lift to the 7th floor with little expectation of pleasure, but considerable curiosity. At least the meeting would be relatively short. He would have to leave by 1:15 to walk that convenient half-mile to the Home Office. When it came to priorities, the Home Secretary took precedence over even Sir Ulred Treves. The Assistant Commissioner and Sir Ulred were standing by Harkness's desk, and both turned to face Dalgliesh as he entered. As often with people who feature prominently in the media, the first impression of Treves was disconcerting. He was stockier and less ruggedly handsome than he appeared on television, the facial contour less defined. But the impression of latent power and a certain self-conscious enjoyment of it was even stronger. It was his foible to dress as a prosperous farmer. Except on the most formal occasions, he wore well-tailored tweeds. There was indeed something of the countryman about his person. The broad shoulders, the burnish on the cheeks and over the prominent nose, the unruly hair that no barber could entirely discipline. It was very dark, almost black, with a silver streak swept back from the middle of the forehead. In a man more concerned with his appearance, Dalgliesh could have suspected that it had been dyed. As Dalgliesh entered, Treves's glance under his bushy eyebrows was direct and frankly appraising. Harkness said, "I think you know each other." They shook hands. Sir Ulred's hand was cold and strong, but he withdrew it at once, as if to emphasize that the gesture had been a formality. He said, "We have met. A Home Office conference in the late 80s, wasn't it? On policy in the inner cities. I don't know why I got mixed up in it. Your corporation made a generous donation to one of the schemes organized under the inner cities initiatives. I think you wanted to satisfy yourself that it was likely to be usefully spent. I dare say, not much chance of that. Young people want well-paid jobs worth getting up in the morning for, not training for work that doesn't exist." Dalgliesh recalled the occasion. It had been the usual highly organized public relations exercise. Few of the senior officers or ministers present had expected much to come of it, and little had. Treves, he remembered, had asked a number of pertinent questions, had expressed scepticism at the answers, and had left before the minister's summing up. Why exactly had he chosen to attend? Chosen indeed to contribute? Perhaps that too had been a public relations exercise. Harkness made a vague gesture towards the black swivel chairs ranged in front of the window, and murmured something about coffee. Treves said curtly, "No, thank you. I won't take coffee." His tone implied that he had been offered an esoteric beverage, inappropriate to 10:45 in the morning. They seated themselves with something of the portentous wariness of three mafia bosses meeting to settle their several spheres of interest. Treves looked at his watch. Specific time had no doubt been allowed for this encounter. He had come at his own convenience, with no prior notice, and no forewarning of what he had in mind. That, of course, had given him the advantage. He had arrived with every confidence that a senior officer would find time for him, and he had been right. Now he said, "My elder son, Ronald, he was adopted, by the way, was killed 10 days ago in a cliff fall in Suffolk. A sand fall would be a more accurate description. Those cliffs south of Lowestoft have been eaten away by the sea since the 17th century. He was suffocated. Ronald was a student at Saint Anselm's Theological College at Ballards Mere. It's a high church establishment for the training of Anglican priests. Smells and bells." He turned to Dalgliesh. "You know about this sort of thing, don't you? Wasn't your father a parson?" And how, Dalgliesh wondered, did Sir Ulred know that? Probably at some time he'd been told it, half recalled the fact, and asked one of his minions to check before setting out for this meeting. He was a man who believed in having as much information as possible about the people with whom he was to deal. If it was to their discredit, so much the better. But any personal detail that the other party didn't know he possessed was a satisfying and potentially useful accession of power. Dalgliesh said, "He was a Norfolk rector, yes." Harkness asked, "Your son was training for the ministry?" "I'm not aware that what he was being taught at Saint Anselm's would have qualified him for any other job." Dalgliesh said, "There was a mention of the death in the broadsheets, but I don't remember reading about the inquest." "You wouldn't. It was kept pretty quiet. Accidental death. It should have been an open verdict. If the warden of the college and most of the staff hadn't been sitting there like a row of black-gowned vigilantes, the coroner would probably have found the courage to return a proper verdict." "You were there, Sir Aldred?" "No. I was represented, but I was in China. There was a complicated contract to be negotiated in Beijing. I came back for the cremation. We brought the body back to London for that. They had some kind of memorial service, a requiem, I think they called it, at Saint Anselm's, but neither my wife nor I attended. It's not a place where I have ever felt at home. Immediately after the inquest, I arranged for my chauffeur with another driver to collect Ronald's Porsche, and the college handed over his clothes, his wallet, and his watch. Norris, he's my driver, brought back the parcel. There wasn't much. The students aren't encouraged to have more than the minimum of clothes. A suit, 2 pairs of jeans, with the usual shirts and pullovers, shoes and that black cassock which the students are required to wear. He had some books, of course, but I told the college they could have those for the library. It's odd how quickly you can tidy away a life. Then 2 days ago I received this." Unhurriedly, he took out his wallet and unfolded a sheet of paper, then passed it to Dalgliesh. Dalgliesh glanced at it and handed it to the Assistant Commissioner. Harkness read it aloud. "Why don't you ask some questions about your son's death? Nobody really believes it was an accident. Those priests will cover up anything to keep their good name. There are a number of things going on in that college which ought to be brought into the light. Are you going to let them get away with it?" Treve said, "I regard that as coming close to an accusation of murder." Harkness handed the paper to Dalgliesh. He said, "But without evidence, with no motive alleged and no suspect named, isn't it as likely to be the work of some prankster, perhaps someone who wants to make trouble for the college?" Dalgliesh handed the paper back to Treves, but it was waved away impatiently. Treves said, "Obviously, it's a possibility among others. I imagine you won't rule that out. Personally, I take a more serious view. Produced on a computer, of course, so no chance of that usual little E out of alignment which always crops up in crime fiction. You needn't trouble to test for fingerprints. I've had that done. Confidentially, of course. No results, but I didn't expect one. And the writer is educated, I'd say. He or she has got the punctuation right. In this undereducated age, I suggest that means someone middle-aged rather than young." Dalgliesh said, "And written in a way likely to spur you into action. Why do you say that?" "You're here, sir, aren't you?" Harkness asked, "You said that your son was adopted. What was his background?" "He had none. His mother was 14 when he was born, his father a year older. He was conceived against a concrete pillar in the Westway underpass. He was white, healthy, and newborn. A desirable commodity in the adoption market. To put it bluntly, we were lucky to get him. Why the question?" "You said that you were taking this as an accusation of murder. I was wondering who, if anyone, would benefit from his death." "Every death benefits someone. The only beneficiary here is my second son, Marcus, whose trust fund, when he reaches 30, will now be augmented, and his eventual inheritance greater than it might otherwise have been. As he was at school at the relevant time, we can exclude him." "Ronald hadn't written or spoken to you about being depressed or unhappy?" "Not to me, but then I'm probably the last person he would have confided in. But I don't think we're understanding each other. I'm not here to be interrogated, or to take part in your investigation. I've told you the little I know. Now I want you to take it over." Harkness glanced at Dalgliesh. He said, "It's a matter of course for the Suffolk police. They're an efficient force." "I've no doubt they are. Presumably they get inspected by Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary and certified as efficient. But they were part of the original inquiry. I want you to take over. Specifically, I want Commander Dalgliesh to take it over." The Assistant Commissioner looked at Dalgliesh and seemed about to protest, then thought better of it. Dalgliesh said, "I'm due to take some leave next week, and I plan to be in Suffolk for about a week. I know St. Anselm's. I could have a word with the local police and with people at the college and see if there is a prima facie case for taking the matter further. But with the inquest verdict and your son's body cremated, it's highly unlikely that anything new will come to light now. Harkness found his voice. It's unorthodox. Treves got to his feet. It may be unorthodox, but it seems to me perfectly sensible. I want discretion. That's why I don't intend to go back to the local people. There was enough fuss in the local papers when the news of his death broke. I don't want headlines in the tabloids suggesting that there was something mysterious about the death. Harkness said, But you think there was? Of course there was. Ronald's death was either an accident, suicide, or murder. The first is improbable, the second inexplicable, which leaves the third. You'll get in touch with me, of course, when you have reached a conclusion. He was rising from his chair when Harkness asked, Were you happy, Sir Ulred, about your son's choice of career? He paused, then added, Job, vocation, whatever. Something in his tone, an uneasy compromise between tact and interrogation, made it apparent that he hadn't expected his question to be well received, and it wasn't. Sir Ulred's voice was quiet, but held an unmistakable warning. What precisely is that supposed to mean? Having started, Harkness had no intention of being intimidated. I was wondering whether your son had anything on his mind, a particular cause of worry. Sir Ulred deliberately glanced at his wristwatch. He said, You're suggesting suicide? I thought I'd made my position clear. That's out. Out! Why the hell should he kill himself? He'd got what he wanted. Dalgliesh said quietly, But if it wasn't what you wanted— Of course it wasn't what I wanted. A job with no future? The C of E will be defunct in 20 years if the present decline continues. Or it'll be an eccentric sect concerned with maintaining old superstitions and ancient churches. That is, if the state hasn't taken them over as national monuments. People might want the illusion of spirituality. No doubt, by and large, they believe in God, and the thought that death might be extinction isn't agreeable. But they've stopped believing in heaven, and they're not afraid of hell, and they won't start going to church. Ronald had education, intelligence, opportunities. He wasn't stupid. He could have made something of his life. He knew what I felt, and the matter was closed between us. He certainly wasn't going to stick his head under a ton of sand to disoblige me. He got to his feet and nodded briefly to Harkness and Dalgliesh. The interview was over. Dalgliesh went down in the lift with him, and then walked with him to where the chauffeur-driven Mercedes had glided to a stop. The timing, as he had expected, was perfect. He had turned away when he was peremptorily called back. Thrusting his head out of the window, Sir Ulred said, It's occurred to you, I imagine, that Ronald could have been killed elsewhere, and his body moved to the beach. I think you can assume, Sir Ulred, that it will have occurred to the Suffolk police. I'm not sure I share your confidence. It's a thought, anyway, worth bearing in mind. He made no move to order his chauffeur, sitting immobile and expressionless as a statue at the wheel, to drive off. Instead he said, as if on impulse, Now here's a matter that intrigues me. It occurred to me in church, actually. I show my face from time to time. The annual city service, you know. I thought that when I had a spare moment I'd follow it up. It's about the creed. Dalgliesh was adept at concealing surprise. He asked gravely, Which one, Sir Ulred? Is there more than one? 3, actually. Good God! Well, take anyone. They're much the same, I suppose. How did they start? I mean, who wrote them? Dalgliesh, intrigued, was tempted to ask whether Sir Ulred had discussed his question with his son, but prudence prevailed. He said, I think a theologian would be more useful to you than I am, Sir Ulred. You're a parson's son, aren't you? I thought you'd know. I haven't the time to go asking around. Dalglish's mind spun back to his father's study at the Norfolk Rectory, to facts, either learned or picked up from browsing in his father's library, to words he seldom spoke now, but would seem to have lodged in his mind since childhood. He said, The Nicene Creed was formulated by the Council of Nicaea in the 4th century. The date inexplicably came to mind. I think it was 325. The Emperor Constantine called the council to settle the belief of the Church and deal with the Arian heresy. Well, why doesn't the Church bring it up to date? We don't look to the 4th century for our understanding of medicine or science or the nature of the universe. I don't look to the 4th century when I run my companies. Why look to 325 for our understanding of God? Dalgliesh said, "You'd prefer a creed for the 21st century?" He was tempted to ask whether Sir Aelred had it in mind to write one. Instead he said, "I doubt whether any new council in a divided Christendom would arrive at a consensus. The Church no doubt takes the view that the bishops at Nicaea were divinely inspired. It was a council of men, wasn't it? Powerful men. They brought to it their private agendas, their prejudices, their rivalries. Essentially it was about power. Who gets it? Who yields it? You've sat on enough committees, you know how they work. Ever known one that was divinely inspired?" Dalgliesh said, "Not Home Office working parties, admittedly." He added, "Are you thinking of writing to the Archbishop, or perhaps the Pope?" Sir Aelred gave him a sharp, suspicious look, but apparently decided that if he were being teased, he would ignore or collude in it. He said, "Too busy. Anyway, it's a bit outside my province. Still, it's interesting. You'd think that it would have occurred to them. You'll let me know if anything turns up at Saint Anselm's. I'll be out of the country for the next 10 days, but there's no hurry. If the boy was murdered, I shall know what to do. If he killed himself, well, that's his business, but I'd like to know that too." He nodded and abruptly withdrew his head. He said to the driver, "All right, Norris, back to the office." The car glided away. Dalgliesh stared after it for a moment. With Aelred, what you saw was what you got. Hadn't that been an overconfident, even presumptuous assessment? The man was more complex than that. In his mixture of naivety and subtlety, of arrogance and that far-ranging curiosity, which, alighting incongruously on a subject, invested it immediately with the dignity of his personal interest. But Dalgliesh was still puzzled. The verdict on Ronald Treves, even if surprising, had at least been merciful. Was there some other more intriguing reason than parental concern for his insistence on a further inquiry? He returned to the 7th floor. Harkness was staring out of the window. Without turning, he said, "An extraordinary man. Had he anything else to say?" He'd like to rewrite the Nicene Creed. The idea's absurd, but probably less harmful to the human race than most of his other activities. I meant this proposal to waste the time of a senior officer reopening the inquiry into his son's death. Still, he's not going to let it rest. Will you set it up with Suffolk, or shall I? Better keep it as low-key as possible. Peter Jackson transferred there last year as AC. I'll have a word with him. And I know something of St. Anselm's. I stayed there as a boy for 3 summers. I don't suppose any of the same staff are there, but they'll probably see my arrival as more or less natural in the circumstances. Do you think so? They may live remote from the world, but I doubt they'll be that naive. A commander of the Met taking an interest in the accidental death of a student? Well, we haven't much choice. Treves isn't going to let this go, and we can hardly send a couple of sergeants to start nosing about on someone else's patch. But if it is a suspicious death, Suffolk will have to take over whether Treves likes it or not, and he can give over thinking that they can mount a murder investigation in secret. There's this to be said for murder. Once it's out in the open, we all stand on equal ground. That's one thing even Treves can't manipulate to suit his convenience. It's odd, though, isn't it? I mean, it's odd his bothering, making a personal matter of it. If he wants to keep it out of the press, why resurrect it? And why take the letter seriously? He must get his share of letters from lunatics. You'd expect him to chuck this away with the rest of the rubbish. Dalgliesh was silent. Whatever the motive of the sender, the message hadn't struck him as the work of someone deranged. Harkness moved closer to the window and stood, shoulders hunched, peering out as if the familiar panorama of towers and spires had suddenly become interestingly strange to him. Without turning, he said, "He didn't show any pity for the boy, did he? And it can't have been easy for him, the kid, I mean. He gets adopted, presumably because Treves and his wife thought they couldn't have children, and then she gets pregnant and a proper son arrives.
The genuine article, your own flesh and blood, not a kid chosen for you by the Social Services Department, and it isn't unusual. I know a case. The adopted child always feels that he's in the family under false pretenses." The words had been spoken with barely controlled vehemence. There was a moment's silence, then Dalgliesh said, "That may account for it. That or guilt. He couldn't love the boy when he was alive. Can't even grieve for him now he's dead. But he can see that he gets justice." Harkness turned and said brusquely, "What use is justice to the dead? Better to concentrate on justice for the living. But you're probably right. Anyway, do what you can. I'll put the Commissioner in the picture." He and Dalgliesh had been on Christian name terms for 8 years, yet he spoke as if he were dismissing a sergeant. Chapter 3. The file for the meeting with the Home Secretary was ready on his desk, the annexes tabbed. His PA, as always, had been efficient. As he put the papers in his briefcase and went down in the lift, Dalgliesh freed his mind from the preoccupations of the day, and let it range free on the wind-swept coast of Ballard's Mere. So he was going back at last. Why, he wondered, hadn't he returned before? His aunt had lived on the coast of East Anglia, at first in her cottage, and then in the converted mill, and on his visits he could easily have made the journey to Saint Anselm's. Had it been an instinctive reluctance to court disappointment, the knowledge that one returns to a well-loved place, always under judgment, burdened by the sad accretion of the years? And he would return as a stranger. Father Martin had been on the staff when he had last visited, but must have retired long ago. He would be 80 by now. He would bring to St. Anselm's only unshared memories, and he would come uninvited and as a police officer to reopen, with little justification, a case that must have caused the staff at St. Anselm's distress and embarrassment, and which they had hoped to put behind them. But now he was returning, and he found that the prospect was suddenly pleasant. He walked, unheeding the undistinguished bureaucratic half-mile between Broadway and Parliament Square, but his mind inhabited a quieter, less frenetic scene. The sandy, friable cliffs spilling out onto a beach pitted with rain, the oak groins half demolished by centuries of tides, but still withstanding the sea's onslaughts, the grit road, which had once run a mile inland, but was now perilously close to the cliff edge, and St. Anselm's itself, the 2 crumbling Tudor towers flanking the front courtyard, the iron-bounded oak door, and, to the rear of the great brick and stone Victorian mansion, the delicate cloisters enclosing the west court, the northerly one leading directly to the medieval church, which served the community as its chapel. He remembered that the students had worn cassocks when they were in college, and brown worsted cloaks with hoods as a protection against the wind, never absent from that coast. He saw them now, surplused for evensong, filing into the church stalls, smelled the incense-scented air, saw the altar, with more candles than his Anglican father would have thought proper, and above the altar the framed painting of Rogier van der Weyden of the Holy Family. Would that still be there? And was that other possession, more secret, more mysterious, and more jealously guarded, still hidden in the college, the Anselm papyrus? He had spent only 3 summer holidays at the college. His father had exchanged ministries with a priest from a difficult inner-city parish to give him at least a change of scene and tempo. Dalglish's parents had been unwilling to immure him in an industrial city for most of the summer holiday, and he had been invited to stay on at the rectory with the newcomers. But the news that the Reverend Cuthbert Simpson and his wife had 4 children under the age of 8, including 7-year-old twins, had turned him against the idea. Even at 14, he had longed for privacy during the long holiday. So he had agreed to accept an invitation from the warden at St. Anselm's, while being uneasily aware that his mother thought he would have shown a more generous spirit by offering to stay and help with the twins. The college had been half empty, with only a few overseas students choosing to remain. They and the priests had taken trouble to make his stay happy, setting up a wicket on the stretch of specially mown grass behind the church, and bowling to him indefatigably. He remembered that the food had been greatly superior to school meals, and indeed to those at the rectory, and he had liked his guest room, even though it gave no view of the sea. But he had most enjoyed the solitary walks, south towards the Mere, or north towards Lowestoft, the freedom to use the library, the prevailing but never oppressive silence, the assurance that he could take possession of every new day in unquestioned liberty. And then, during his second visit, and on the 3rd of August, there had been Sadie. Father Martin had said, "Mrs. Milson's granddaughter is coming to stay with her in her cottage. She's about your age, I think, Adam. Might be company for you." Mrs. Milson had been the cook, even then in her 60s, and certainly long since retired. And Sadie had been company of a sort. She was a thin 15-year-old, with fine corn-coloured hair, which hung down each side of a narrow face, and small eyes of a remarkable grey, flecked with green, which on their first meeting stared at him with a resentful intensity. But she seemed happy enough to walk with him, seldom speaking, occasionally picking up a stone to hurl into the sea, or suddenly spurting ahead with fierce determination, then turning to wait for him, rather like a puppy chasing after a ball. He remembered one day after a storm, when the sky had cleared, but the wind was still high, and great waves were crashing in with as much vehemence as they had during the dark hours of the night. They had sat side by side in the shelter of a groin, passing a bottle of lemonade from mouth to mouth. He had written her a poem, more, he remembered, an exercise in trying to imitate Eliot, his most recent enthusiasm, than a tribute to genuine feeling. She had read it with furrowed brow, the small eyes almost invisible. "You wrote this?" "Yes, it's for you. A poem." "No, it isn't. It doesn't rhyme. A boy in our class, Billy Price, writes poems. They always rhyme." He said indignantly, "It's a different kind of poem." "No, it isn't. If it's a poem, the words at the end of the lines have to rhyme. Billy Price says so." Later, he came to believe that Billy Price had a point. He got up, tore the paper into small pieces, and dropped them on the wet sand, watching and waiting for the next tumbling wave to suck them into oblivion. So much, he thought, for poetry's famed erotic power. But Sadie's female mind, in achieving its elemental ends, operated a less sophisticated, more atavistic ploy. She said, "Bet you daren't dive off the end of that groin." Billy Price, he thought, would no doubt have dared to dive off the end of the groin, in addition to writing verse which rhymed at the end of each line. Without speaking, he got up and tore off his shirt. Wearing only his khaki shorts, he balanced on the groin, paused, walked over a slither of seaweed to the end, and dived headlong into the turbulent sea. It was less deep than he thought, and he felt the scrape of pebbles rasping his palms before he surfaced. Even in August, the North Sea was cold, but the shock of the chill was only temporary. What followed was terrifying. It felt as if he were in the grasp of some uncontrollable force, as if strong hands were seizing him by the shoulders and forcing him backwards and under. Spluttering, he tried to strike out, but the shore was suddenly obliterated by a great wall of water. It crashed over him, and he felt himself drawn back, then tossed upwards into daylight. He struck out towards the groin, which seemed with every second to be receding. He could see Sadie standing now on the edge, arms flailing, her hair streaming in the wind. She was shouting something, but he could hear nothing but the drumming in his ears. He gathered his strength, waiting for the wave to advance, making progress, then desperately trying to hold on to it before the backward tug lost the few feet he had gained. He told himself not to panic, to husband strength, to try and catch each forward movement. And at last, foot by painful foot, he made it, and gasping, clutched the end of the groin. It was minutes before he was able to move, but she reached down her hand and helped pull him up. They sat side by side on a ridge of pebbles, and, without speaking, she took off her dress and began rubbing his back. When he was dry, still without speaking, she handed him his shirt. He remembered now that the sight of her body, of the small pointed breasts and the pink and tender nipples, had aroused not desire, but an emotion that he now recognized as a mixture of affection and pity. Then she said, "Do you want to go to the mere? I know a secret place." The mere would still be there, a stretch of dark, still water separated from the lively sea by a bank of shingle, its oily surface hinting at unfathomable depths. Except in the worst storms, the stagnant mere and salt sea never met across that shifting barrier. At the edge of the tide, the trunks of black fossilized trees stood like totem poles to some long-dead civilization. The mere was a famous haunt of seabirds, and there were wooden hides concealed among the trees and bushes. but only the most enthusiastic bird-watcher ever penetrated to this dark and sinister stretch of water. Sadie's secret place had been the wooden hulk of a wrecked ship, half embedded in the sand on the spit of land between the sea and the mere. There were still a few rotting steps down to the cabin, and there they had spent the rest of the afternoon, and all the days that followed. The only light had come from slits in the planking, and they had laughed to see how their bodies were striped, tracing the moving lines with their fingers. He would read or write, or sit back silently against the curved wall of the cabin, while Sadie imposed on their small world her ordered, if eccentric, domesticity. The picnics provided by her grandmother were carefully laid out on flat stones, the food to be ceremoniously handed to him and eaten when she decreed. Jam jars filled with water from the mere held reeds and grasses, and unidentified rubber-leaved plants from fissures in the cliff. Together they scoured the beach for stones with holes to add to the necklace that she had strung on cord along the cabin wall. For years after that summer, the smell of tar, of warm rotting oak, combined with the tang of the sea, had held for him an erotic charge. Where, he wondered, was Sadie now? Probably married with a brood of golden-haired children, if their fathers hadn't been drowned, electrocuted, or otherwise disposed of in Sadie's preliminary process of selection. It was unlikely that any trace of the wreck would remain. After decades of pounding, the sea must now have claimed its prey, and long before the final plank was tossed into the advancing tide, the string of the necklace would have frayed, and at last finally broken, letting slip those carefully gathered stones to fall in a heap on the sand of the cabin floor. Chapter 4. It was Thursday the 12th of October, and Margaret Munro was writing the final entry in the diary. Looking back over this diary since I began writing it, most of it seems so dull that I wonder why I persevere. The entries following Ronald Treves' death have been little more than descriptions of my daily routine, interposed with descriptions of the weather. After the inquest and the Requiem Mass, it sometimes seemed as if the tragedy had been formally tidied away, and he had never been here. None of the students speak of him, at least not to me, and nor do the priests. His body was never returned to Saint Anselm's, even for the Requiem. Sir Ulred wanted it to be cremated in London, so it was removed after the inquest by London undertakers. Father John packed up his clothes, and Sir Ulred sent 2 men in a car to collect the bundle and drive back Ronald's Porsche. The bad dreams have begun to fade, and I no longer wake up sweating, imagining that sand-caked, blind-eyed horror groping towards me. But Father Martin was right. It has helped me, writing down all the details, and I shall go on writing. I find I look forward to that moment at the end of the day when I've tidied away my supper things and can sit down at the table with this notebook. I haven't any other talent, but I do enjoy using words, thinking about the past, trying to stand outside the things that have happened to me and make sense of them. But today's entry won't be dull or routine. Yesterday was different. Something important did happen, and I need to write it down to make the account complete. But I don't know whether it would be right even to form the words. It isn't my secret after all, and although no one will ever read this account but me, I can't help feeling that there are things which it's unwise to put down on paper. When secrets are unspoken and unwritten, they are lodged safely in the mind, but writing them down seems to let them loose, and give them the power to spread like pollen on the air, and enter into other minds. That sounds fanciful, but there must be some truth in it. Or why do I feel so strongly that I ought to stop writing now? But there's no sense in carrying on with a diary if I leave out the most important facts. And there isn't any real risk that these words will be read, even if I place the book in an unlocked drawer. So few people come here, and those that do wouldn't rummage among my things. But perhaps I ought to take more care over privacy. Tomorrow I'll give some thought to that, but now I shall write it down as completely as I dare. The oddest thing is that I wouldn't have remembered any of it if Eric Surtees hadn't brought me a present of 4 of his home-grown leeks. He knows that I enjoy them for supper with a cheese sauce, and he often comes up with gifts of vegetables from the garden. I'm not the only one. He gives them to the other cottagers as well as to the college. Before he arrived, I had been rereading my account of the finding of Ronald's body,
and as I unwrapped the leaks, that scene on the shore was fresh in my mind. And then things came together, and I suddenly remembered. It all came back as clear as a photograph, and I recalled every gesture, every word spoken, everything except the names, and I'm not sure I even knew them. It was 12 years ago, but it could have been yesterday. I ate my supper and took the secret to bed with me. This morning I knew that I must tell the person most concerned. Once I'd done that, I would keep silent. But first I must check that what I remembered was right, and I made the telephone call when I went into Lowestoft this afternoon to shop. And then 2 hours ago, I told what I knew. It isn't really my business, and now there's nothing else I need do. And after all, it was easy and simple, and nothing to worry about. I'm glad I spoke. It would have been uncomfortable to go on living here, knowing what I know, and yet not speaking of it, wondering all the time if I was doing right. Now I needn't worry. But it still seems so odd that things wouldn't have come together, and I wouldn't have remembered if Eric hadn't brought me a present of those leeks. This has been an exhausting day, and I'm very tired. Perhaps too tired to sleep. I think I'll watch the beginning of Newsnight, and then to bed.
She carried her notebook from the table and placed it in the drawer of the bureau. Then she changed her spectacles for the pair most comfortable for watching television, switched on the set, and settled herself in the high-winged armchair, with the remote control resting on its arm. She was getting a little deaf. The noise swelled alarmingly before she adjusted the volume, and the introductory music came to an end. She would probably fall asleep in the chair, but the effort of getting up and going to bed seemed beyond her. She was almost dozing when she felt a draught of cooler air, and was aware, more by instinct than by sound, that someone had come into the room. The latch of the door clicked down. Stretching her head round the side of the chair, she saw who it was and said, "Oh, it's you. I expect you were surprised to find my light still on. I was just thinking of going to bed." The figure came up behind the armchair, and she bent her head upwards, looking up, waiting for a response. And then the hands came down, strong hands wearing yellow rubber gloves. They pressed against her mouth and closed her nose, forcing her head back against the chair. She knew that this was death, but she felt no fear, only an immense surprise and a tired acceptance. To struggle would have been useless, but she had no wish to struggle, only to go easily and quickly and without pain. Her last earthly sensation was the cold smoothness of the glove against her face and the smell of latex in her nostrils, as her heart gave its last compulsive beat and was stilled. Chapter 5. On Tuesday, the 17th of October, at 5 minutes to 10 precisely, Father Martin made his way from the small turret room he occupied at the south of the house, down the twisting stairs, and along the corridor to Father Sebastian's study. For the past 15 years, Tuesday at 10 a.m. had been set aside for the weekly meeting of all resident priests. Father Sebastian would make his report. Problems and difficulties would be discussed. The details of next Sunday's sung Eucharist and of other services in the week would be finalized. Invitations to future preachers decided upon, and any minor housekeeping matters disposed of. Following the meeting, the senior student would be summoned for a private meeting with Father Sebastian. His job was to report any views, complaints, or ideas that the small student body wished to communicate, and to receive any instructions and information the teaching staff wished him to pass on to his fellow ordinands, including details of the services for the following week. This was the extent of student participation. St. Anselm's still adhered to an old-fashioned interpretation of in statu pupillari, and the demarcation between teachers and taught was both understood and observed. Despite this, the regime was surprisingly easygoing, particularly in regard to Saturday leave, provided students didn't depart until after 5 o'clock evensong on Friday and were back in time for the 10 o'clock Eucharist on Sunday. Father Sebastian's office faced east over the porch, and gave an uninterrupted view of the sea between the two Tudor towers. It was overlarge for an office, but, like Father Martin before him, he had refused to spoil its proportions by any partition. His part-time secretary, Miss Beatrice Ramsay, occupied the room next door. She worked there Wednesday to Friday only, achieving in those 3 days as much as most secretaries would achieve in 5. She was a middle-aged woman of intimidating rectitude and piety, and Father Martin was always afraid that he might inadvertently let out a fart in her presence. She was totally devoted to Father Sebastian, but without any of the sentiment and embarrassing manifestations that a spinster's affection for a priest sometimes exhibits. Indeed, it seemed that her respect was for the office, not the man, and that she saw it as part of her duty to keep him up to the mark. In addition to its size, Father Sebastian's office contained some of the most valuable objects bequeathed to the college by Miss Arbuthnot. Over the stone fireplace, with the carved words which were at the core of Saint Anselm's theology, Credo ut intelligam, hung a large Burne-Jones painting of crisp-haired young women of improbable beauty, disporting themselves in an orchard. Earlier it had hung in the refectory, but Father Sebastian, without explanation, had removed it to his office. Father Martin had tried to repress the suspicion that this had been less a sign of the warden's affection for the painting or admiration for the artist than his desire that objects of particular value in the college should as far as possible grace his study and be under his eye. This Tuesday it was to be a meeting of only 3, Father Sebastian, Father Martin, and Father Peregrine Glover. Father John Betterton had an urgent dental appointment in Halesworth, and had sent his apologies. Father Peregrine, the priest-librarian, joined them within minutes. At 42, he was the youngest of the priests in residence, but to Father Martin he often seemed the eldest. His chubby, soft-skinned face was made more owl-like by large, round, horn-rimmed spectacles, and his thick dark hair was cut in a fringe, and only needed a tonsure to complete the resemblance to a medieval friar. This mildness of his face gave a false impression of his physical strength. Father Martin was always surprised when they stripped for swimming to see how firmly muscled was Father Peregrine's body. He himself swam now only on the hottest days, when he would splash apprehensively in the shallows on uncertain feet, and watch in amazement as Father Peregrine, sleek as a dolphin, hurled his curved body into the surf. At the Tuesday meetings, Father Peregrine spoke little, and more usually to impart a fact than to express an opinion, but he was always listened to. Academically he was distinguished, having received a first in natural sciences at Cambridge, before a second first in theology, and opting for the Anglican priesthood. At St. Anselm's he taught church history, sometimes with a disconcerting relevance to the development of scientific thought and discoveries. He valued his privacy, and had a small room on the ground floor at the rear of the building next to the library, which he resolutely refused to leave, perhaps because this hermitic and Spartan space reminded him of the monk's cell he secretly yearned to be occupying. It was next to the utility room, and his only concern was about the students' use of the noisy and somewhat antiquated washing machines after 10 o'clock at night. Father Martin placed 3 chairs in a partial ring before the window, and they stood, bending their heads for the usual prayer, which Father Sebastian spoke with no concession to the contemporary meaning of the first word. Prevent us, O Lord, in all our doings with thy most gracious favour, and further us with thy continual help, that in all our works, begun, continued, and ended in thee, we may glorify thy holy name, and finally by thy mercy obtain everlasting life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. They composed themselves on the chairs, hands on their knees, and Father Sebastian began. The first thing I have to report today is somewhat disturbing. I've had a telephone call from New Scotland Yard. Apparently Sir Ulred Treves has expressed dissatisfaction with the verdict following the death of Ronald, and has asked the Yard to investigate. Commander Adam Dalgliesh will be arriving after lunch on Friday afternoon. Naturally, I've undertaken to give him all the cooperation he requires. The news was received in silence. Father Martin felt a cold clutch at his stomach. Then he said, "But the body has been cremated. There was an inquest and a verdict. Even if Sir Ulred disagrees with it, I don't see what the police can discover now. And why Scotland Yard? Why a commander? It seems a curious use of manpower." Father Sebastian gave his thin-lipped, sardonic smile. "I think we can take it that Sir Ulred went to the top. Such men always do. And he would hardly ask the Suffolk police to reopen the case, since they were the ones who made the preliminary investigation. As for the choice of Commander Dalgliesh, I understand that he was coming into the county anyway on a short holiday, and that he knows St. Anselm's. Scotland Yard is probably attempting to propitiate Sir Ulrid with the least inconvenience to us, or trouble to themselves. The commander mentioned you, Father Martin. Father Martin was torn between an unfocused apprehension and pleasure. He said, "I was on the staff here when he stayed for 3 years during the summer holidays. His father was a Norfolk rector. I'm afraid I forget which parish. Adam was a delightful boy, intelligent and sensitive, I thought. Of course I don't know what he's like now, but I shall be glad to meet him again." Father Peregrine said, "Delightful and sensitive boys have a habit of growing into insensitive and far from agreeable men. However, since we have no choice over his coming, I'm glad one of us can anticipate pleasure in the visit. I can't see what Sir Ulrid hopes to gain by this inquiry. If the commander does reach the conclusion that there was a possibility of foul play, surely the local force will have to take over. Foul play is an odd expression. The word foul derives from Old English, but why the sporting metaphor? One would have expected foul act or foul deed." His fellow priests were too used to Father Peregrine's obsessive interest in semantics to think the suggestion worthy of comment. It was extraordinary, thought Father Martin, to hear those 2 words spoken aloud, words which, ever since the tragedy, no one at Saint Anselm's had allowed himself to say. Father Sebastian took them in his stride. The suggestion of foul play is, of course, ridiculous. If there had been any suggestion that the death was other than an accident, the evidence would have been brought out at the inquest. But there was, of course, a third possibility, and it was one which was in all their minds. The verdict of accidental death had come as a relief to St. Anselm's. Even so, this death had held the seeds of disaster for the college. It hadn't been the only death. Perhaps, thought Father Martin, that possible suicide had overshadowed Margaret Munro's fatal heart attack. It had not been unexpected. Dr. Metcalfe had warned them that she might go at any time, and it had been a merciful death. She had been found by Ruby Pilbeam early the next morning, sitting peacefully in her chair. And now, only 5 days later, it was as if she had never been part of St. Anselm's. Her sister, of whose existence they hadn't known until Father Martin went through Margaret's papers, had arranged the funeral, had come with a van for her furniture and belongings, and had cut the college out from the obsequies. Only Father Martin had understood how greatly Ronald's death had affected Margaret. Sometimes he thought that he was her only mourner. Father Sebastian said, "All the guest sets will be occupied this weekend. Apart from Commander Dalgliesh, Emma Lavenham will be arriving as arranged from Cambridge for her 3 days of lectures on the metaphysical poets. Then Inspector Roger Yarwood is coming from Lowestoft. He has been suffering from severe stress recently, following the break-up of his marriage. He hopes to stay for a week. He has, of course, had nothing to do with the Ronald Trees investigation. Clive Stannard is coming again for the weekend to continue his research into the domestic lives of the early Tractarians. As all the guest sets will be in use, he had better go into Peter Buckhurst's room. Dr. Metcalfe wants Peter to remain in the sick room for the present. He'll be warm and more comfortable there." Father Peregrine said, "I'm sorry that Stannard is returning. Hoped I'd seen the last of him. He's an ungracious young man, and his pretensive research is unconvincing. I sought his views on the effect of the Gorham case in modifying the Tractarian belief of J.B. Moseley, and it was apparent he had no idea what I was talking about. I find his presence in the library disruptive, and so, I think, do the ordinance." Father Sebastian said, "His grandfather was St. Anselm's lawyer and a benefactor of the college. I don't like to think that any member of the family is unwelcome. Still, that hardly entitles him to a free weekend whenever he fancies it. The work of the college must take precedence. If he applies again, the matter will be tactfully dealt with." Father Martin said, "And the 5th visitor?" Father Sebastian's attempt to control his voice was not altogether successful. "Archdeacon Crampton has telephoned to say that he will be arriving on Saturday, and will stay until Sunday after breakfast." Father Martin cried, "But he was here 2 weeks ago. Surely he's not proposing to become a regular visitor?" "I fear he may. Ronald Treeves's death has reopened the whole question of the future of St. Anselm's. As you know, my policy has been to avoid controversy, to continue our work quietly, and to use what influence I have in church circles to prevent closure." Father Martin said, There's no evidence to support closure except the policy of the Church to centralize all theological training in 3 centres. If this decision is rigidly enforced, then St. Anselm's will close, but not because of the quality of our training or of the ordinands we produce." Father Sebastian ignored this restatement of the obvious. He said, "There is, of course, another problem in regard to his visit. The last time the archdeacon arrived, Father John took a short holiday. I don't think he can do that again. But the presence of the archdeacon is bound to be painful to him, and indeed embarrassing for the rest of us, if Father John is here." It would indeed, thought Father Martin. Father John Betterton had come to St. Anselm's after some years in prison. He had been convicted of sexual offences against 2 boy servers in the church of which he was priest. To these charges he had pleaded guilty, but the offences had been more a question of inappropriate fondling and caresses than of serious sexual abuse, and a custodial sentence would have been highly unlikely, had not Archdeacon Crampton busied himself in finding additional evidence. Previous choir boys, now young men, had been interviewed. Additional evidence had been obtained, and the police alerted. The whole incident had caused resentment and much unhappiness, and the prospect of having the Archdeacon and Father John under the same roof filled Father Martin with horror. He was torn with pity every time he saw Father John almost creeping about his duties, taking communion but never celebrating, finding in St. Anselm's a refuge rather than a job. The Archdeacon had obviously been doing what he saw as his duty, and perhaps it was unfair to assume that duty had not, in this case, been uncongenial. And yet to pursue a fellow priest so remorselessly, and one for whom he held no personal antagonism, indeed had hardly ever met, seemed inexplicable. Father Martin said, "I wonder if Crampton was altogether, himself when he pursued Father John. There was something irrational about the whole business." Father Sebastian said sharply, "In what way not altogether himself? He wasn't mentally ill." "There's never been any suggestion, surely," Father Martin said. "It was shortly after his wife's suicide, a difficult time for him." "Bereavement is always a difficult time. I can't see how personal tragedy could have affected his judgment where the business of Father John was concerned. It was a difficult time for me after Veronica was killed." Father Martin had difficulty in repressing a slight smile. Lady Veronica Morell had been killed in a hunting fall on one of her regular returns to the family house she had never really left, and the sport she had never been able, nor indeed intended, to give up. Father Martin suspected that if Father Sebastian had to lose his wife, this was the way he would have preferred. "My wife broke her neck out hunting" has a certain cachet, lacking from "my wife died of pneumonia." Father Sebastian had shown no disposition to remarry. Perhaps being husband to the daughter of an earl, even one 5 years older than him, and with more than a passing resemblance to the animal she adored, had rendered unattractive, even slightly demeaning, the prospect of allying himself to any less elevated woman. Father Martin, recognizing that his thoughts were ignoble, made a quick mental act of contrition. But he had liked Lady Veronica. He recalled her rangy figure striding along the cloisters after the last service she had attended, and braying to her husband, "Your sermon's too long, Seb. Couldn't understand half of it. I'm sure the lads didn't." Lady Veronica always referred to the students as lads. Father Martin sometimes imagined that she thought her husband was running a set of racing stables. It was noticed that the warden had always been at his most relaxed and cheerful when his wife was in college. Father Martin's imagination obdurately refused to encompass the idea of Father Sebastian and Lady Veronica in the matrimonial bed, but he had had no doubt, seeing them together, that they had liked each other very much indeed. It was, he thought, one more manifestation of the variety and peculiarities of the married state, of which he, as a lifelong bachelor, had never been more than a fascinated observer. Perhaps, he thought, a great liking was as important as love, and more durable. Father Sebastian said, "When Raphael arrives, I shall, of course, speak to him about the Archdeacon's visit. He feels very strongly about Father John. Indeed, he sometimes seems hardly rational on the subject. It isn't going to help things if he provokes an open quarrel. It could do nothing but harm to the college. He'd have to learn that the Archdeacon is both a trustee of the college and a guest, and must be treated with the respect due to a priest." Father Peregrine said, Wasn't Inspector Yarwood the police officer in charge of the case when the Archdeacon's first wife committed suicide? His fellow priests looked at him in surprise. It was the kind of information Father Peregrine tended to acquire. It sometimes seemed that his subconscious was a repository of assorted facts and snippets of news, which he could bring to mind at will. Father Sebastian said, "Are you sure? The Cramptons were living in North London at that time. He didn't move to Suffolk until after his wife's death. It would have been a matter for the Metropolitan Police." Father Peregrine said placidly, "One reads these things. I remember the account of the inquest. I think you'll find that it was an officer called Roger Yarwood who gave evidence. He was a sergeant in the Metropolitan Police at the time." Father Sebastian creased his brow. "This is awkward. I'm afraid that when they meet, as they inevitably will, it will bring back painful memories for the Archdeacon. But it can't be helped. Yarwood needs a period of rest and recuperation, and the room has been promised. He was very useful to the college 3 years ago, before he was promoted, when he was on traffic duties, and Father Peregrine backed into that stationary lorry. As you know, he's been coming to Sunday Mass fairly regularly, and I think he finds it helpful. If his presence awakes distressing memories, then the Archdeacon will have to cope with them, as Father John copes with his. I shall arrange for Emma to be in Ambrose, immediately next to the church, Commander Dalgliesh in Jerome, then the Archdeacon in Augustine, and Roger Yarwood in Gregory." They were in for an uncomfortable weekend, thought Father Martin. It would be deeply distressing for Father John to have to meet the Archdeacon, and Crampton himself was unlikely to welcome the encounter, although it could hardly be unexpected. He must know that Father John was at Saint Anselm's, and if Father Peregrine were right, and he invariably was, a meeting between the Archdeacon and Inspector Yarwood was likely to embarrass them both. It would be difficult to control Raphael, or to keep him apart from the Archdeacon. He was, after all, the senior ordinand. And then there was Stannard. Apart from any devious motives in coming to St. Anselm's, he was never an easy guest. Most problematic of all would be the presence of Adam Dalgliesh, an implacable reminder of unhappy events which they thought they had put behind them, viewing them with his experienced and sceptical eyes. He was roused from his reverie by Father Sebastian's voice. "And now I think we'll have our coffee." Chapter 6. Raphael Arbuthnot came in and stood waiting with the graceful assurance that was typical of him. His black cassock with its row of covered buttons, unlike those of other ordinands, looked newly tailored, elegantly fitting, its dark austerity, contrasting with Raphael's pale face and shining hair, imposed a look which, paradoxically, was both hieratic and theatrical. Father Sebastian could never see him alone without a tinge of unease. He was himself a handsome man, and had always valued, perhaps overvalued, handsomeness in other men, and beauty in women. Only with his wife had it seemed unimportant, but he found beauty in a man disconcerting, even a little repellent. Young men, and particularly young Englishmen, should not look like a slightly dissolute Greek god. It was not that there was anything androgynous about Raphael, but Father Sebastian was always aware that this was a beauty more likely to appeal to men rather than to women, even if it had no power to stir his own heart. And there came again to mind the most insistent of the many worries which made it difficult to spend time with Raphael without a renewal of old misgivings. How valid, really, was his vocation? And should the college have agreed to take him on as an ordinand when he was already, as it were, part of the family? St. Anselm's had been the only home he'd known since his mother, the last Arbuthnot, had dumped him on the college, a 2-week-old baby, illegitimate and unwanted, 25 years ago. Wouldn't it have been wiser, perhaps indeed prudent, to have encouraged him to look elsewhere, to apply to Cuddesdon or St. Stephen's House at Oxford? Raphael himself had insisted on training at St. Anselm's. Hadn't there been the subtle threat that he was here or nowhere? Perhaps the college had been too accommodating in their anxiety not to lose to the church the last of the Arbuthnot's. Well, it was too late now, and it was irritating how often these fruitless worries about Raphael would keep intruding on more immediate, if mundane, matters. Resolutely he put them aside and addressed himself to college concerns. "A few minor details first, Raphael. Students who persist in parking in front of the college must do so more tidily. As you know, I prefer cars and motorcycles to be left outside the college buildings at the rear. If they have to be parked in the front courtyard, at least take some care. This is something which particularly irritates Father Peregrine. And will students please remember not to use the washing machines after Compline? Father Peregrine finds the noise distracting. And now we are without Mrs. Munro, I have agreed that bed linen for the present shall be changed fortnightly. The linen will be available in the linen room, and students should help themselves to what they require and change their own beds. We are advertising for a replacement, but it may take some time. Yes, Father, I'll mention these matters. There are two more important items. This Friday we shall be having a visit from Commander Dalgliesh of New Scotland Yard. Apparently Sir Ulred Treves is dissatisfied with the inquest verdict on Ronald, and has asked the Yard to make inquiries. I don't know how long he will be with us, probably only for the weekend. Naturally, we shall all cooperate with the Commander. That means answering his questions fully and honestly, not venturing opinions. But Ronald's been cremated, Father. What can Commander Dalgliesh hope to prove now? Surely he can't overturn the findings of the inquest. I imagine not. I think it's more a question of satisfying Sir Ulred that there was a thorough investigation of his son's death. But that's ridiculous, Father. The Suffolk police were very thorough. What else can the Yard hope to discover now? Very little, I imagine. Anyway, Commander Dalgliesh is coming, and will occupy Jerome. There will be other visitors. Inspector Yarwood is arriving, for a recuperative holiday. He needs rest and quiet, and I imagine will take some of his meals in his room. Dr. Stannard will be continuing his research in the library, and Archdeacon Crampton is expected for a short visit. He will arrive on Saturday and plans to leave immediately after breakfast on Sunday. I have invited him to preach the homily at Compline on Saturday night. It will be a small congregation, but that can't be helped. Raphael said, "If I'd known that, Father, I'd have taken good care not to be here." I realize that. I expect you as senior student to be here at least until after Compline, and to treat him with the courtesy that you should extend to a visitor, an older man and a priest. I have no trouble with the first two. It's the third which sticks in my throat. How can he face us? Face Father John after what he's done? I imagine, like the rest of us, he takes solace from the satisfaction of believing that at the time he did what he thought was right. Raphael's face flushed. He exclaimed, "How can he think he was right? A priest hounding another priest into prison? It would be disgraceful if anyone did it. Coming from him, it's abominable. And Father John, the gentlest, the kindest of men." "You forget, Raphael, that Father John pleaded guilty at his trial." "He pleaded guilty to misbehaviour with two young boys. He didn't rape them, he didn't seduce them, he didn't physically hurt them. All right, he pleaded guilty. But he wouldn't have been sent to prison if Crampton hadn't made it his business to start delving into the past, digging up those three youths, persuading them to come forward with evidence. What the hell business was it of his anyway? He saw it as his business. We have to remember that Father John also pleaded guilty to those more serious charges. Of course he did. He pleaded guilty because he felt guilty. He feels guilty at just being alive. But mainly it was to prevent those youths perjuring themselves in the witness box. That's what he couldn't bear. The harm it would do them, the harm they'd do to themselves by lying in court. He wanted to spare them that, at the cost of going to prison. Father Sebastian said sharply, "Did he tell you that? Have you actually discussed this with him?" "Not really, not directly. But that's the truth of it, I know it is." Father Sebastian felt uncomfortable. That could well be. It was something he had thought out for himself. But this delicate psychological perception was appropriate to him as a priest. Coming from a student, he found it disconcerting. He said, "You had no right, Raphael, to talk to Father John about this. He's served his sentence, and he's come to live and work with us here. The past is behind him. It's unfortunate if he has to meet the archdeacon, but it won't be made easier for him or for anyone if you attempt to interfere. We all have our darkness within. Father John's is between him and God, or for him and his confessor. For you to intervene is spiritual arrogance." Raphael seemed hardly to have heard. He said, "And we know why Crampton's coming, don't we? To nose about, getting fresh evidence against the college. He wants to see us closed down. He made that obvious as soon as the bishop appointed him as one of the trustees. And if he's treated with discourtesy, then he will be provided with the additional evidence he needs. I've kept Saint Anselm's open by such influence as I have. and by carrying on quietly with my work, not by antagonizing powerful enemies. This is a difficult time for the college, and Ronald Treese's death didn't help." He paused, then asked a question that until now he had left unspoken. He said, "You must have discussed that death among yourselves. What view of it was taken by the ordinands?" He saw that the question was unwelcome. There was a pause before Raphael replied, "I think, Father, the general view was that Ronald killed himself." "But why? Did you have an opinion on that?" The silence this time was longer. Then Raphael said, "No, Father, I don't think we did." Father Sebastian went over to his desk and studied a sheet of paper. He said more briskly, "I see the college will be fairly empty this weekend. Only 4 of you remaining. Remind me, will you, of why so many are on leave and so early in the term?" 3 students have started parish training, Father. Rupert has been asked to preach at St. Margaret's, and I think 2 students are going to hear him. Richard's mother has a 50th birthday coinciding with the 25th wedding anniversary, and he has special leave for that. Then you remember that Toby Williams is being inducted to his first parish, and quite a number of people will be supporting him. That leaves Henry, Stephen, Peter, and myself. I was hoping I might leave after Compline. I'll miss Toby's induction, but I'd like to be present for his first parish mass." Father Sebastian was still studying his paper. "Yes, that seems to add up. You may leave after you've heard the archdeacon preach. But aren't you going down for a Greek lesson with Mr. Gregory after Mass on Sunday? You'd better clear this with him." "I have, Father. He can fit me in on Monday." "Right. Then I think that's all for this week, Raphael. You may as well take your essay. It's on the desk." Evelyn Waugh wrote in one of his travel books that he saw theology as the science of simplification, whereby nebulous and elusive ideas are made intelligible and exact. Your essay is neither, and you misuse the word emulate. It is not synonymous with imitate." "Of course not. Sorry, Father. I can imitate you, but I can't hope to emulate you." Father Sebastian turned away to hide a smile. He said, "I would strongly advise you to attempt neither." As the door closed behind Raphael, the smile lingered, and then the warden remembered that he had extracted no promise of good behaviour. A promise once given would be kept, but there had been none. It was going to be a complicated weekend. Chapter 7. Dalgliesh left his flat overlooking the Thames at Queen's Hythe before first light. The building, now converted into modern offices for a financial corporation, had previously been a warehouse, and the smell of spice, fugitive as memory, still lingered in the wide, sparsely furnished and wooden-clad rooms which he occupied on the top story. When the building was sold for development, he had resolutely resisted the prospective new owner's effort to buy out his long lease, and at last, when Dalgliesh had rejected the final ridiculously high offer, the developers had conceded defeat, and the top floor remained inviolate. Dalgliesh had now been provided, at the company's expense, with his own unobtrusive door at the side of the building, and a private and secure lift up to his flat, at the cost of a higher rent, but an extended lease. He suspected that the building had in the end been more than adequate for their needs, and that the presence of a senior police officer on the top floor gave the night watchman a comforting, if spurious, sense of security. Dalgliesh retained what he valued, his privacy, emptiness beneath him at night, and almost no noise during the daytime, and his wide view of the ever-changing life of the Thames borne beneath him on the tide. He drove east through the city to the Whitechapel Road, en route for the A12. Even as early as 7 a.m., the streets weren't empty of traffic, and small groups of office workers were emerging from the underground stations. London never entirely slept, and he enjoyed this early morning calm, the first stirrings of a life which within hours would become raucous, the comparative ease of driving along unencumbered streets. By the time he had reached the A12 and had thrown off the tentacles of Eastern Avenue, the first pink gash in the night sky had widened into a clear whiteness, and the fields and hedges had lightened to a luminous grey, in which trees and bushes, with the translucent delicacy of a Japanese watercolour, gradually gained definition and took on the first richness of autumn. It was, he thought, a good time of year to look at trees. Only in spring did they give greater delight. They were not yet denuded of leaves, and the dark pattern of thrusting boughs and branches were becoming visible through a haze of fading green, yellow, and red. As he drove, he thought about the purpose of this journey and analysed the reasons for his involvement, certainly unorthodox, in the death of an unknown young man, a death already investigated, defined by a coroner's inquest, and as officially done with as the finality of the cremation, which had reduced the body to ground bones. His offer to investigate hadn't been impulsive, little of his official life was so driven, and it hadn't altogether been a wish to get Sir Aelred out of the office, although he was a man whose absence was usually preferable to his presence. He wondered again about the man's concern over the death of an adopted son, for whom he had shown no signs of affection. But perhaps he, Dalgliesh, was being presumptuous. Sir Aelred was, after all, a man who took care not to betray sentiment. It was possible that he felt far more for his son than he had cared to reveal. Or was it that he was obsessed with the need to know the truth, however inconvenient, however unpalatable, however difficult to ascertain? If so, that was a reason with which Dalgliesh could sympathise. He made good time, and in under 3 hours had reached Lowestoft. He hadn't driven through the town for years, and on the previous visit had been struck by its depressing air of deterioration and poverty. The seafront hotels, which in more prosperous times had catered for the summer holidays of the middle classes, now advertised bingo sessions. Many of the shops were boarded up, and the people walked grey-faced, with discouraged steps. But now there seemed to be something of a renaissance. Roofs had been replaced, houses were being repainted. He felt that he was entering a town which was looking with some confidence to its future. The bridge leading to the docks was familiar to him, and he drove across it with a lifting of the heart. Along this road he had cycled in boyhood to buy the freshly landed herrings on the quay. He could recall the smell of the glistening fish as they slid from the buckets into his rucksack, the heaviness of it bumping his shoulders as he cycled back to St Anselm's with his gift of supper or breakfast for the fathers. He smelled the familiar tang of water and tar, and gazed with remembered pleasure at the boats in the harbour, wondering whether it was still possible to buy fish on the quay. Even if it were, he would never again carry a gift back to St Anselm's with the same excitement and sense of achievement as in those boyhood days. He had rather expected the police station to be similar to those remembered from childhood, a detached or terraced house adapted for police use, its metamorphosis marked by the blue lamp mounted outside. Instead, he saw a low, modern building, the facade broken by a line of dark windows, a radio mast rising with impressive authority from the roof, and the Union flag flying from a pole at the entrance. He was expected. The young woman at the reception desk greeted him in her attractive Suffolk voice, as if it only needed his arrival to complete her day. "Sergeant Jones is expecting you, sir. I'll give him a ring and he'll be right down." Sergeant Yvonne Jones was dark, lean-featured, his sallow skin only lightly tanned by wind and sun, contrasting with hair that was almost black. His first words of greeting immediately established his nationality. "Mr. Dalgliesh, is it? I'm expecting you, sir. Mr. Williams thought we could use his office if you'll come this way. He was sorry to miss you, and the chief is in London at an ACPO meeting, but you'll know that. If you'll just sign in, sir." Following him through the side door with its opaque glass panel and down a narrow corridor, Dalgliesh said, "You're a long way from home, Sergeant." "I am that, Mr. Dalgliesh. 400 miles, to be exact. I married a Lowestoft girl, see, and she's an only child. Her mam's none too good, so Jenny's best near home. When I got a chance, I transferred from the Gower. It suits me well enough, as long as I'm by the sea. A very different sea. A very different coast, and both of them just as dangerous. Not that we get many fatalities. The poor lad is the first for 3.5 years. Well, there are signs up, and people hereabouts know the cliffs are dangerous. They should do by now. And the coast's isolated enough. It's not as if you get families with children. In here, sir, Mr. Williams has cleared his desk. Not that there's much in the way of vital evidence to look at, you might say. You'll have coffee. It's here, see? I'll just have to switch it on." There was a tray with 2 cups, their handles neatly aligned, a cafetiere, a tin labelled coffee, a jug of milk, and an electric kettle. Sergeant Jones was quickly competent, if a little fussy over the procedure, and the coffee was excellent. They seated themselves in 2 low, bureaucratic chairs placed before the window. Dalgliesh said, "You were called out to the beach, I believe. What exactly happened?" "I wasn't the first on the scene. That was young Brian Miles. He's the local PC. Father Sebastian telephoned from the college, and he got there as soon as he could. He didn't take long, not more than half an hour. When he arrived, there were only 2 people by the body, Father Sebastian and Father Martin. The poor lad was dead all right. Anyone could see that. But he's a good boy, is Brian, and he didn't like the look of it. I'm not saying he thought it was a suspicious death, but there's no denying it was an odd one. I'm his supervisory officer, so he got on to me. I was here when the call came through just before 3, and as Doc Mallinson, he's our police surgeon, happened to be in the station, we went to the scene together. Dalgliesh said, "With the ambulance?" "No, not at that time. I believe in London the coroner has his own ambulance, but here we have to use the local service when we want to move a body. It was out on a call, so it took maybe an hour and a half to get him moved. When we got him to the mortuary, I had a word with the coroner's officer, and he thought the coroner would almost certainly ask for forensics. He's a very careful gentleman, is Mr. Mellish. That's when it was decided to treat it as a suspicious death." "What exactly did you find at the scene?" "Well, he was dead, Mr. Dalgliesh. Doc Mallinson certified that at once, but it didn't need a doctor to tell you he was gone. Dead about 5 to 6 hours, Doc Mallinson thought. Of course, he was still pretty well buried when we got there. Mr. Gregory and Mrs. Monroe had uncovered most of the body and the top of his head, but his face and arms weren't visible. Father Sebastian and Father Martin stayed at the scene. There was nothing either of them could do, but Father Sebastian insisted on staying until we'd uncovered the body. I think he was wanting to pray. So we dug the poor lad out, turned him over, got him on a stretcher, and Doc Mallinson had a closer look at him. Not that there was anything really to see. He was caked with sand and he was dead. That was about it." "Were there any visible injuries?" "Not that we could see, Mr. Dalgliesh. Of course, when you are called to an accident like that, you always wonder a bit, don't you? Stands to reason. But Doc Mallinson could find no signs of violence, no crack in the back of his head or anything like that. Of course, there was no knowing what Doc Scargill might find at the PM. He's our regional forensic pathologist. Doc Mallinson said he couldn't do any more except assess the time of death, and we'd have to wait for the autopsy. Not that we thought there was anything suspicious about the death, mind you. Seemed plain enough at the time. He was burrowing about in the cliff too close to the overhanging ledge, and it came down on him. That's what it looked like, and that's what they found at the inquest." "So didn't anything strike you as strange or suspicious?" "Well, strange more than suspicious. It was a funny position he was in, head down, like a rabbit or a dog burrowing into the cliff." "And nothing was found close to the body?" "There were his clothes, his brown cloak, and a long black garment with buttons, a cassock, isn't it? Very neat they were." "Nothing that could have been a weapon?" "Well, only a spar of wood. We dug it out when we were uncovering him. It was lying pretty close to his right hand. I thought we'd better bring it back to the station with us in case it was important, but not much notice was taken. I've got it here, though, if you'd like to see it, sir. I can't think why it wasn't thrown away after the inquest. We got nothing from it, no prints, no blood." He went to a cupboard at the end of the room and drew out an object wrapped in plastic. It was a spar of pale wood about 2.5 feet long. Examining it closer, Dalgliesh could see traces of what looked like blue paint. Sergeant Jones said, "It's not been in the water, sir, not to my eyes. He may have found it on the sand and picked it up, not meaning anything in particular. It's a kind of instinct, picking things up on the beach. Father Sebastian suggested that it came from an old bathing hut the college had demolished just above the steps to the beach. Apparently, Father Sebastian thought the old blue and white one was a bit of an eyesore, and something simple in plain wood would be better. So that's what they did. It's used as well to house the rigid inflatable they keep in case swimmers get into difficulties. The old hut was beginning to break up anyway. But not all of it had been taken away, and there were still a few rotting planks piled there. They've all gone now, I dare say." "What about footprints?" "Well, they're the first thing you look for. The boys were covered by the fall of sand, but we did find a single broken line further up the beach. They were his all right. We had his shoes, see? But he walked along the shingle most of the way, and so could anyone have done. The sand was well scuffled at the scene. You'd expect that with Mrs. Monroe and Mr. Gregory and the 2 priestly gentlemen not worrying where they put their feet." "Were you yourself surprised at the verdict?" "Well, I must say I was. An open verdict would have seemed more logical, like. Mr. Mellish sat with a jury. He likes to do that if the case is a bit complicated or there's public interest, and the jury were unanimous, all 8 of them. There's no denying that an open verdict is never satisfactory, and Saint Anselm's is highly respected hereabouts. They're isolated, I don't deny it, but the young men preach at local churches, and they do a bit of good in the community. Mind you, I'm not saying that the jury were wrong. Anyway, that's what they found. Dalgliesh said, Sir Ulred can hardly complain about the thoroughness of the investigation. I don't see that you could have done more. Nor do I, Mr. Dalgliesh, and the coroner said the same. There seemed nothing more to be learned, and after thanking Sergeant Jones for his help and for the coffee, Dalgliesh left. The spar of wood with its trace of blue paint had been wrapped and labelled. Dalgliesh took it with him because it seemed expected of him, rather than because he thought it would be of use. At the far end of the parking lot, a man was loading cardboard boxes into the back seat of a Rover. Looking round, he saw Dalgliesh getting into the Jaguar, gazed fixedly at him for a moment, and then, as if coming to a sudden resolution, walked over. Dalgliesh found himself gazing into a prematurely aged face, which looked racked by lack of sleep or pain. It was a look which he had seen too often before not to recognise. "You must be Commander Adam Dalgliesh. Ted Williams said you'd be looking in. I'm Inspector Roger Yarwood. I'm on sick leave and here to collect some of my gear. I just want to say that you'll be seeing me at Saint Anselm's. The fathers take me in from time to time. It's cheaper than a hotel, and the company's better than the local loony bin, which is the usual alternative. Oh, and the food's better." The words came out in a fluent stream as if rehearsed, and there was a look both challenging and shamed in the dark eyes. The news was unwelcome. Perhaps unreasonably, Dalgliesh had thought that he would be the only visitor. As if sensing this reaction, Yarwood said, "Don't worry, I shan't be joining you in your room after Compline for a jar. I want to get away from police gossip, and I dare say you do too." Before Dalgliesh could do more than shake hands, Yarwood gave a quick nod, turned away, and walked quickly back to his car. Chapter 8. Dalgliesh had said that he would arrive at the college after lunch. Before leaving Lowestoft, he found a delicatessen, and bought hot rolls, a pat of butter, some coarse-textured pâté, and a half-bottle of wine. As always when driving in the country, he had come provided with a glass and with a thermos of coffee. Leaving the town, he took side roads, and then a rutted and overgrown lane just wide enough for the Jaguar. There was an open gate, giving a wide view over the autumn fields, and here he parked to eat his picnic. But first he turned off his mobile phone. Leaving the car, he leaned against the gatepost and shut his eyes to listen to the silence. These were the moments he craved in an over-busy life, the knowledge that no one in the world knew exactly where he was or could reach him. The small, almost indistinguishable sounds of the countryside came to him on the sweet-smelling air, a distant, unidentifiable bird-song, the susurration of the breeze in the tall grasses, the creaking of a branch over his head. After he had finished his lunch, he walked vigorously down the lane for half a mile, then returned to the car and made his way back to the A12 and towards Ballard's Mere. And here, a little sooner than expected, was the turning, the same huge ash, but now ivy-covered and looking close to decay, and to his left the two trim cottages with their ordered front gardens. The narrow road, little more than a lane, was slightly sunken, and the tangled winter hedge topping the bank obscured the view of the headland, so that nothing could be seen of the distant St. Anselm's, except when the hedges thinned, the occasional glimpse of tall brick chimneys and the southern dome. But as he reached the cliff edge and turned north on the gritty coastal track, it came into distant view, a bizarre edifice of brick and layered stone, looking as bright and unreal as a cardboard cutout against the strengthening blue of the sky. It seemed to move towards him rather than he towards it, and it bore with it inexorably the images of adolescence and the half-remembered swinging moods of joy and pain, of uncertainty and shining hope. The house itself seemed unchanged. The twin stumps of crumbling Tudor brick with clumps of weed and grass lodged in the crevices still stood sentinel at the entrance to the front courtyard, and, driving between them, he saw again the house in all its complicated authority. In his boyhood, it had been fashionable to despise Victorian architecture, and he had viewed the house with a proper, if half-guilty, disdain. The architect, probably over-influenced by the original owner, had incorporated every fashionable feature: high chimneys, oriel windows, a central cupola, a southern tower, a castellated facade, and an immense stone porch. But now it seemed to him that the result was less monstrously discordant than it had seemed to the eye of youth, and that the architect had at least achieved a balance and a not unpleasing proportion in his dramatic mixture of medieval romanticism, of Gothic revival, and pretentious Victorian domesticity. He had been awaited, his arrival looked for. Even before he had closed the door of the car, the front door opened, and a frail, limping figure in a black cassock came carefully down the 3 stone steps. He recognized Father Martin Petrie instantly. The recognition came with a shock of surprise that the former warden should still be in residence. He must be at least 80. But here, unmistakably, was the man whom in boyhood he had revered and, yes, loved. Paradoxically, the years fell away, yet asserted their inexorable depredations. The bones of the face were more prominent above the lean and scrawny neck. The long swathe of hair crossing the brow, once a rich brown, was now silver-white and as fine as a baby's. The mobile mouth with its full lower lip was less firm. They clasped hands. For Dalgliesh it was like holding disjointed bones encased in a delicate suede glove. But Father Martin's grasp was still strong. The eyes, although shrunken, were the same luminous grey, and the limp, a relic of his war service, was more pronounced. But he could still walk without a stick. And the face, always gentle, still held the unmistakable grace of spiritual authority. Looking into Father Martin's eyes, Dalgliesh realized that it wasn't only as an old friend that he was being welcomed. What he saw in Father Martin's gaze was a mixture of apprehension and relief. He marvelled again, and not without guilt, that he had stayed away for all these years. He had returned fortuitously and almost on impulse. Now he wondered for the first time what exactly was awaiting him at Saint Anselm's. Leading him into the house, Father Martin said, "I'm afraid I must ask you to move your car onto the grass behind the house. Father Peregrine dislikes seeing cars parked in the front courtyard, but there's no hurry. We've put you in your old set, Jerome." They entered the wide hall with its floor of checkered marble, its great oak staircase leading up to the galleried rooms above. Memory came flooding back with the smell of incense, furniture polish, old books, and food. Except for the addition of a small room to the left of the entrance, nothing seemed to have altered. Its door stood open, and Dalgliesh could glimpse an altar. Perhaps he thought the room was an oratory. The wooden statue of the Virgin with the Christ child in her arms still stood at the bottom of the stairs. The red lamp still glowed beneath it, and there was still a single vase of flowers on the plinth at its foot. He paused to look at it, and Father Martin waited patiently at his side. The carving was a copy, and a good one, of a Madonna and Child in the Victoria and Albert Museum. He couldn't remember by whom. It had none of the doleful piety common to such statues, no symbolic representation of the agonies to come. Both mother and child were laughing, the baby holding out his chubby arms, the Virgin, hardly more than a child, rejoicing in her son. As they mounted the stairs, Father Martin said, "You must be surprised to see me. Officially, I have retired, of course, but the college has kept me on to help with the pastoral theology teaching. Father Sebastian Morel has been warden here for the last 15 years. No doubt you'd like to revisit old haunts, but Father Sebastian will be expecting us. He'll have heard your car, he always does. The warden's office is the same room as when you last visited." The man who stood up from his desk and came forward to greet them was very different from the gentle-faced Father Martin. He was over 6 feet tall and younger than Dalgliesh had expected. The light brown hair, only slightly tinged with grey, was brushed back from a fine, high forehead. An uncompromising mouth, slightly hooked nose, and long chin gave strength to a face which could have held a too conventional, if austere, handsomeness. Most remarkable were the eyes. They were a clear, dark blue, a colour which Dalgliesh found disconcertingly at odds with the keenness of the look which they fixed upon him. It was the face of a man of action, perhaps a soldier, rather than an academic. The well-tailored cassock of black gabardine seemed an incongruous garb for a man who exuded such latent power. Even the furnishings of the room were discordant. The desk, holding a computer and printer, was aggressively modern, but on the wall above hung a carved wooden crucifix, which could have been medieval. The opposite wall held a collection of Vanity Fair cartoons of Victorian prelates, The bewhiskered and shaven faces, lean, rubicund, etiolated, or mildly pious, confident above the pectoral crosses and the lawn sleeves. On each side of the stone fireplace with its carved motto were framed prints of people and landscapes, which presumably held a special place in the owner's memory. But above the fireplace was a very different picture. It was a Burne-Jones oil, a beautiful romantic dream, exuding the artist's famed light, which never was on land or sea. 4 young women, garlanded and wearing long pink and brown dresses of flowered muslin, were grouped round an apple tree. One was sitting with a book open before her, a kitten cradled in her right arm. One had laid a lyre lightly aside, and was gazing pensively into the distance. The 2 others were standing, one with a raised arm plucking a ripe apple, the other holding open her apron to receive the fruit with delicate long-fingered hands. Dalgliesh noticed against the right wall another Burne-Jones object, a 2-drawer sideboard on high straight legs with casters, and 2 painted panels, one of a woman feeding birds, the other of a child with lambs. He had a memory both of the picture and the sideboard, but surely they had been in the refectory on his previous visits. Their shining romanticism seemed at odds with the clerical austerity of the rest of the room. A welcoming smile transformed the warden's face, but it was so brief that it could have been no more than a spasm of the muscles. "Adam Dalgliesh, you're very welcome. Father Martin tells me that it's been a long time since you were last here. We could wish your return was on a happier occasion." Dalgliesh said, "I could wish it too, Father. I hope that I shan't have to inconvenience you for too long." Father Sebastian motioned to the armchairs, one each side of the fireplace, and Father Martin drew up one of the chairs from the table for himself. When they were seated, Father Sebastian said, "I have to admit that I was surprised when your assistant commissioner rang. A commander of the Metropolitan Police sent a report on the handling by a provincial force of a matter that, although tragic for all those intimately involved, is hardly a major incident, and that has been the subject of an inquest, and is now officially closed. Isn't that a little extravagant of manpower?" He paused, then added, "Or irregular?" "Not irregular, Father. Unconventional, perhaps. But I was coming to Suffolk, and it was thought it would save time and perhaps be more convenient for the college. It has at least the advantage that it brings you back to us. We shall, of course, answer your questions. Sir Ulred Treves hasn't had the courtesy to approach us directly. He didn't attend the inquest. We understood he was abroad, but he did send a solicitor to hold a watching brief. As I remember, he expressed no dissatisfaction. We have had very few dealings with Sir Ulred, and haven't found him an easy man. He never made any bones about his dislike of his son's choice of profession. It would not, of course, be regarded by Sir Ulred as a vocation. It's difficult to understand his motives in wanting to reopen the case. There are only 3 alternatives. Foul play is out of the question. Ronald had no enemies here, and no one stood to gain by his death. Suicide? That is, of course, a distressing possibility. But there was no evidence either in his recent behaviour or in his conduct here to suggest that degree of unhappiness. There remains accidental death. I would have expected Sir Ulred to accept the verdict with some relief." Dalgliesh said, "There was the anonymous letter which I think the Assistant Commissioner spoke to you about. If Sir Ulred hadn't received that, I don't expect I should be here." Taking it out of his wallet, he handed it over. Father Sebastian glanced at it briefly, then said, "Obviously produced by a computer. We have computers here. One you see in my office." "You have no idea who could have sent it?" Father Sebastian had hardly glanced at it before handing it back, with a gesture of contemptuous dismissal. "None. We have our enemies. Perhaps that's too strong a word. It would be more accurate to say we have people who would prefer this college not to exist. But their opposition to us is ideological, theological, or financial, a question of church resources. I can't believe that anyone would sink to this crude calumny. I'm surprised Sir Ulred took it seriously. As a man of power, he can't be unused to anonymous communications. We shall, of course, give you any help we can. No doubt you will want first to visit the place where Ronald died. Please forgive me if I leave Father Martin to accompany you. I have a visitor this afternoon, and other rather urgent matters awaiting attention. Evensong is at 5 o'clock if you wish to join us. Afterwards I have drinks here before dinner. We don't serve wine at meals on Fridays, as I expect you remember, but when we have guests it seems reasonable to offer them sherry before the meal. We have 4 other visitors this weekend. Archdeacon Crampton, a trustee of the college, Dr. Emma Lavenham, who comes once a term from Cambridge to introduce the students to the literary heritage of Anglicanism, Dr. Clive Stannard, who is using our library for research, and another police officer, Inspector Roger Yarwood of the local force, who is at present on sick leave. None of them was present at the time of Ronald's death. If you are interested in knowing who was in residence at the time, Father Martin will be able to supply a list. Are we to expect you for dinner? Not tonight, Father, if you'll excuse me. I hope to be back for Compline. Then I shall see you in church. I hope you will find your rooms comfortable. Father Sebastian got to his feet. Obviously, the interview was over. Chapter 9. Father Martin said, "I expect you'd like to visit the church on the way to your rooms." It was obvious that he took Dalglish's agreement, even enthusiasm, for granted, and indeed Dalglish wasn't unwilling. There were things in the little church that he had looked forward to seeing again. He said, "The Van der Weyden Madonna is still above the altar." "Yes, indeed. That and the Doom are our 2 main attractions. But perhaps the word attractions isn't quite appropriate. I don't mean that we encourage visitors. We don't get many, and they always come by appointment. We don't advertise our riches." "Is the Van der Weyden insured, Father?" "No, never has been. We can't afford the premium, and, as Father Sebastian has said, the picture is irreplaceable. Money doesn't buy another. But we do take care. Of course, being so isolated helps, and we now have a modern alarm system operating. The panel is inside the door leading from the northern cloister to the sanctuary, and the alarm also covers the main south door. I think the system was installed well after your visit here. The bishop insisted that we take advice on security if the painting is to remain in the church, and of course he was right." Dalgliesh said, "I seem to remember that the church was open all day when I was here as a boy." "Yes, indeed. That was before the experts decided that the painting was genuine. It distresses me that the church has to be kept locked, particularly in a theological college. That's why, when I was warden, I installed the small oratory. I expect you saw it to the left of the door when you came in. The oratory itself can't be consecrated, because it's part of another building, but the altar is, and it does provide a place for the students to go for private prayer, or for meditation when the church is locked after services." They passed through the cloakroom at the rear of the house, which gave access to the door to the north cloister. Here the room was bisected by a row of coat-hooks above a long bench, each hook with a receptacle underneath for outdoor shoes and boots. Most of the hooks were empty, but about half a dozen held brown hooded cloaks. No doubt the cloaks, like the black cassocks the students wore indoors, had been prescribed by the formidable founder, Agnes Arbuthnot. If so, she had probably remembered the force and bitterness of the east winds on this unprotected coast. To the right of the cloakroom, the half-open door to the utility room gave sight of 4 large washing machines and a dryer. Dalgliesh and Father Martin passed from the dimness of the house into the cloister, and the faint but pervasive smell of high Anglican academe gave way to fresh air and the sunlit silent courtyard. Dalgliesh experienced, as he had as a boy, the sense of moving back in time. Here, red brick embellished Victoriana was replaced by stone simplicity. The cloisters, with their narrow and slender pillars, ran round the 3 sides of the cobbled courtyard. They were paved with York stone, behind which a row of identical oak doors led to the 2-story student accommodation. The 4 apartments for visitors faced the west front of the main building, and were separated from the church wall by a wrought iron gate, behind which could be glimpsed the empty acres of pale scrubland and the richer green of the far fields of sugar beet. In the middle of the courtyard, a mature horse-chestnut was already showing its autumnal decrepitude. From the foot of the gnarled trunk, from which sections of bark were breaking away like scabs, small branches had sprouted, the young leaves as green and tender as the first shoots of spring. Above them, the huge boughs were hung with yellow and brown, and the dead leaves lay curled on the cobbles, as dried and brittle as mummified fingers among the polished mahogany of the fallen chestnuts. Some things, thought Dalgliesh, were new to him in this long-remembered scene. Among them, surely, the rows of unadorned but elegantly shaped terracotta pots at the foot of the pillars. They must have made a brave show in summer, but now the distorted stems of the geraniums were woody, and the few remaining flowers only a puny reminder of past glories. And surely the fuchsia, climbing so vigorously over the west-facing wall of the house, had been planted since his time. It was still heavy with flowers, but the leaves were already fading, and the fallen petals lay in drifts like spilt blood. Father Martin said, "We'll go in through the sacristy door." He drew out a large key-ring from the pocket of his cassock. "I'm afraid it takes me a little time to find the right keys. I know I ought to know them by now, but there are so many of them, and I'm afraid I shall never get used to the security system. It's set to give us a whole minute before we have to punch in the 4 digits, but the bleep is so low that now I can hardly hear it. Father Sebastian dislikes loud noise, particularly in the church. If the alarm is set off, it makes a terrifying jangle in the main building." "Shall I do it for you, Father?" "Oh, no, thank you, Adam. No, I'll manage. I never have difficulty in remembering the number, because it's the year Miss Arbuthnot founded the college, 1861. And that, thought Dalgliesh, was a number that might easily occur to the mind of a prospective intruder. The sacristy was larger than Dalgliesh remembered, and obviously served as vestry, cloakroom, and office. To the left of the door leading into the church was a row of coat-hooks. Another wall was occupied with ceiling-high fitted cupboards for vestments. There were 2 upright wooden chairs and a small sink with a draining board beside a cupboard, whose formica top held an electric kettle and a cafetiere. 2 large tins of white paint and a small one of black, with brushes in a jam jar at their side, were neatly stacked against the wall. To the left of the door, and under one of the 2 windows, was a large desk, fitted with drawers and holding a silver cross. Above it was a wall-mounted safe. Seeing Dalglish's eyes on it, Father Martin said, "Father Sebastian had the safe installed to hold our 17th-century silver chalices and paten. They were bequeathed to the college by Miss Arbuthnot, and are very fine. Previously, because of their value, they were kept in the bank, but Father Sebastian felt that they should be used, and I think he was right." Beside the desk was a row of framed sepia photographs, nearly all of them old, some obviously dating back to the early days of the college. Dalgliesh, interested in old photographs, moved over to look at them. One, he thought, must be of Miss Arbuthnot. She was flanked by 2 priests, each in cassock and biretta, both taller than herself. To Dalglish's fleeting but intense scrutiny, there was no doubt which was the dominant personality. So far from seeming diminished by the black clerical austerity of her custodians, Miss Arbuthnot stood perfectly at ease, fingers loosely clasped over the folds of her skirt. Her clothes were simple but expensive. Even in a photograph it was possible to see the sheen of the high-buttoned silk blouse, with its leg-of-mutton sleeves, and the richness of the skirt. She wore no jewellery except for a cameo brooch at her neck, and a single pendant cross. Beneath a strong upward sweep of hair which looked very fair, the face was heart-shaped, the eyes with their steady gaze wide-spaced under straight and darker brows. Dalgliesh wondered what she would have looked like if ever this slightly intimidating seriousness had broken into laughter. It was, he thought, the photograph of a beautiful woman who took no joy in her beauty, and who had looked elsewhere for the gratifications of power. Memory of the church came back to him with the smell of incense and candle smoke. They moved down the northern aisle, and Father Martin said, "You would like, of course, to see the doom again." The doom could be illumined by a light fixed to a nearby pillar. Father Martin lifted his arm, and the tenebrous, indecipherable scene sprang into life. They were facing a vivid depiction of the Last Judgment, painted on wood, the whole shaped in a half-moon with a diameter of about 12 feet. At the head was the seated figure of Christ in glory, holding out his wounded hands over the drama below. The central figure was obviously St. Michael. He was holding a heavy sword in his right hand, and in his left dangling scales, in which he was weighing the souls of the righteous and the unrighteous. To his left the devil, with scaly tail and grinning lascivious jaws, the personification of horror, prepared to claim his prize. The virtuous lifted pale hands in prayer. The damned were a squirming mass of black, pot-bellied, open-mouthed hermaphrodites. Beside them, a group of lesser devils with pitchforks and chains were busily shoving their victims into the jaws of an immense fish with teeth like a row of swords. To the left, heaven was depicted as a castellated hotel, with an angel as doorkeeper, welcoming in the naked souls. St. Peter, in cope and triple tiara, was receiving the more important of the blessed. All were naked, but still wearing the accoutrements of rank. A cardinal in his scarlet hat, a bishop in his mitre, a king and queen, both crowned. There was, thought Dalgliesh, little democracy about this medieval vision of heaven. All the blessed, to his eyes, wore expressions of pious boredom. The damned were considerably more lively, more defiant than regretful, as they were plunged feet first down the fish's throat. One, indeed larger than the rest, was resisting his fate, and making what looked like a finger-to-nose gesture of contempt towards the figure of St. Michael. The doom, originally more prominently displayed, was designed to terrify medieval congregations into virtue and social conformity, literally through the fear of hell. Now it was viewed by interested academics or by modern visitors, for whom the fear of hell no longer had power, and who sought heaven in this world, not in the next. As they stood regarding it together, Father Martin said, "Of course, it's a remarkable doom, probably one of the best in the country, but I can't help wishing we could put it somewhere else. It probably dates from about 1480. I don't know whether you've seen the Wenhaston doom. This is so like it that it must have been painted by the same monk from Blytheborough. While theirs was left outside for some years and has been restored, ours is far more in its original condition. We were lucky. It was discovered in the 1930s in a two-storied barn near Wisset, where it was used to partition a room, so it's been in the dry probably since the 1800s. Father Martin switched off the light and prattled on happily. "We had a very early circular tower standing by itself. You may know the one at Bramfield, but that has long since gone. This was a seven-sacrament font, but as you can see, little of the carving remains. Legend has it that the font was dredged up from the sea in a great storm in the late 1700s. We don't know, of course, whether it was originally here or belongs to one of the drowned churches. Many centuries are represented here. As you see, we still have 4 17th-century box pews." Despite their age, it was the Victorians who came to mind when Dalgliesh saw box pews. Here the squire and his family could sit in wood-enclosed privacy, unseen by the rest of the congregation and hardly viewed from the pulpit. He pictured them closeted together, and wondered whether they took with them cushions and rugs, or provided themselves with sandwiches, drinks, and perhaps even a discreetly covered book, to alleviate the hours of abstinence and the tedium of the sermon. As a boy, his mind had been much exercised with wondering what the squire would do if he suffered from a weak bladder. How could he, or indeed the rest of the congregation, sit through the 2 services on Sacrament Sunday, through long sermons, or when the litany was said or sung? Was it perhaps usual to have a chamber pot tucked away under the wooden seat? And now they were walking up the aisle towards the altar. Father Martin moved to a pillar behind the pulpit and put his hand up to a switch. Immediately the gloom of the church seemed to deepen into a darkness, as with dramatic suddenness the painting glowed into life and colour. The figures of the Virgin and St. Joseph, fixed in their silent adoration for over 500 years, seemed for a moment to float away from the wood on which they were painted, to hang like a trembling vision on the still air. The Virgin had been painted against a background of intricate brocade in gold and brown, which in its richness emphasized her simplicity and vulnerability. She was seated on a low stool, with a naked Christ-child resting on a white cloth on her lap. Her face was a pale and perfect oval, the mouth tender under a narrow nose, the heavily lidded eyes under thinly arched brows fixed on the child with an expression of resigned wonder. From a high, smooth forehead, the strands of crimped auburn hair fell over her blue mantle to the delicate hands and fingers, barely touching in prayer. The child gazed up at her with both arms raised, as if foreshadowing the crucifixion. St. Joseph, red-coated, was seated to the right of the painting, a prematurely aged, half-sleeping custodian, heavily leaning on a stick. For a moment, Dalgliesh and Father Martin stood in silence. Father Martin didn't speak until he had turned off the light. Dalgliesh wondered whether he had been inhibited from mundane conversation while the painting was working its magic. Now he said, "The experts seem to agree that it's a genuine Rogier van der Weyden, probably painted between 1440 and 1445. The other two panels probably showed saints with portraits of the donor and his family. Dalgliesh asked, "What is its provenance?" "Miss Arbuthnot gave it to the college the year after we were founded. She intended it as an altarpiece, and we have never considered having it anywhere else. It was my predecessor, Father Nicholas Warburg, who called in the experts. He was very interested in paintings, particularly Netherlands Renaissance, and had a natural curiosity to know whether it was genuine. In the document which accompanied the gift, Miss Arbuthnot merely described it as part of an altar triptych, showing St. Mary and St. Joseph, possibly attributable to Rogier van der Weyden. I can't help feeling that it would be better if we'd left it like that. We could just enjoy the painting without being obsessed with its safety." "How did Miss Arbuthnot acquire it?" "Oh, by purchase. A landed family was disposing of some of its art treasure to help keep the estate going, that kind of thing. I don't think Miss Arbuthnot paid very highly for it. There was the doubt about the attribution, and even if genuine, this particular painter wasn't as well known or as highly regarded in the 1860s as he is today. It's a responsibility, of course. I know that the archdeacon feels very strongly that it ought to be moved." "Moved where?" "To a cathedral, perhaps, where greater security would be possible. Perhaps even to a gallery or a museum. I believe he has even suggested to Father Sebastian that it should be sold." Dalgliesh said, "And the money given to the poor?" "Well, to the church. His other argument is that more people should have a chance to enjoy it. Why should a small, remote theological college add this to our other privileges?" There was a note of bitterness in Father Martin's voice. Dalgliesh didn't speak, and after a pause, his companion, as if feeling that he may have gone too far, went on. "These are valid arguments. Perhaps we ought to take account of them. But it's difficult to visualize the church without the altarpiece. It was given by Miss Arbuthnot to be placed above the altar in this church, and I think we should strongly resist any suggestion that it should be moved. I could willingly part with the doom, but not with this." But as they turned away, Dalglish's mind was busy with more secular considerations. It hadn't taken Sir Aldred's words about the vulnerability of the college to remind him how uncertain its future must be. What long-term future was there for the college? Its ethos out of sympathy with the prevailing views of the church, educating only 20 students, occupying this remote and inaccessible site. If its future was now in balance, the mysterious death of Ronald Treves might be the one factor that tipped the scales. And if the college closed, what happened to the Van der Weyden, to the other expensive objects bequeathed to it by Miss Arbuthnot, to the building itself? Remembering that photograph, it was difficult to believe that she hadn't, however reluctantly, envisaged this possibility and made provision for it. One returned, as always, to the central question, who benefits? He would like to have asked Father Martin, but decided it would be both tactless and, in this place, inappropriate. But the question would have to be asked. Chapter 10. The 4 sets of accommodation for guests had been named by Miss Arbuthnot after the 4 doctors of the Western Church, Gregory, Augustine, Jerome, and Ambrose. After this theological conceit, and having decided that the 4 cottages for staff should be called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, inspiration had apparently faltered, and the sets for the students were less imaginatively, but more conveniently identified by numbers in the north and south cloisters. Father Martin said, "You used to be in Jerome when you were here as a boy. Perhaps you remember. It's our 1 double now, so the bed should be comfortable. It's the second along from the church. I've no key for you, I'm afraid. We never have had keys to the guest rooms. Everything is safe here. If you do have any papers you feel should be locked away, they can be put in the safe. I hope you'll be comfortable, Adam. As you see, the sets have been refurbished since your last visit." They had indeed. Where before the sitting-room had been a cosy, overcrowded repository for odd items of furniture, which looked as if they were the rejects of the parish jumble sale, it was now as starkly functional as a student's study. Nothing here was superfluous. Unfussy and conventional modernity had replaced individuality. There was a table with drawers, which could also serve as a desk, set before the window, which gave a view westwards over the scrubland, 2 easy chairs, 1 each side of the gas fire, a low table and a bookcase. To the right of the fireplace was a cupboard with a formica top, holding a tray with an electric kettle, a teapot, and 2 cups and saucers. Father Martin said, "There's a small refrigerator in that cupboard, and Mrs. Pilbeam will put in a pint of milk each day. As you will see when you go upstairs, we've installed a shower in what was part of the bedroom. You'll remember that when you were here last, you had to walk along the cloisters and use one of the bathrooms in the main house." Dalgliesh did remember. It had been one of the pleasures of his stay to walk out in his dressing gown into the morning air, a towel round his shoulders, either to the bathroom or to walk the half-mile to the bathing hut for a pre-breakfast swim. The small modern shower was a poor substitute. Father Martin said, "I'll wait for you here while you unpack, if I may. There are 2 things I want to show you." The bedroom was as simply furnished as the room beneath. There was a double wooden bed with a bedside table and reading lamp, a fitted cupboard, another bookcase, and an easy chair. Dalgliesh unzipped his travelling bag and hung up the 1 suit he had thought it necessary to bring. After a brief wash, he rejoined Father Martin, who was standing at the window looking out over the headland. As Dalgliesh entered, he took a folded sheet of paper from the pocket of his cloak. He said, "I have something you left here when you were 14. I didn't send it on because I wasn't sure whether you'd be happy to know that I'd seen it, but I've kept it, and perhaps you now like it back. It's 4 lines of verse. I suppose you could call it a poem." And that, thought Dalgliesh, was an unlikely supposition. He suppressed a groan and took the paper held out to him. What youthful indiscretion, embarrassment, or pretension was now to be resurrected from the past to his discomfort? The sight of the handwriting, familiar and yet strange, and to his eyes, despite the careful calligraphy, a little tentative and unformed, jolted him back over the years more strongly than an old photograph, because it was more personal. It was difficult to believe that the boyish hand which had moved over this quarter-sheet of paper was the same as the hand that now held it. He read the lines silently. "The bereaved. Another lovely day," you said in passing, dull-voiced and moved unseeing down the street. You didn't say, "Please wrap your jacket round me. Outside the sun, inside the killing sleet." It brought back another memory, one which was common in his childhood. His father taking a burial service, the richness of the clods of earth, heaped beside the bright green of artificial grass, a few wreaths, the wind billowing his father's surplice, the smell of flowers. Those lines, he remembered, had been written after the burial of an only child. He remembered, too, that he had worried over the adjective in its last line, thinking the 2 vowel sounds were too similar, yet unable to find a suitable substitute. Father Martin said, "I thought they were remarkable lines for a 14-year-old. Unless you want them back, I should like to keep them." Dalgliesh nodded and handed over the paper silently. Father Martin folded it back in his pocket, with something of the satisfaction of a child. Dalgliesh said, "There was something else you wanted to show me." "Yes, indeed. Perhaps we could sit down." Again Father Martin slipped a hand into his deep cloak pocket. He brought out what looked like a child's exercise book, rolled up and bound with a rubber band. Smoothing it out on his lap and folding his hands over it, as if he were protecting it, he said, "Before we go to the beach, I'd like you to read this. It's self-explanatory. The woman who wrote it died of a heart attack on the evening of the final entry. It may have no significance whatsoever for Ronald's death. I've shown it to Father Sebastian, and that's his view. He thinks it can safely be ignored. It could mean nothing, but it worries me. I thought it would be a good idea to show it to you here, where we have no chance of being interrupted. The 2 entries I'd like you to read are the first and the last." He handed over the book and sat in silence until Dalgliesh had read it. Dalgliesh asked, "How did you come by it, Father?" "I looked for it and found it. Margaret Munro was found dead in her cottage by Mrs. Pilbeam at 6:15 on Friday the 13th of October. She was on her way to the college, and was surprised to see a light on so early in St. Matthew's cottage. After Dr. Metcalfe, He's the general practitioner who looks after us at Saint Anselm's, had seen the body, and it had been removed. I thought about my suggestion that Margaret should write an account of finding Ronald, and wondered whether in fact she had done so. I found this under her stack of writing paper, in the drawer of a small wooden desk she had in her cottage. There had been no serious attempt to conceal it. And as far as you can tell, no one else knows of this diary's existence. No one except Father Sebastian. I'm sure Margaret wouldn't have confided even in Mrs. Pilbeam, who was the member of staff closest to her. And there was no sign that a search had been made of the cottage. The body looked perfectly peaceful when I was called. She was just sitting in her chair, with her knitting in her lap. And you've no idea what she's referring to? None. It must have been something she saw or heard on the day of Ronald's death, which sparked off memory. That and Eric Surtees' gift of leaks. He's a handyman here, helping Reg Pilbeam. But of course you know that from the diary. I can't think what it could have been. Was her death unexpected? Not really. She'd had a serious heart condition for some years. Dr. Metcalfe and the consultant she saw in Ipswich both discussed with her the possibility of a heart transplant, but she was adamant that she didn't want an operation of any kind. She said that scarce resources should be used on the young, and on parents bringing up children. I don't think Margaret cared very much whether she lived or died after her son was killed. She wasn't morbid about it. It was just that she wasn't enough attached to life to fight for it. Dalgliesh said, "I'd like to keep this diary, if I may. Father Sebastian may be right. It could be totally without significance. But it's an interesting document, if one is considering the circumstances of Ronald Treeves's death." He put the exercise book away in his briefcase, shut it, and set the combination lock. They sat for another half-minute in silence. It seemed to Dalgliesh that the air between them was heavy with unspoken fears, half-formed suspicions, a general sense of unease. Ronald Treves had died mysteriously, and a week later the woman who had found his body, and who had subsequently discovered a secret which he felt was important, was herself dead. It could be no more than a coincidence. There was so far no evidence of foul play, and he shared what he guessed was Father Martin's reluctance to hear those words spoken aloud. Dalgliesh said, "Did you find the verdict of the inquest surprising?" "A little surprising. I would have expected an open verdict. But the thought that Ronald could have killed himself, and by an act so appalling, is one we here can hardly bear to let into our minds." "What sort of a boy was he? Was he happy here?" "I'm not sure that he was, although I don't think any other theological college would have suited him better. He was intelligent and hard-working, but singularly lacking in charm, poor boy. He was curiously judgmental for someone young. I would have said he combined a certain insecurity with considerable self-satisfaction. He had no particular friends. Not that particular friendships are encouraged, and I think he may have been lonely. But there was nothing in his work or his life here to suggest despair, or that he was tempted to the grievous sin of self-destruction. Of course, if he did kill himself, then we must be in some way to blame. We should have seen that he was suffering. But then he gave no indication." "And you were happy about his vocation?" Father Martin took his time before replying. "Father Sebastian was, but I wonder whether he may not have been influenced by Ronald's academic record. He wasn't as clever as he thought he was, but he was clever. I had my doubts. It seemed to me that Ronald was desperate to impress his father. Obviously, he couldn't measure up in his father's world, but he could choose a career which would offer no possible comparison. And with the priesthood, particularly the Catholic priesthood, there's always the temptation of power. Once ordained, he would be able to pronounce absolution. That at least is something his father couldn't do. I've not said this to anyone else, and I could be wrong. When his application was considered, I felt I was in some difficulty. It is never easy for a warden to have his predecessor still in college. This was a matter on which I didn't feel it right to oppose Father Sebastian." But it was with a sense of deepening, if illogical, unease that Dalgliesh heard Father Martin say, "And now I expect you would like to see where he died." Chapter 11. Eric Surtees left St. John's Cottage by the back door and walked between his neat rows of autumn vegetables to commune with his pigs. Lily, Marigold, Daisy, and Myrtle came galumphing across to him in a squealing mass and raised their pink snouts to sniff his coming. Whatever his mood, a visit to his self-built piggery and its railed enclosure could meet his need. But today, as he leant over and scratched Myrtle's back, nothing could lift the weight of anxiety that lay like a physical load on his shoulders. His half-sister Karen was due to arrive in time for tea. Usually she drove from London every third weekend, and, whatever the weather, those 2 days always remained sunlit in his memory, and warmed and lightened the weeks between. In the last 4 years she had changed his life. He couldn't now imagine his life without her. Normally her coming this weekend would be a bonus. She had been with him only the Sunday before. But he knew that she was coming because she had something to ask of him, a request to make, which he had refused the previous week, and knew that he must somehow find the strength to refuse again. Leaning over the fence of the pigsty, he thought back over the last 4 years, about himself and Karen. The relationship hadn't at first been propitious. He had been 26 when they met. She was 3 years younger, and for the first 10 years of her life her existence had been unknown to him, and his mother. His father, a travelling representative for a large publishing conglomerate, had successfully run 2 establishments, until, after 10 years, the financial and physical strain and the complications of the balancing act had become too much for him, and he had thrown in his lot with his mistress and departed. Neither Eric nor his mother had been particularly sorry to see him go. There was nothing she enjoyed more than a grievance, and her husband had now handed her one, which kept her in a state of happy indignation and fierce battling for the final 10 years of her life. She fought, but unsuccessfully, to own the London house, insisted on having custody of the only child. There was no battle there, and conducted a long and acrimonious dispute about the allocation of income. Eric had never seen his father again. The 4-storey house was part of a Victorian terrace near the Oval Underground station. After his mother's protracted death from Alzheimer's disease, he stayed on alone, having been informed by his father's solicitor that he could continue to do so rent-free until his father died. 4 years ago, a massive heart attack killed him instantly while on the road, and Eric discovered that the house had been left jointly to him and his half-sister. He had seen her for the first time at his father's funeral. The event, it could hardly be dignified by a more ceremonial name, had taken place at a North London crematorium, without benefit of clergy, indeed without benefit of mourners except for himself and Karen and 2 representatives of the firm. The disposal had taken only minutes. Coming out of the crematorium, his half-sister had said, without preamble, "That's how Dad wanted it. He never went in for religion. He didn't want any flowers, and he didn't want any mourners. We'll have to talk about the house, but not now. I have an urgent appointment at the office. It hasn't been easy to get off." She hadn't invited him to drive back with her, and he went home alone to the empty house. But next day she had called. He vividly remembered opening the door. She was wearing, as she had at the funeral, tight black leather trousers, a baggy red sweater, and high-heeled boots. Her hair looked spiky, as if it had been brilliantined, and there was a glittering stud in the left of her nose. Her appearance was conventionally outre, but he found to his surprise that he rather liked the way she looked. They moved into the rarely used front room without speaking, and she looked round with an appraising, then dismissive glance at the leavings of his mother's life, the cumbersome furniture, which he had never bothered to replace, the dusty curtains, hung with the pattern towards the street, the mantel-shelf crowded with gaudy ornaments brought back from his mother's holidays in Spain. She said, "We've got to make a decision about the house. We can sell now and each take half the profit, or we can let. Or, I suppose, we could spend a bit of capital on doing some adaptations and convert it into 3 studio flats. This won't be cheap, but Dad left an insurance policy, and I don't mind spending it, as long as I get a higher proportion of the rents. What are you thinking of doing, by the way? I mean, did you expect to stay here?" He said, "I don't really want to stay in London. I was thinking, if we sell the house, I'd have enough money to buy a small cottage somewhere. I might try market gardening, something like that."
"Then you'd be a fool. It'd need more capital than you're likely to get, and there's no money in it anyway. Not on the scale you're thinking of. Still, if you want to get out, I suppose you're keen on selling."
He thought, "She knows what she wants to do, and it will happen in the end, no matter what I say." But he didn't really greatly care. He followed her from room to room in a kind of wonder. He said, "I don't mind keeping it on if that's what you want." "It's not what I want. It's what's the most sensible thing for us both. The housing market's good at present and likely to get better. Of course, if we do convert, it will lessen its value as a family residence. On the other hand, it would bring us in a regular income." And that, inevitably, was what had happened. She had, he knew, begun by despising him. But as they worked together, her attitude perceptibly changed. She was surprised and gratified to discover how good he was with his hands. How much money was saved because he could paint and paper walls, put up shelves, install cupboards. He had never bothered to improve the house which had been his home only in name. Now he discovered unexpected and satisfying skills. They employed a professional plumber, an electrician, and a builder for the major work, but much of it was done by Eric. They became involuntary partners. On Saturdays they would shop for second-hand furniture, for bargains in bed linen and cutlery, showing each other their trophies with the happy triumph of children. He showed her how to use a blowtorch safely, insisted on the proper preparation of the woodwork before painting, despite her protests that it wasn't necessary, amazed her by the careful dedication with which he measured up and fitted the kitchen units. As they worked, she gossiped about her own life, the freelance journalism in which she was beginning to make a name, her pleasure in achieving a byline, the bitchiness and gossip and small scandals of the literary world, on the fringe of which she worked. It was a world which he found terrifyingly alien. He was glad he was not required to enter it. He dreamed of a cottage, a kitchen garden, and perhaps his secret passion of keeping pigs. And he could remember, of course he could, the day when they became lovers. He had fixed slatted wooden blinds to one of the south-facing windows, and they were emulsion painting the walls together. She was a messy worker, and halfway through announced that she was hot, sticky, splattered with paint, and would take a shower. It would be a chance to test the efficiency of the newly installed bathroom. So he too had stopped painting and had sat cross-legged, resting against the one unpainted wall, watching the light slant in through the half-open blinds to lattice the paint-splattered floor, and letting happy contentment bubble up like a spring. And then she had come in. She had twisted a towel round her waist, but was otherwise naked, and she was carrying a large bath mat over her arm. Laying it down, she had squatted there, and laughing at him, had held out her arms. In a kind of trance, he had knelt in front of her and whispered, "But we can't. We can't. We're brother and sister." "Only half-brother, half-sister, all to the good. Keep it in the family." He had muttered, "The blind. It's too light." She had sprung up and pulled the blind shut. The room was almost dark. She came back to him and held his head against her breasts. It had been for him the first time, and it changed his life. He knew that she didn't love him, and he didn't yet love her. During that and subsequent astonishing love-making, he had shut his eyes and indulged all his private fantasies, romantic, tender, violent, shameful. The imaginings tumbled into his brain and were made flesh. And then one day, for the first time, when they were making love more comfortably on the bed, he had opened his eyes and looked into hers, and had known that this was love. It was Karen who had found for him the job at Saint Anselm's. She had had an assignment in Ipswich and had picked up a copy of the East Anglian Daily News. Returning that night, she had come to the house in which he was now picnicking in the basement, while the work continued, and had brought the paper with her. "This might suit you. It's a handyman's job at a theological college, just south of Lowestoft. That should be lonely enough for you. They're offering a cottage, and apparently there's a garden. And I dare say you could persuade them to let you keep hens if you wanted." "I don't want hens. I'd rather have pigs." "Well, pigs then, if they're not too smelly. They're not paying much, but you should get £250 a week from the rents here. You could probably save some of that. What do you think?" He had thought it almost too good to be true. She said, "Of course they might want a married couple, but it doesn't say so. But we'd better get moving on it. I'll drive you down tomorrow morning if you like. Phone up now and ask for an appointment. They give a number." Next day she had driven him to Suffolk, leaving him at the gate of the college, saying she would return and wait for him in an hour. He had been interviewed by Father Sebastian Morel and Father Martin Petrie. He had worried in case they had wanted a clerical reference, or asked him if he were a regular churchgoer, but religion hadn't been mentioned. Karen had said, "You'll be able to get a reference from the town hall, of course, but you'd better prove that you're a good handyman. It's not an office drudge they're looking for. I brought a camera along. I'll take photographs of those cupboards, shelves and fitments you've put up, and you can show them the Polaroids. You've got to sell yourself, remember?" But he didn't need to sell himself. He'd answered their questions simply, and had taken out his Polaroids with a rather touching eagerness, which had shown them how much he wanted the job. They had taken him to view the cottage. It was larger than he had expected or wanted, but it lay some 80 yards from the back of the college, with an unobstructed view across the scrubland, and with a small, untended garden. He hadn't mentioned pigs until he had worked there for over a month, but when he did, no one had raised any objection. Father Martin had said a little nervously, "They won't get out, will they, Eric?" as if he had been proposing to cage Alsatians. "No, Father. I thought I could build a sty and enclosure for them. I'll show you the drawings, of course, before I buy the wood." "What about the smell?" Father Sebastian inquired. "I'm told pigs don't smell, but I can usually smell them. Of course, I may have a more sensitive nose than most people." "No, they won't smell, Father. Pigs are very clean creatures." So he had his cottage, his garden, his pigs, and once every 3 weeks he had Karen. He couldn't think of a life more satisfactory. At Saint Anselm's he had found a peace that all his life he had been looking for. He couldn't understand why it was so necessary to him, this absence of noise, of controversy, of the pressures of discordant personalities. It wasn't as if his father had ever been violent towards him. For most of the time he hadn't even been present, and when he was present, his parents' discordant marriage had been more a matter of grumbling and muttered grievances than of raised voices or open anger. What he saw as his timidity seemed to have been part of his personality since childhood. Even when working in the town hall, hardly the most provocative or exhilarating of jobs, he had held apart from the occasional spats of ill-feeling, the minor feuds which some workers seemed to find necessary, indeed to provoke. Until he knew and loved Karen, no company in the world had seemed more desirable than his own. And now, with this peace, this sanctuary, his garden and his pigs, a job he enjoyed doing and was valued for, and Karen's regular visits, he had found a life that suited every corner of his mind and fibre of his being. But with the appointment of Archdeacon Crampton as a trustee, everything changed. The fear of what Karen might demand of him was only an added worry to the overwhelming anxiety that had come with the arrival of the Archdeacon. On the occasion of the Archdeacon's first visit, Father Sebastian had said to him, "Archdeacon Crampton may call in to see you, Eric, sometime on Sunday or Monday. The bishop has appointed him as a trustee, and I expect there will be questions he will find it necessary to ask." There had been something in Father Sebastian's voice as he spoke the last words which had put Eric on guard. He said, "Questions about my job here, Father? About the terms of your employment, about anything which enters his mind, I have no doubt. He may want to look round the cottage." He had wanted to look round the cottage. He had arrived shortly after 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Karen, unusually, had stayed for Sunday night, and had left at 7:30. She had had an appointment in London at 10 o'clock, and had already left it dangerously late. The Monday morning traffic on the A12 was bad, particularly as it approached London. In the rush, and Karen was always in a rush, she had forgotten that her bra and a pair of knickers were still hanging on the clothesline at the side of the cottage. They were the first thing that the Archdeacon saw as he came down the path. Without introducing himself, he said, "I didn't realize you had a visitor." Eric snatched the offending articles from the line and stuffed them into his pocket, realizing, even as he did so, that the act, in its mixture of embarrassment and furtiveness, was a mistake. He said, "My sister has been here for the weekend, Father." "I'm not your father. I don't use that term. You can call me Archdeacon." "Yes, Archdeacon." He was very tall, certainly over 6 foot, square-faced, with bright darting eyes under thick but well-shaped eyebrows, and a beard. They walked down the path towards the pigsty in silence. At least, thought Eric, there was nothing he could complain about in the state of the garden. The pigs greeted them with far louder squealing than was normal. The archdeacon said, "I hadn't realized you kept pigs. Do you provide pork for the college?" "Sometimes, Archdeacon, but they don't eat much pork. Their meat comes from the butcher in Lowestoft. I just keep pigs. I asked Father Sebastian if I could, and he gave permission." "How much of your time do they take up?" Not much, Archdeacon. They seem extremely noisy, but at least they don't smell." There was no answer to that. The archdeacon turned back to the house, and Eric followed him. In the sitting-room he mutely offered one of the 4 upright rush-bottomed chairs round the square table. The archdeacon seemed not to notice the invitation. He stood with his back to the fireplace and surveyed the room. The 2 armchairs, one a rocker, one a Windsor chair with a padded cushion in patchwork, the low bookcase along the whole of one wall, the posters, which Karen had brought with her and fixed to the wall with blue tack. The archdeacon said, "I suppose the stuff you used to put up these posters doesn't damage the wall?" "It shouldn't. It's specially made. It's like chewing gum." Then the archdeacon pulled out one of the chairs sharply and sat down, motioning Eric to the other. The questions which followed were not aggressively put, but Eric felt that he was a suspect under interrogation, accused of some as yet unnamed crime. "How long have you worked here? 4 years, isn't it?" "Yes, Archdeacon." "And your duties are what, precisely?" His duties had never been precise. Eric said, "I'm a general handyman. I mend anything that gets broken if it isn't electrical, and I do the outside cleaning. That means I wash down the cloister floor, sweep up the courtyard, and clean the windows. Mr. Pilbeam is responsible for the inside cleaning, and there's a woman comes in from Raiden to help." "Hardly an onerous job. The garden looks well kept. You're fond of gardening?" "Yes, very fond." "But it's hardly large enough to supply vegetables for the college." "Not all the vegetables, but I grow too much for my own use, so I take the surplus up to the kitchen for Mrs. Pilbeam, and sometimes I give vegetables to people in the other cottages." "Do they pay for them?" "Oh, no, Archdeacon, nobody pays." "And what do you get paid for these not very arduous duties?" "I get the minimum wage based on 5 hours' work a day." He didn't say that neither he nor the college had worried too much about hours. Sometimes the work was done in less than 5 hours. Sometimes it took longer. "And in addition you get this cottage rent-free. You pay, no doubt, for your own heating, lighting, and of course your own council tax." "I pay my council tax." "And what about Sundays?" "Sunday is my day off." "I was thinking of church. You attend the church here?" He did occasionally attend church, but only for evensong, when he would sit at the back and listen to the music, and Father Sebastian's and Father Martin's measured voices, speaking words which were unfamiliar but beautiful to hear. But that couldn't be what the archdeacon meant. He said, "I don't usually go to church on Sunday." "But didn't Father Sebastian ask you about that when he appointed you?" "No, Archdeacon. He asked me whether I could do the job." "He didn't ask you whether you were a Christian?" And here at last he had an answer. He said, "I am Christian, Archdeacon. I was christened when I was a baby. I've got a card somewhere." He looked vaguely around as if the remembered card, with its record of the christening, its sentimental picture of Christ blessing the little children, might suddenly materialize. There was a silence. He realized that the answer had been unsatisfactory. He wondered whether he ought to offer coffee, but surely 9:30 was too early. The silence lengthened, and then the archdeacon got up. He said, "I see that you live very comfortably here, and Father Sebastian seems pleased with you, but nothing lasts forever, however comfortable. St. Anselm's has existed for 140 years, but the church, indeed the world, has changed a great deal in that time. I would suggest that if you do hear of another job that might suit you, you should seriously consider applying for it." Eric said, "You mean that St. Anselm's might close?" He sensed that the archdeacon had gone further than he had intended. "I'm not saying that. These matters needn't concern you. I'm just suggesting for your own good that you shouldn't think that you have a job here for life, that's all." And then he left. Standing at the door, Eric watched him striding across the headland towards the college. He was seized with an extraordinary emotion. His stomach churned, and there was a taste bitter as bile in his mouth. In a life in which he had carefully avoided strong emotion, he was feeling an overpowering physical response for the second time in his life. The first had been the realization of his love for Karen, but this was different. This was as powerful, but more disturbing. He knew that what he was feeling for the first time in his life was hatred for another human being. Chapter 12. Dalgliesh waited in the hall while Father Martin went to his room to collect his black cloak. When he reappeared, Dalgliesh said, "Shall we take the car as far as we can?" He himself would have preferred to walk, but he knew that for his companion the trudge along the beach would be tiring, and not only physically. Father Martin accepted the suggestion with obvious relief. Neither of them spoke until they reached the point where the coastal track curved westward to join the Lowestoft road. Dalgliesh gently bumped his Jaguar onto the verge, then leaned over to help Father Martin with his seat-belt. He opened the door for him, and they set out for the beach. Now that the track had ended, they were walking a narrow path of sand and well-trodden grass between the waist-high banks of bracken and a tangle of bushes. In places, the bushes arched over the path, and they walked in tunnelled dimness in which the surge of the sea had become no more than a distant rhythmic moan. Already the bracken was showing its first brittle gold, and it seemed that every step they took on the spongy turf released the pungent, nostalgic smells of autumn. They came out of the semi-darkness and saw the mere stretching before them, its dark, sinister smoothness separated only by some 50 yards of shingle from the tumbling brightness of the sea. It seemed to Dalgliesh that there were fewer black tree stumps, standing like prehistoric monuments guarding the mere. He looked for any trace of the wrecked ship, but could see only a single black spar, shaped like a shark's fin, breaking the smooth stretch of the sand. Here the access to the beach was so easy that the 6 wooden steps half covered with sand and the single handrail were hardly necessary. At the top of the steps, and built in a small hollow, was an unpainted oak hut, rectangular and larger than an ordinary beach hut. Beside it was a heap of wood covered by a tarpaulin. Dalgliesh lifted an edge, and saw a neatly piled heap of planks and fractured timber, half-painted blue. Father Martin said, "It's the remains of our old bathing hut. It was rather like the painted ones on Southwold Beach, but Father Sebastian thought it looked incongruous here on its own. It had become dilapidated and something of an eyesore, so we took the opportunity to demolish it. Father Sebastian thought that a plain wooden shack, unpainted, would look better. This coast is so lonely that it's hardly needed when we come to bathe, but I suppose one should have somewhere to undress. We don't want to encourage our reputation for eccentricity. The hut also houses our small rescue boat. Swimming can be hazardous on this coast." Dalgliesh hadn't brought with him the spar of wood, nor had it been necessary. He had no doubt that it had come from the hut. Had Ronald Treves picked it up casually, as one sometimes did a spar of wood found on the beach, with no particular purpose, except perhaps to hurl it into the sea? Had he found it here, or further along the shingle? Had he taken it with the intention of using it to prod down the overhanging ledge of sand over his head? Or had there been a second person carrying that spar of broken timber? But Ronald Treves had been young and presumably fit and strong. How could he have been forced into that suffocating sand without some mark on his body? The tide was retreating, and they walked down to the strip of smooth, damp sand at the edge of the curling waves, climbing over 2 groins. They were obviously new, and the ones he remembered from his boyhood visits lay between them, now no more than a few square-topped posts, sunk deeply in the sand, linked with rotting planks. Hitching up his cloak to climb over the green and slimy end of a groin, Father Martin said, "The European community provided these new groins. They're part of the defences against the sea. They've altered the appearance of the shore in some places. I expect there's more sand now than you remember." They had walked about 200 yards when Father Martin said quietly, "This is the place," and began walking towards the cliff. Dalgliesh saw that there was a cross sticking into the sand, made from 2 pieces of driftwood, tightly bound. Father Martin said, "We placed the cross here the day after we found Ronald. So far it has stayed in place. Perhaps passers-by haven't liked to disturb it. I don't suppose it will last for long. Once we get the winter storms, the sea will reach this far." Above the cross, the sandy cliff was a rich terracotta, and looked in places as if it had been sliced with a spade. At the cliff edge, a fringe of grasses trembled in the gently moving air. To the left and right, there were several places where the cliff face had shifted, leaving deep cracks and crevices beneath overhanging ledges. It would, he thought, have been perfectly possible to lie with one's head under such a ledge and prod upwards with a stick, bringing down a half-ton of heavy sand. But it would take an extraordinary act of will or of desperation. He could think of few more dreadful ways to die. And if Ronald Treves had wanted to kill himself, surely to swim out to sea until cold and exhaustion overcame him was a more merciful option. So far the word suicide had not been mentioned between him and Father Martin, but now he felt that it had to be said. "This is a death, Father, which looks more like suicide than accident. But if Ronald Treves wanted to kill himself, why not swim out to sea? Ronald would never have done that. He was frightened of the sea. He couldn't even swim. He never bathed when the others came to swim, and I don't think I've ever seen him walking on the beach. That's one of the reasons why I find it surprising that he chose to come to Saint Anselm's, instead of applying to one of the other theological colleges." He paused and said, "I was afraid that you might think that suicide was more likely than accident. The possibility is deeply distressing to us all. If Ronald killed himself without us even knowing that he was so unhappy, then we failed him unforgivably. I can't really believe that he came here with the intention of committing what for him would have been a grave sin." Dalgliesh said, "He took off his cloak and cassock and folded them neatly. Would he do that if he were just intending to scramble up the cliff? He might do. It would be difficult to scramble up anywhere, wearing either. There was something particularly poignant about those clothes. He had placed them so precisely, the sleeves folded inwards. It was as if he had packed them for a journey. But then, he was a careful boy." Dalgliesh thought, but why climb the cliff? If he was searching for something, what could it possibly be? These friable, ever-changing banks of compacted sand with a thin strata of pebbles and stones were hardly a reasonable hiding place. There were, he knew, occasional interesting finds to be made, including pieces of amber or human bones, washed up from graveyards now long under the sea. But if Treves had glimpsed such an object, where was it now? Nothing of interest had been found by his body except that single spar of wood. They walked back along the beach in silence, Dalgliesh accommodating his long stride to Father Martin's less certain steps. The elderly priest had bent his head to the wind and drawn his black cloak tightly around him. For Dalgliesh, it was like walking with the personification of death. When they were back in the car, Dalgliesh said, "I'd like to have a word with the member of staff who found Mrs. Munro's body. Mrs. Pilbeam, wasn't it? And it would be helpful if I could speak to the doctor. But it's difficult to think of the justification for that. I don't want to arouse suspicion where none exists. This death has been distressing enough without that." Father Martin said, "Dr. Metcalfe is due to look in at the college this afternoon. One of the students, Peter Buckhurst, is recovering from glandular fever. It started at the end of last term. His parents are serving overseas, so we kept him for the holidays to ensure that he got some care and nursing. When he calls, George Metcalfe usually takes the opportunity to exercise his 2 dogs, if he has half an hour or so to spare before his next appointment. We may catch him." They were fortunate. As they drove between the towers and into the courtyard, they saw a Range Rover parked at the front of the house. Dalgliesh and Father Martin got out of the car as Dr. Metcalfe came down the steps, carrying his case and turning to wave goodbye to someone unseen within the house. The doctor was revealed as a tall, weather-beaten man, who must, thought Dalgliesh, be nearing retirement. He made his way to the Range Rover and opened the door to be greeted with loud barking. 2 Dalmatians sprang out and hurled themselves against him. Shouting imprecations, the doctor took out 2 large bowls and a plastic bottle, which he unscrewed, pouring water into the bowls. There was an immediate sound of slurping and much wagging of strong white tails. As Dalgliesh and Father Martin approached, he called out, "Good afternoon, Father. Peter is recovering well, no need to worry. He ought to get out a bit more now. Less theology and more fresh air. I'll just take Ajax and Jasper as far as the mere. All well with you, I hope?" "Very well, thank you, George. This is Adam Dalgliesh from London. He'll be with us for a day or two." The doctor turned to look at Dalgliesh, and, while shaking hands, gave an approving nod, as if physically he had passed muster. Dalgliesh said, "I'd been hoping to see Mrs. Munro while I was here, but I'm too late. I'd no idea she was so ill, but I understand from Father Martin that the death wasn't unexpected." The doctor took off his jacket, dragged a voluminous sweater from the car, and substituted walking boots for his shoes. He said, "Death still has the power to surprise me. You think a patient won't last a week, and they're sitting up and making a nuisance of themselves a year later. Then you expect they're good for at least another 6 months, and arrive to find they've slipped away in the night. That's why I never give patients an estimate of how long they've got. But Mrs. Munro knew her heart was in a bad state. She was a nurse, after all, and her death certainly didn't surprise me. She could have gone any time. We both knew that." Dalgliesh said, "Which meant that the college was spared the distress of a second post-mortem so soon after the first." "Good Lord, yes. None was necessary. I'd been seeing her regularly. Indeed, I called in the day before she died. I'm sorry you missed her. Was she an old friend? Did she know you were coming to visit?" "No," said Dalgliesh. "She didn't know. A pity. If she'd had that to look forward to, she might have hung on. You never know with heart patients. You never know with any patients, come to that." He gave a valedictory nod and strode off, the dogs leaping and trotting at his side. Father Martin said, "We could see if Mrs. Pilbeam's in her cottage now, if you like. I'll just take you to the door and introduce you, and then leave you together." Chapter 13. At St. Mark's cottage the door to the porch was wide open, and light spilled across the red-tiled floor and touched with brightness the leaves of the plants in terracotta pots, which were ranged on low shelves on either side. Father Martin had hardly raised his hand to the knocker when the inner door opened, and Mrs. Pilbeam, smiling, stood aside to welcome them in. Father Martin made a brief introduction and left, after hesitating at the door, as if uncertain whether he was expected to pronounce a benediction. Dalgliesh entered the small, over-furnished sitting-room with a reassuring and nostalgic sense of stepping back into childhood. In just such a room he had sat as a boy, while his mother made her parish visits, sitting, legs dangling at the table, eating fruit-cake, or at Christmas, mince pies, hearing his mother's low, rather hesitant voice. Everything about the room was familiar. The small iron fireplace with a decorated hood, the square central table covered with a red chenille cloth, and with a large aspidistra in a green container at the centre. The 2 easy chairs, one a rocker, placed at each side of the fireplace. The ornaments on the mantelshelf, 2 Staffordshire dogs with pouting eyes, an over-decorated vase with the words, "Present from Southend," and an assortment of photographs in silver frames. The walls were hung with Victorian prints in their original walnut frames. The Sailor's Return, Grandpapa's Pet, a group of unconvincingly clean children and parents processing to church across a meadow. The south window was wide open, giving a view of the headland, and the narrow sill was covered with a variety of small containers holding cacti and African violets. The only discordant note was the large television set and video recorder dominant in the corner. Mrs. Pilbeam was a short, plumply compact woman with an open, wind-tanned face under fair hair, which had been carefully combed into waves. She had been wearing a flowered apron over her skirt, but now took it off and hung it on a peg behind the door. She motioned Dalgliesh to the rocking chair, and they sat facing each other, Dalgliesh resisting the temptation to lie back and set it comfortably rocking. Watching him glancing at the pictures, she said, "They were left to me by my gran. I grew up with those pictures. Reg thinks they're a bit sentimental, but I like them. They don't paint like that nowadays." "No," said Dalgliesh, "they don't." The eyes looking into his were gentle, but they were also intelligent. Sir Allred Treves had been adamant that the investigation should be discreet, but that didn't mean secrecy. Mrs. Pilbeam was as entitled as Father Sebastian to the truth, or at least as much of it as was necessary. He said, "It's about the death of Ronald Treves. His father, Sir Allred, couldn't be in England for the inquest, and he's asked me to make some inquiries about what actually happened, so that he can be satisfied that the verdict was right." Mrs. Pilbeam said, "Father Sebastian told us that you'd be coming over asking questions.
Bit of a funny idea of Sir Ulred's, isn't it? You'd think he'd be happy to leave things be.
Dalgliesh looked at her. Were you happy with the verdict, Mrs. Pilbeam?
Well, I didn't find the body, and I didn't go to the inquest. It wasn't really anything to do with me, but it seemed a bit odd. Everyone knows those cliffs are dangerous. Still, the poor lad's dead now. I don't see what good his dad hopes to do by raking it all up.
Dalgliesh said, I can't, of course, speak to Mrs. Munro, but I wondered whether she talked to you about finding the body. Father Martin says that you were friends.
Poor woman. Yes, I suppose we were friends, although Margaret was never one for calling in unexpectedly. Even when her Charlie was killed, I never felt we were really close. He was a captain in the army. She was so proud of him. She said that was all he'd ever wanted to be, a soldier. He got captured by the IRA. I think he was doing something secret, and they tortured him to find out what it was. When the news came, I moved in with her just for a week. Father Sebastian asked me to, but I would have done it anyway. She didn't stop me. I don't think she noticed. But if I put food in front of her, she took a mouthful or so. I was glad when she suddenly asked me to go. She said, I'm sorry, Ruby, I've been such bad company. You've been very kind, but please go now. So I went. Watching her all those months afterwards, it was like someone being tortured in hell and not being able to make a sound. Her eyes got immense, but the rest of her seemed to shrivel up. I thought she was, well, not getting over it. You don't, do you? Not if it's your child. But that she was beginning to take an interest in life again. I thought so. We all did. But then they let those murderers out of prison under the Good Friday Agreement, and she couldn't take that. And I think she was lonely. It was the boys that she loved. They were always boys to her, looking after them when they were sick. But I think they were a bit shy with her after Charlie died. The young don't like to watch unhappiness, and who can blame them?
Dalgliesh said, They'll have to watch it and cope with it once they're priests.
Oh, they'll learn, I dare say. They're good lads.
Dalgliesh asked, Mrs. Pilbeam, did you like Ronald Treves? The woman waited before answering.
It wasn't my place to think whether I liked them or not. Well, it wasn't anyone's place, really. In a small community, it doesn't do to have favourites. That's something Father Sebastian has always been against. But he wasn't a popular boy, and I don't think he felt at home here. He was a bit too pleased with himself and too critical about other people. That usually comes from insecurity, doesn't it? And he never let us forget that his father was rich.
Was he particularly friendly with Mrs. Munro, do you know?
With Margaret? Well, I suppose you could say he was. He used to call there quite a bit, I do know that. The students are only supposed to go to the cottages by invitation, but I have a feeling he used to drop in on Margaret. Not that she ever complained. I can't think what they found to talk about. Maybe they both liked the company.
Did Mrs. Munro ever speak to you about finding the body?
Not much, and I didn't like to ask. Of course it all came out at the inquest, and I read about it in the papers, but I didn't go. Everyone else here was talking about it, though not when Father Sebastian was within earshot. He hates gossips. But I suppose I got all the details one way or another. Not that there were many to get.
Did she tell you that she was writing an account of it?
No, she didn't, but I'm not surprised. She was a great one for writing, was Margaret. Before Charlie was killed, she used to write to him every week. When I came in to see her, she'd be sitting at the table writing away, page after page. But she never told me she was writing about young Ronald. Now, why would she want to do that?
You found her body, didn't you, when she had her heart attack? What happened then, Mrs. Pilbeam?
Well, I saw her light on when I went over to the college just after 6. I hadn't seen her for a couple of days, not to talk to, and I had a bit of a conscience. I thought I'd been neglecting her, and that she might like to come in and have a bite of supper with me and Reg, and maybe watch television together, so I went over to her cottage. And there she was, dead in her chair.
Was the door unlocked, or had you a key?
Oh, it was unlocked. We hardly ever lock our doors here. I knocked, and when she didn't answer, I went in. We always did that. And that's when I found her. She was quite cold, sitting there in her chair, stiff as a board, with her knitting in her lap. One of the needles was still in her right hand, pushed into the next stitch. Of course I called Father Sebastian, and he rang Dr. Metcalf. Dr. Metcalf had come to see her only the day before. She had a terribly bad heart, so there wasn't any problem about the death certificate. It was a good way for her to go, really. We should all be so lucky.
And you didn't find any paper, any letter?
Not where you'd see them. And of course I wouldn't go rummaging around. What would I be doing that for?
Of course you wouldn't, Mrs. Pilbeam. I just wondered whether there was a manuscript, a letter, or a document on the table.
No, nothing on the table. There was one odd thing, though. She couldn't have been knitting, not really.
Why do you say that?
Well, she was knitting a winter pullover for Father Martin. He'd seen one in a shop in Ipswich and described it to her, and she thought she'd knit it for Christmas. But it was a really complicated design, a kind of cable with a pattern in between, and she told me how difficult it was. She wouldn't be knitting it without the pattern open in front of her. I've seen her many a time, and she's always had to refer to the pattern. And she was wearing the wrong spectacles, the ones she puts on to watch television. She always wore the gold-rimmed ones for close work.
And the pattern wasn't there?
No, only the needles and the wool in her lap. And she was holding the needle in a funny way. She didn't knit like I do. She told me it was the continental way. Very odd it looked. She used to hold the left needle kind of rigid and work the other one round it. I thought at the time it was funny, seeing the knitting in her lap when she couldn't have been knitting.
But you didn't speak to anyone about it?
What point would there be? It didn't matter. Just one of those odd things. I expect she was feeling ill and just reached for her needles and the knitting and sat down in her chair forgetting about the pattern. But I miss her. It's odd having the cottage still empty, and it seemed as if she'd disappeared overnight. She never talked about any family, but it turned out she had a sister living in Surbiton. She arranged for the body to be taken to London for cremation, and she and her husband came down to clear up the cottage. There's nothing like death for bringing the family on the scene. Margaret wouldn't have wanted a requiem mass, but Father Sebastian arranged a very nice service in the church. We all had a part to play. Father Sebastian thought I might like to read a passage from St. Paul, but I said I'd rather just say a prayer instead. Somehow I can't take St. Paul. Seems to me he was a bit of a troublemaker. There were those little groups of Christians all minding their own business and getting along all right by and large. No one's perfect. And then St. Paul arrives unexpectedly and starts bossing and criticising, or he'd send them one of his fierce letters. Not the kind of letter I'd care to receive, and so I told Father Sebastian.
What did he say?
That St. Paul was one of the world's great religious geniuses, and that we wouldn't be Christians now if it hadn't been for him. I said, "Well, Father, we'd have to be something," and asked what he thought we'd be. But I don't think he knew. He said he'd think about it, but if he did, he never told me. He said that I'd raised questions not covered by the syllabus of the Cambridge Faculty of Theology.
And those, thought Dalgliesh, after he had refused her offer of tea and cake and left, were not the only questions Mrs. Pilbeam had raised. Chapter 14. Dr. Emma Lavenham left her Cambridge college later than she had hoped. Giles had taken lunch in hall, and, while she completed her packing, had talked about matters that he said needed to be settled before she left. She sensed that he had been glad to delay her. Giles had never liked her termly absences when she went to give 3 days of lectures at Saint Anselm's college. He had never openly objected, probably sensing that she would have seen this as an inexcusable interference in her private life. But he had more subtle ways of expressing his dislike of an activity in which he had no part, and which took place in an institution for which, as a proclaimed atheist, he had little respect. But he could hardly complain that her work in Cambridge suffered. The late start meant that she didn't escape the worst of the Friday night traffic, and the periodic hold-ups left her with a resentment against Giles for his delaying tactics, and an irritation with herself for not resisting them more effectively. At the end of last term, she had begun to realize that Giles was becoming both more proprietorial and more demanding of time and affection. Now, with the prospect of a chair in a northern university, his mind was turning towards marriage, perhaps because he saw it as the likeliest way of ensuring that she went with him. He had, she knew, definite ideas of what for him constituted a suitable wife. Unfortunately, it seemed that she filled them. She resolved, for the next 3 days at least, that she would put that and all the problems of her university life firmly out of mind. The arrangements with the college had started 3 years ago. Father Sebastian, she realized, had recruited her in his customary fashion. Feelers had been put out among his Cambridge contacts. What the college required was an academic, preferably young, to give 3 seminars at the beginning of each term on the poetic inheritance of Anglicanism. Someone with a reputation, or in the process of making it, who could relate to the young ordinands and who would fit in with the ethos of Saint Anselm's. What that ethos was, Father Sebastian hadn't thought it necessary to explain. The post, Father Sebastian had later told her, had arisen directly from the wishes of the founder of the college, Miss Arbuthnot. Strongly influenced in this, as in other matters, by her high church friends in Oxford, she had believed it was important that the newly ordained Anglican priests should know something of the literary inheritance which was theirs. Emma, aged 28, and recently appointed a university lecturer, had been invited to what Father Sebastian had described as an informal discussion about the possibility of her joining the community for those 9 days a year. The post had been offered and accepted, with the only proviso on Emma's part that the poetry should not be limited to Church of England writers, nor restricted in time. She had pointed out to Father Sebastian that she would wish to include the poems of Gerard Manley Hopkins, and to extend the period covered to include modern poets such as T.S. Eliot. Father Sebastian, having obviously satisfied himself that she was the right person for the job, seemed content to leave the details to her. Apart from appearing at the 3rd of her seminars, where his silent presence had had a somewhat intimidating effect, he had taken no further interest in the course. Those 3 days at St. Anselm's, preceded by a weekend, had become important to her, eagerly looked forward to, and never disappointing. Cambridge wasn't without its tensions and anxieties. She had gained her university lectureship early, perhaps she thought too early. There was the problem of reconciling the teaching which she loved with the need to produce research, the responsibilities of administration, and the pastoral care of students who increasingly spoke first to her about their problems. Many were the first of their family to attend university. They came laden with expectations and anxieties. Some who had done well in A-level found the reading lists dauntingly long. Others suffered from a homesickness they were ashamed to admit, and felt inadequately equipped to confront this intimidating new life. None of these pressures was made easier by the demands of Giles and the complications of her own emotional life. It was a relief to be part of the beautifully ordered and isolated peace of St. Anselm's, to be talking about the poetry she loved to intelligent young men who weren't faced with the weekly essay, the half-acknowledged wish to please her with acceptable opinions, and who were unshadowed by the prospect of tripos. She liked them, and, while generally discouraging the occasional romantic or amorous approach, knew that they liked her, were pleased to see a woman in college, looked forward to her coming, and saw her as an ally. And it wasn't only the students who welcomed her. She was greeted always as a friend. Father Sebastian's calm, somewhat formal welcome couldn't conceal his satisfaction at having once again picked the right person. The other fathers showed their more demonstrative happiness at her return. While her visits to St. Anselm's were an anticipated pleasure, her regular and dutiful returns home to her father were never undertaken without a heaviness of spirit. Since relinquishing his Oxford post, he had moved to a mansion flat near Marylebone Station. The red brick walls reminded her of the colour of raw meat, and the heavy furniture, the dark-papered walls, and net-shrouded windows created a permanent atmosphere of internal gloom, which her father appeared never to notice. Henry Lavenham had married late, and had lost his wife to breast cancer soon after the birth of their second daughter. Emma had been only 3 at the time, and it later seemed to her that her father had transferred to the new baby all the love he had felt for his wife, reinforced by pity for the helplessness of the motherless child. Emma had always known herself to be the less loved. She had felt no resentment or jealousy of her sibling, but had compensated for the lack of love by work and success. 2 words had reverberated from her adolescence: brilliant and beautiful. Both had imposed a burden. The first, the expectation of success which had come to her too easily to deserve credit. The second, a puzzle, sometimes almost a torment. She had grown into beauty only in adolescence, and would gaze into the mirror, trying to define and evaluate this extraordinarily overvalued possession, already half aware that, while good looks and prettiness were benizons, beauty was a dangerous and less amenable gift. Until her sister Marianne was 11, the two girls had been looked after by a sister of her father's, a sensible, undemonstrative and conscientious woman, who was totally devoid of maternal instinct, but knew her duty when she saw it. She had provided a stabilizing, unsentimental care, but had departed into her private world of dogs, bridge, and foreign travel as soon as she thought Marianne had been old enough to leave. The girls had seen her go without regret. But now Marianne was dead, killed by a drunken driver on her 13th birthday, and Emma and her father were alone. When she returned to see him, he showed her a scrupulous, almost painful courtesy. She wondered whether their lack of communication and avoidance of any demonstrative affection, which she could hardly call estrangement, since what had they been other than strangers, was the result of his feeling that now, over 70 and bereaved, it would be demeaning and embarrassing to demand from her the love which he had never previously shown any sign of needing. And now at last she was nearing the end of her journey. The narrow road to the sea was seldom used except on summer weekends, and this evening she was the only traveller. The road stretched before her, pale, shadowed, and a little sinister in the fading light. As always when she came to St. Anselm's, she had the sensation of moving towards a crumbling coast, untamed, mysterious, and isolated in time as well as space. As she turned north along the track leading to St. Anselm's, and the high chimneys and tower of the house loomed blackly menacing against the darkening sky, she saw a short figure trudging about 50 yards ahead, and recognized Father John Betterton. Drawing up beside him, she let down the window and said, "Can I give you a lift, Father?" He blinked, as if for a moment not recognizing her. Then he gave the familiar sweet and childish smile. "Emma, thank you. A lift will be welcome. I walked further than I intended round the mere." He was wearing a heavy tweed coat, and had his binoculars slung round his neck. He got in, bringing with him, impregnated in the tweed, the dank smell of brackish water. "Any luck with the bird-watching, Father?" "Just the usual winter residents." They sat in companionable silence. There had been a time when, briefly, Emma had found it difficult to be at ease with Father John. That had been on her first visit 3 years ago, when Raphael had told her about the priest's imprisonment. He had said, "Someone is bound to tell you at Cambridge, if not here, and I'd rather you heard it from me. Father John confessed to abusing some young boys in his choir. That's the word they used. But I doubt there was much real abuse. He was sent to prison for 3 years. Emma had said, "I don't know much about the law, but the sentence seems harsh." It wasn't just the 2 boys. Another priest from a neighbouring parish, Matthew Crampton, made it his business to rake up further evidence and produced 3 young men. They accused Father John of worse enormities. According to them, it was his early abuse that made them unemployable, unhappy, delinquent and antisocial. They were lying, but Father John still pleaded guilty. He had his reasons. Without necessarily sharing Raphael's belief in Father John's innocence, Emma felt a great pity for him. He seemed like a man who had partly withdrawn into a private world, precariously preserving the core of a vulnerable personality, as if he were carrying within himself something fragile, which even a sudden movement might shatter. He was unfailingly polite and gentle, and she could only detect his private anguish on those few occasions when she looked into his eyes and had to turn hers away from the pain. Perhaps he was also carrying a burden of guilt. Part of her still wished that Raphael hadn't spoken. She couldn't imagine what his life in prison must have been. Would any man, she wondered, willingly bring that hell on himself? And his life at St. Anselm's couldn't be easy. He occupied a private apartment on the 3rd floor with his unmarried sister, who could charitably be described as eccentric. Although it was obvious to Emma on the few occasions when she had seen them together that he was devoted to her, perhaps even love was an added burden rather than a comfort. She wondered whether she ought to say a word to him now about the death of Ronald Treves. She had read a brief account in the national papers, and Raphael, who for some reason made it his business to keep her in touch with St. Anselm's, had telephoned with the news. After some thought, she had written a brief and carefully worded letter of condolence to Father Sebastian, and had received an even briefer reply in his elegant handwriting. It would surely be natural to speak of Ronald now to Father John, but something held her back. She sensed that the subject would be unwelcome, even painful. And now Saint Anselm's was clearly in sight. Roofs, the tall chimney stacks, turrets, tower and cupola seemed visibly to darken with the dying of the light. In front, the two ruined pillars of the long-demolished Elizabethan gatehouse gave out their silent, ambiguous messages. Crude phallic symbols, indomitable sentinels against the steadily advancing enemy, obstinately enduring reminders of the house's inevitable end. Was it, she wondered, the presence beside her of Father John, or the thought of Ronald Treves choking his last breath under that weight of sand that caused this upsurge of sadness and vague apprehension? She had never come to St. Anselm's before, except with joy. Now she approached it with something very close to fear. As they drew up to the front door, it opened, and she saw Raphael outlined against the light from the hall. He had obviously been looking out for her. He stood there in his dark cassock, motionless, as if carved in stone, looking down on them. She remembered her first sight of him. She had stared in momentary disbelief, and then laughed aloud at her inability to conceal her surprise. Another student, Stephen Morby, had been with them, and had laughed with her. "Extraordinary, isn't he? We were in a pub in Raiden, and a woman came up and said, 'Where did you come from, Olympus?' I wanted to leap on the table, bare my chest, and cry out, 'Look at me! Look at me!' Some hope." He had spoken without a trace of envy. Perhaps he realized that beauty in a man wasn't the gift it seemed, and indeed for Emma it was impossible to look at Raphael without a superstitious reminder of the bad fairy at the christening. She was interested, too, that she could look at him with pleasure, but without having the least sexual response. Perhaps he appealed more to men than to women. But if he had power over either sex, he appeared unconscious of it. She knew from the easy confidence with which he held himself that he knew that he was beautiful, and that his beauty made him different. He valued his exceptional looks, and thought the better of himself for possessing them, but he seemed hardly to care about their effect on others. Now his face broke into a smile, and he came down the steps towards her, holding out his hand. In her present mood of half-superstitious apprehension, the gesture seemed less a welcome than a warning. Father John, with a nod and a final smile, pattered off. Raphael took Emma's laptop and suitcase from her. He said, "Welcome back. I can't promise you an agreeable weekend, but it might be interesting. We've got 2 policemen in residence, one from New Scotland Yard, no less. Commander Dalgliesh is here to ask questions about Ronald Treves' death. And there's someone else even less welcome as far as I'm concerned. I intend to keep out of his way, and recommend you do the same. Archdeacon Matthew Crampton." Chapter 15. There was one more visit to be made. Dalgliesh returned briefly to his room, then went through the iron doorway in the gate between Ambrose and the flint wall of the church, and made his way along the 80 yards of track which led to St. John's cottage. It was now late afternoon, and the day was dying in a gaudy western sky streaked with pink. Beside the path, a fringe of tall and delicate grasses shivered in the strengthening breeze, then flattened under the sweep of a sudden gust. Behind him, the west-facing facade of St. Anselm's was patterned with light, and the 3 inhabited cottages shone like the bright outposts of a beleaguered fortress, emphasizing the dark outline of the empty St. Matthew's. As the light faded, the sound of the sea intensified, its soft rhythmic moaning rising to a muted roar. He recalled from his boyhood visits how the last evening light always brought with it this sense of the sea surging in power, as if night and darkness were its natural allies. He would sit at the window of Jerome, looking out over the darkening scrubland, picturing an imagined shore where the crumbling sand-castles would be finally demolished, the shouts and laughter of the children silenced, the deck chairs folded and carried away, and the sea would come into its own, rolling the bones of drowned mariners around the holds of long-wrecked ships. The door of St. John's cottage stood open, and light spilled over the path leading to the neat wicket gate. He could still see clearly the wooden walls of the piggery to the right, and hear the muffled snorting and scuffling. He could smell the animals, but the smell was neither strong nor unpleasant. Beyond the piggery he could just glimpse the garden, neat rows of clumped, unrecognizable vegetables, the higher canes supporting the last of a crop of runner beans, and at the end of the garden, the gleam of a small greenhouse. At the sound of his footsteps, the figure of Eric Surtees appeared in the doorway. He seemed to hesitate, and then, without speaking, stood aside and made a stiff gesture, inviting him in. Dalgliesh knew that Father Sebastian had told the staff of his impending visit, although he was unsure how much explanation had been given. He had a sense that he was expected, but not that he was welcomed. He said, "Mr. Surtees, I am Commander Dalgliesh of the Metropolitan Police. I think Father Sebastian explained that I am here to ask some questions about the death of Ronald Treves. His father wasn't in England at the time of the inquest, and he naturally wants to know as much as possible about the circumstances of his son's death. I'd like to talk for a few minutes, if it's convenient." Surtees nodded. "That's okay. Do you mind coming in here?" Dalgliesh followed him into the room to the right of the passage. The cottage could not have been more different from Mrs. Pilbeam's comfortable domesticity. Although there was a centre table of plain wood with 4 upright chairs, the room had been furnished as a workplace. The wall opposite the door had been fitted with racks, from which hung a row of immaculately clean garden implements, spades, forks, hoes, together with shears and saws, while a bank of wooden compartments underneath held boxes of tools and smaller implements. There was a workbench in front of the window, with a fluorescent light above. The door to the kitchen was open, and from it came a powerful and disagreeable smell. Surtees was boiling up pig swill for his small herd. Now he pulled out a chair from the table. It rasped along the stone floor. He said, "If you'll just wait here, I'll wash. I've been seeing to the pigs." Through the open door, Dalgliesh could see him at the sink, washing vigorously, splashing water over his head and face. He seemed like a man cleaning himself of more than superficial dirt. Then he came back with a towel still round his neck, and sat opposite Dalgliesh, stiffly upright, and with the strained look of a prisoner steeling himself for interrogation. Suddenly he said in an over-loud voice, "Would you like tea?" Thinking that tea might help to put him at ease, Dalgliesh said, "If it's not too much trouble." "No trouble. I use tea bags. Milk and sugar?" "Just milk." He came back within minutes and placed 2 heavy mugs on the table. The tea was strong and very hot. Neither of them began to drink. Dalgliesh had seldom interviewed anyone who gave so strong an impression of guilty knowledge. But knowledge of what? It was ridiculous to imagine this timid-looking boy, surely he was little more than a boy, killing any living creature. Even his pigs would have their throats cut in the sanitized, strictly regulated killing ground of an authorized abattoir. It wasn't, Dalgliesh saw, that Surtees lacked strength for a physical encounter. Under the short sleeves of his checked shirt, the muscles of his arms stood out like cords, and his hands were rough, and so incongruous in size with the rest of his body that they looked as if they had been grafted on. The delicate face was tanned by sun and wind, and the open buttons of the rough cotton shirt showed a glimpse of skin as white and soft as a child's. Lifting his mug, Dalgliesh said, "Have you always kept pigs, or only since you came to work here? That was 4 years ago, wasn't it?" "Just since I came here. I've always liked pigs. When I got this job, Father Sebastian said it would be all right to have about 6, if they weren't too noisy and didn't smell. They're very clean animals. People are quite wrong to think they smell." "Did you construct the piggery yourself? I'm surprised you used wood. I thought pigs could destroy almost anything." "Oh, they can. It's only wood on the outside. Father Sebastian insisted on that. He hates concrete. I lined it with breeze blocks." Surtees had waited until Dalgliesh began drinking before raising his own mug. Dalgliesh was surprised how much he relished the tea. He said, "I know very little about pigs, but I'm told they're intelligent and companionable." Surtees visibly relaxed. "Yes, they are. They're one of the most intelligent animals. I've always liked them." "Lucky for Saint Anselm's. It means they get bacon, which doesn't smell of chemicals or exude that unappetizing smelly liquid, and properly hung pork." I don't really keep them for the college. I keep them, well, for companionship, really. Of course, they have to go to be killed eventually, and that's a problem now. There are so many EU regulations about abattoirs, and always having a vet in attendance, that people don't want to accept just a few animals. And then there's the problem of transport. But there's a farmer, Mr. Harrison, just outside Blytheborough, who helps with that. I send my pigs to the abattoir with his. And he always hangs some of the pork for his own use, so I can supply the fathers with a decent joint occasionally. They don't eat much pork, but they like to have the bacon. Father Sebastian insists on paying for it, but I think they should get it free. Dalgliesh wondered, as he had before, at the capacity of men to be genuinely fond of their animals, to have a lively regard for their welfare and minister to their needs with devotion, and at the same time be so easily reconciled to their slaughter. Now he got down to the business of his visit. He said, "Did you know Ronald Treves? Know him personally, that is?" "Not really. I knew he was one of the ordnance, and I saw him about the place, but we didn't really talk. I think he was a bit of a loner. I mean, when I did see him about the place, he was usually on his own." "What happened on the day he died? Were you here?" "Yes, I was here with my sister. It was the weekend, and she was visiting. We didn't see Ronald that Saturday, and the first we knew he was missing was when Mr. Pilbeam came round and asked if he'd been here. We said he hadn't. We didn't hear anything else until I went out about 5 o'clock to sweep up some fallen leaves from the cloisters and the courtyard, and to wash down the stones. It had been raining the day before, and the cloisters were a bit muddy. I usually go up to sweep and hose the cloisters after the services, but Father Sebastian had asked me after Mass to hose them down before evensong. I was doing that when Mr. Pilbeam told me that they'd found Ronald Treves's body. Later on, before evensong, Father Sebastian got us all together in the library and told us what had happened. It must have been a very great shock for you all." Surtees was looking down at his hands, still clasped and resting on the table. Suddenly he jerked them both out of sight like a guilty child and hunched forward. He said in a low voice, "Yes, a shock." "Well, it was, wasn't it?" "You seem to be the only gardener at Saint Anselm's. Do you grow for yourself or for the college?" "Mostly vegetables for myself, and for anyone who needs them, really. I don't grow enough for the college, not when all the ordinands are in residence. I suppose I could extend the garden, but it would take too much time. The soil's quite good, considering it's close to the sea. My sister usually takes vegetables back to London when she comes, and Miss Betterton likes to have them. She cooks for herself and Father John. Mrs. Pilbeam, too, for herself and Mr. Pilbeam." Dalgliesh said, "Mrs. Munro left a diary. She mentioned that you'd been kind enough to bring her some leeks on October the 11th, the day before she died. Do you remember doing that?" There was a pause, then Surtees said, "Yes, I think so. Perhaps I did. I can't remember." Dalgliesh said gently, "It wasn't so long ago, was it? Just over a week. Are you sure you can't remember?" "Oh, I do remember now. I took the leeks up in the evening. Mrs. Munro used to say she liked leeks with cheese sauce for supper, so I took some to St. Matthew's cottage." "And what happened?" He looked up, genuinely puzzled. "Nothing. Nothing happened. I mean, she just said thank you and took them in." "You didn't go into the cottage?" "No. She didn't ask me, and I wouldn't have wanted to. I mean, Karen was here, and I wanted to get back. She stayed on that week until Thursday morning. I went up on chance, really. I thought Mrs. Munro might have been with Mrs. Pilbeam. If she hadn't been at home, I'd have left the leeks at the door." "But she was at home. Are you sure that nothing was said, that nothing happened? You just handed her the leeks?" He nodded. "I just handed them to her and left." It was then that Dalgliesh heard the sound of an approaching car. Surtees's ears must have caught it simultaneously. He pushed back his chair with obvious relief and said, "That'll be Karen. She's my sister. She's coming for the weekend." And now the car had stopped. Surtees hurried out. Dalgliesh, sensing his anxiety to speak to his sister alone, perhaps to warn her of his presence, followed him quietly and stood in the open doorway. A woman had got out of the car, and now she and her brother stood close together, regarding Dalgliesh. Without speaking, she turned and began lugging a large rucksack and an assortment of plastic bags out of the car, then slammed the door. Lumbered with the assorted packages, they came down the path. Surtees said, "Karen, this is Commander Dalgliesh from New Scotland Yard. He's asking questions about Ronald." She was hatless, her dark hair cropped into short spikes. A heavy gold loop in each ear emphasized the paleness of the delicately boned face. Her eyes were narrow under thin arched brows, the irises dark and glitteringly bright. With a pursed mouth heavily outlined in gleaming red lipstick, her face was a carefully designed pattern in black, white, and red. The glance she gave Dalgliesh was initially hostile, a reaction to an unexpected and unwanted visitor. As their eyes held, it became appraising and then wary. They moved together into the workroom. Karen Surtees dumped her rucksack on the table. Nodding to Dalgliesh, she said to her brother, "Better get these ready-prepared meals from M&S into the freezer straight away. There's a case of wine in the car." Surtees looked from one to the other, then went out. Without speaking, the girl began dragging an assortment of clothes and tins from the rucksack. Dalgliesh said, "You're obviously not wanting visitors at present, but as I'm here, it will save time if you can answer a few questions." "Ask away. I'm Karen Surtees, by the way, Eric's half-sister. You're a bit late on the job, aren't you? Not much point now asking questions about Ronald Treves. There's been an inquest. Accidental death. And there isn't even a body to exhume. His dad had him cremated in London. Didn't they bother to tell you that? Anyway, I don't see what it's got to do with the Met. I mean, isn't it for the Suffolk police?" "Essentially, yes, but Sir Allred has a natural curiosity about his son's death. I was coming into the county, so he asked me to find out what I could." "If he really wanted to know how his son died, he'd have gone to the inquest. I suppose he's got a guilty conscience and wants to show that he's a concerned dad. What's he worried about, anyway? He's not saying that Ronald was murdered." It was odd to hear that doom-laden word spoken so easily. "No, I don't think he's saying that." "Well, I can't help him. I only met his son once or twice when he was out walking, and we'd say good morning or nice day, the usual meaningless platitudes." "You weren't friends?" "I'm not friends with any of the students. And if by friends you mean what I think you mean, I come down here to get a change from London and to see my brother, not to fuck the ordnance. Not that it would do them much harm to look at them." "You were here the weekend Ronald Treves died?" "That's right. I arrived Friday night, much the same time as today." "Did you see him that weekend?" "No, neither of us did. The first we knew he was missing was when Pilbeam came down to ask if he'd been here. We said he hadn't. End of story. Look, if there's anything else you want to know, can it wait till tomorrow? I'd like to settle in, get unpacked, have some tea, know what I mean? Getting out of London was hell. So if it's all right by you, I'll leave it for now. Not that there's anything else to say. As far as I was concerned, he was just one of the students." "But you must have formed an opinion about the death, both of you. You must have talked about it." Surtees had finished stowing away the food and now came in from the kitchen. Karen looked at him and said, "Of course we talked about it. The whole bloody college must have talked about it. If you want to know, I thought he'd probably killed himself. I don't know why, and it's none of my business. As I said, I hardly knew him, but it seemed a very odd accident. He must have known that the cliffs are dangerous. Well, we all know. There are enough warning notices. What was he doing on the beach, anyway?" "That," said Dalgliesh, "is one of the questions." He had thanked them, and was turning to go when a thought struck him. He said to Surtees, "The leeks you took to Mrs. Munro, how were they wrapped? Can you remember? Were they in a bag, or did you carry them unwrapped?" Surtees looked puzzled. "I can't remember. I think I wrapped them in newspaper. That's what I usually do with the vegetables, the large ones anyway." "Can you remember what newspaper you used?" "I know it isn't easy." Then, as Surtees didn't reply, he added, "Was it a broadsheet or a tabloid? Which newspaper do you take?" It was Karen who finally answered. "It was a copy of the Soul Bay Weekly Gazette. I'm a journalist. I tend to notice newspapers." "You were here in the kitchen?" "I must have been, mustn't I? Anyway, I saw Eric wrapping the leeks. He said he was taking them up to Mrs. Munro." "You don't happen to remember the date of the paper?" "No, I don't. I remember the paper because, like I said, I tend to look at newspapers. Eric opened it at the middle page, and there was a picture of a local farmer's funeral. He wanted his favourite heifer to attend, so they led the beast to the grave with black ribbons tied to its horns and round its neck. I don't think they'd have actually let it into the church. Just the kind of shot picture editors love." Dalgliesh turned to Surtees. "When does the Soul Bay Gazette come out?" "Every Thursday. I don't usually read it until the weekend." So the paper you used was probably the one from the previous week. He turned to Karen and said, "Thank you. You've been very helpful," and saw again in her eyes that swift, appraising glance. They followed him to the door. As he turned at the gate, he saw them standing close together, watching, as it seemed, until they could be sure he had actually left. Then, simultaneously, they turned, and the door closed behind them. Chapter 16. After his solitary dinner at the Crown in Southwold, Dalgliesh had planned to return to St Anselm's in time to attend Compline, but the meal, which was too excellent to be hurried, took longer than expected, and by the time he had got back and parked the Jaguar, the service had started. He waited in his rooms until a beam of light fell over the courtyard, and he saw that the south door of the church had been opened, and the small congregation was coming out. He made his way to the sacristy door, where Father Sebastian finally emerged, and turned to lock up behind him. Dalgliesh said, "May we speak, Father, or would you prefer it to wait until tomorrow?" He knew that it was the practice at St Anselm's for the college to keep silence after Compline, but the warden replied, "Will it take long, Commander?" "I hope not, Father." "Then now, if you wish. Shall we go to my study?" Once there, the warden took his seat behind the desk, and motioned Dalgliesh to a chair before him. This was to be no comfortable chat in the low chairs before the fire. The warden had no intention of beginning the conversation, or of asking Dalgliesh what conclusions, if any, he had reached about Ronald Treeves's death. Instead, he waited in a silence which, although not unfriendly, gave the impression that he was exercising patience. Dalgliesh said, "Father Martin has shown me Mrs. Munro's diary. Ronald Treves seems to have spent more time with her than one might expect, and it was, of course, she who found the body. That makes any reference to him in her diary important. I'm thinking particularly of the last entry, the one she wrote on the day she died. You didn't take it seriously, the evidence that she had discovered a secret and was worried by it." Father Sebastian said, "Evidence? What a forensic word, Commander. I did take it seriously, because it was obviously serious for her. I had misgivings about our reading a private diary, but as Father Martin had encouraged her to keep it, he was interested to see what she had written. Perhaps it was a natural curiosity, although I can't help feeling that the diary should have been destroyed unread. The facts, however, seem to be plain. Margaret Munro was an intelligent, sensible woman. She discovered something which worried her, confided in the person concerned, and was satisfied. Whatever the explanation she was given, it put her mind at rest. Nothing would have been gained, and much harm done if I had started probing. You're not suggesting that I should have called the college together and asked whether any one of them had a secret which they had shared with Mrs. Munro. I preferred to take her written word that the explanation she was given had made no further action necessary." Dalgliesh said, "Ronald Treves seems to have been something of a loner, Father. Did you like him?" It was a dangerously provocative question, but Father Sebastian took it unflinchingly. Watching him, Dalgliesh thought that he detected a slight hardening of the handsome face, but he couldn't be certain. The warden's answer, when it came, might have held an implied rebuke, but his voice betrayed no resentment. "In my relations with the ordinands, I don't concern myself with questions of liking or disliking, nor would it be proper to do so. Favoritism, or perceived favoritism, is particularly dangerous in a small community. Ronald was a singularly charmless young man, but since when has charm been a Christian virtue? But you did concern yourself with the question of whether he was happy here. It is not the business of St Anselm's to promote private happiness. I would have concerned myself had I thought that he was unhappy. We take our pastoral responsibilities for students very seriously. Ronald neither sought help nor gave any indication that he was in need of it. That doesn't exclude my own culpability. Ronald's religion was important to him, and he was deeply committed to his vocation. He would have had no doubt that suicide is a grave sin. The act could not have been impulsive. There was that half-mile walk to the mere, the trudge along the shore. If he killed himself, it could only have been because he was in despair. I should have known this about any student, and I didn't." Dalgliesh said, "The suicide of the young and healthy is always mysterious. They die, and no one knows why. Perhaps even they wouldn't have been able to explain." The warden said, "I was not asking for your absolution, Commander. I was merely setting out the facts." There was a silence. Dalglish's next question was equally stark, but it had to be asked. He wondered whether he was being too direct, even tactless in his questioning, but he judged that Father Sebastian would welcome directness and despise tact. More was understood between them than was being spoken. He said, "I was wondering who would benefit if the college were closed. I would, among others. But I think that any questions of that kind could more properly be answered by our lawyers. Stannard, Fox, and Perronet have served the college since its inception, and Paul Perronet is at present a trustee. Their office is in Norwich. He could tell you something of our history if you're interested. I know that he does work occasionally on Saturday mornings. Would you like me to make an appointment? I'll see if I can get him at home." "That would be helpful, Father." The warden stretched out his hand to the telephone on his desk. He had no need to check the number. After he had pressed down the digits, there was a short pause. Then he said, "Paul, it's Sebastian Morel. I'm ringing from my office. I have with me Commander Dalgliesh. You remember we spoke last night about his visit? He has a number of questions about the college that I would be glad if you would answer." "Yes, anything he asks. There's nothing you need withhold." "That's good of you, Paul. I'll hand you over." Without speaking, he passed the receiver to Dalgliesh. A deep voice said, "Paul Perronet here. I shall be in my office tomorrow morning. I have an appointment at 10, but if you can come early, say 9 o'clock, that should give us time enough. I'll be here from 8:30. Father Sebastian will give you the address. We're very close to the cathedral. I'll see you at 9 o'clock then. Just so." When Dalgliesh had regained his seat, the warden said, "Is there anything else tonight?" "It would be helpful, Father, if I could have a sight of Margaret Munro's staff record, if you still have it." "It would, of course, have been confidential were she still with us. As she is dead, I can see no objection. Miss Ramsay keeps it in a locked cabinet next door. I'll fetch it for you." He went out, and Dalgliesh could hear the rasp of the steel cabinet drawer. Within seconds the warden was back and handed over a stiff manila folder. He didn't inquire what possible relevance Mrs. Munro's file could have to the tragedy of Ronald Treeves's death, and Dalgliesh thought he knew why. He recognized in Father Sebastian an experienced tactician who wouldn't ask a question if he judged the reply would be either unforthcoming or unwelcome. He had promised cooperation and would give it, but he would store up each of Dalglish's intrusive and unwelcome requests until the opportune moment came to point out how much had been demanded, how small the justification, and how ineffective the result. No one would be more adept at luring his adversaries onto ground they could not legitimately defend. Now he said, "Do you wish to take the file away, Commander?" "For the night, Father. I'll return it tomorrow." "Then, if there is nothing else for the present, I'll say good night." He rose and opened the door for Dalgliesh. It could have been a gesture of politeness. To Dalgliesh it smacked more of a headmaster, ensuring that a recalcitrant parent was finally taking himself off. The door to the south cloister was open. Pilbeam had not yet locked up for the night. The courtyard, lit only by the dim wall lights along the cloisters, was very dark, and only 2 of the students' rooms, both in the south cloister, showed even a chink of light. As he turned towards Jerome, he saw that 2 figures were standing together outside the door of Ambrose. One he had been introduced to at tea, and the pale head shining under the wall light was unmistakable. The other was a woman. Hearing his footsteps, she turned towards him, and as he reached his door, their eyes met, and for a second held, as if in mutual amazement. The light fell on a face of grave and astounding beauty, and he experienced an emotion that now came rarely, a physical jolt of astonishment and affirmation. Raphael said, "I don't think you've met. Emma, this is Commander Dalgliesh, who has come all the way from Scotland Yard to tell us how Ronald died. Commander, meet Dr. Emma Lavenham, who arrives from Cambridge 3 times a year to civilize us. After virtuously attending Compline, we decided quite separately to walk out and look at the stars. We met at the edge of the cliff. Now, like a good host, I'm seeing her back to her rooms. Good night, Emma." His voice and stance were proprietorial, and Dalgliesh sensed her slight withdrawal. She said, I was perfectly capable of finding my own way back. But thank you, Raphael. It looked for a moment as if he were about to take her hand, but she said a firm "good night," which seemed to embrace them both, and went quickly into her sitting room. Raphael said, "The stars were disappointing. Good night, Commander. I hope you have everything you need." He turned and strode briskly across the cobbles of the courtyard to his room in the north cloister. For some reason which he found difficult to explain, Dalgliesh felt irritated. Raphael Arbuthnot was a facetious young man who was undoubtedly too handsome for his own good. Presumably he was a descendant of the Arbuthnot who had founded Saint Anselm's. If so, how much was he likely to inherit if the college were forced to close? Resolutely he settled at the desk and opened Mrs. Munro's file, sifting through each of the papers. She had come to St. Anselm's on the 1st of May 1994 from Ashcombe House, a hospice outside Norwich. St. Anselm's had advertised both in the Church Times and in a local paper for a resident woman to be in charge of the linen and to help generally with the housekeeping. Mrs. Munro's heart condition had recently been diagnosed, and her letter of application stated that nursing had become too heavy for her, and that she was looking for a residential post with lighter duties. Her references from the matron of the hospice had been good, though not over-enthusiastic. Mrs. Munro, who had taken up her post on the 1st of June 1988, had been a conscientious and dedicated nurse, but was perhaps a little too reserved in her relationships with others. Nursing the dying had become both physically and mentally too exhausting for her, but the hospice thought she would be able to undertake some light nursing responsibilities at a college of healthy young men, and would be happy to do so in addition to being in charge of the linen. Once arrived, it seemed that she was seldom absent. There were very few applications to Father Sebastian for leave, and it seemed that she preferred to spend holidays in her cottage, where she was joined by her only child, an army officer. The general impression gained from the file was of a conscientious, hard-working, essentially private woman, with few interests outside her son. There was a note on the file that he had been killed 18 months after her arrival at St. Anselm's. He put the file in the desk drawer, showered, and went to bed. Clicking off the light, he tried to compose himself for sleep, but the preoccupations of the day refused to be banished. He was standing again on the beach with Father Martin. He saw in imagination that brown cloak and cassock as precisely folded as if the boy had been packing for a journey, and perhaps that is how he had seen it. Had he really taken them off to clamber up a few yards of unstable sand, layered with stones, and precariously held together with clumps of grassy earth? And why make the attempt? What, if anything, did he hope to reach, to discover? This was a stretch of coast where from time to time parts of long-buried skeletons would appear, under the sand, or in the cliff face, washed up generations ago from the drowned graveyards, now lying a mile away under the sea. But nothing had been apparent to any of those at the scene. Even if Treves had glimpsed the smooth curve of a skull, or the end of a long bone jutting from the sand, why would he have found it necessary to take off his cassock and cloak before attempting to reach it? To Dalglish's mind, there had been something more significant in that neatly folded pile of clothes. Hadn't it been a deliberate, almost ceremonial, laying aside of a life, of a vocation, perhaps even of a faith? From thoughts of that dreadful death, his mind, torn between pity, curiosity, and conjecture, turned to Margaret Munro's diary. He had read the paragraphs of the final entry so often that he could have recited them by heart. She had discovered a secret so important that she couldn't bring herself to record it, except obliquely. She had spoken to the person most concerned, and within hours of that disclosure she was dead. Given the state of her heart, that death could have happened at any time. Perhaps it had been hastened by anxiety, the need to confront the implications of her discovery. But it could have been a convenient death for someone, and how easy such a murder would be. An elderly woman with a weak heart, alone in her cottage, a local doctor who had seen her regularly, and would have no difficulty in giving a death certificate. And why, if she was wearing the spectacles she used for watching television, had her knitting been in her lap? And if she had been watching a program when she died, who had turned off the set? All these oddities could, of course, be explained. It was the end of the day, and she was tired. Even if more evidence came to light, and what evidence could there be, there was little hope of solving the mystery now. Like Ronald Treves, she had been cremated. It struck him that Saint Anselm's was oddly prompt in disposing of its dead, but that was unfair. Both Sir Aelred and Mrs. Munro's sister had cut the college out of the obsequies. He wished he had actually seen Treves's body. It was always unsatisfactory to have evidence at second hand, and no photographs had been taken of the scene. But the accounts had been clear enough, and what they pointed to was suicide. But why? Treves would have seen the act as a sin, a mortal sin. What could have been strong enough to drive him to such a horrific end? Chapter 17. Any visitor to an historic county town or city quickly becomes aware in his or her peregrinations that the most attractive houses in the centre are invariably the offices of lawyers. Messrs. Stannard, Fox and Perronet were no exception. The firm was housed within walking distance of the cathedral, in an elegant Georgian house, separated from the pavement by a narrow band of cobbles. The gleaming front door with its lion's head knocker, the glistening paintwork, the windows unsmudged by city grime, reflected the frail morning sunlight, and the immaculate net curtains all proclaimed the respectability, prosperity, and exclusiveness of the firm. In the reception office, which had obviously once been part of a larger, finely proportioned front room, a fresh-faced girl looked up from her magazine and greeted Dalgliesh in a pleasant Norfolk accent. "Commander Dalgliesh, hasn't it? Mr. Perronet is expecting you. He said to ask you to go straight up. It's the first floor at the front. His PA doesn't come in on Saturdays. There's only the two of us, but I could easily make you coffee if you'd like it." Smiling, Dalgliesh thanked her, declined the offer, and made his way up the stairs between framed photographs of previous members of the firm. The man who was waiting for him at the door of his office and moved forward was older than his voice on the telephone had suggested, certainly in his late 50s. He was over 6 feet tall, bony with a long jaw, mild grey eyes behind horn-rimmed spectacles, and straw-coloured hair, which lay in lank strands across a high forehead. It was the face of a comedian rather than of a lawyer. He was formally dressed in a dark pinstripe suit, obviously old but extremely well cut, its orthodoxy belied by a shirt with a broad blue stripe and a pink bow tie with blue spots. It was as if he were aware of some discordance of personality, or an eccentricity which he was at pains to cultivate. The room into which Dalgliesh was led was much as he had expected. The desk was Georgian, and clear of paper or filing trays. There was an oil painting, no doubt of one of the founding fathers, above the elegant marble fireplace, and the watercolour landscapes, carefully aligned, were good enough to be by Cotman, and probably were. "You won't take coffee? Very wise. Too early. I go out for mine at about 11. A stroll out to St. Peter Mancroft. Gives me a chance to get out of the office. I hope this chair isn't too low. No? Take the other if you prefer. Father Sebastian has asked me to answer any questions you care to ask about St. Anselm's. Just so. Of course, if this were an official police inquiry, I should have a duty as well as a wish to cooperate." The mildness of his grey eyes was deceptive. They could be searching. Dalgliesh said, "Hardly an official inquiry. My position is ambiguous. I expect Father Sebastian has told you that Sir Aelred Treves is unhappy about the verdict at the inquest on his son. He's asked the Met to make a preliminary investigation to see if there's a case for taking the matter further. I was due in the county, and I know something of St. Anselm's, so it seemed expedient and economical for me to make this visit. Of course, if there's any suggestion of a criminal case, the matter will become official and pass into the hands of the Suffolk Constabulary." Paul Perronet said, "Dissatisfied with the verdict, is he? I should have thought it would have come as something of a relief." He thought the evidence for accidental death was inconclusive. "So it may have been, but there was no evidence of anything else. An open verdict might have been more appropriate." Dalgliesh said, "Coming at a difficult time for the college, the publicity must have been unwelcome." "Just so. But the tragedy was handled with great discretion. Father Sebastian is skilled in these matters. And Saint Anselm certainly has had worse publicity. There was the homosexual scandal in 1923, when the priest-lecturer in church history, one Father Cuthbert, fell passionately in love with one of the ordinands, and they were discovered by the warden in flagrante delicto. They cycled off together on Father Cuthbert's tandem bicycle to Felixstowe docks and freedom, having, I presume, changed from their cassocks into Victorian knickerbockers. An engaging picture, I always think. And then there was a more serious scandal in 1932, when the then warden converted to Rome and took half the teaching staff and a third of the ordinands with him. That must have sent Agnes Arbuthnot reeling in her grave. But it's true that this latest publicity comes at an unfortunate time, just so. Were you at the inquest yourself? Yes, I attended, representing the college. This firm has represented St. Anselm since its foundation. Miss Arbuthnot, indeed the Arbuthnot family generally, had a dislike of London, and when her father later moved into Suffolk and built the house in 1842, he asked us to take over his legal affairs. We were out of the county, of course, but I think he wanted an East Anglian firm, rather than one necessarily in Suffolk. Miss Arbuthnot carried on the association after her father's death. One of the senior partners here has always been a trustee of the college. Miss Arbuthnot provided for this in her will, and stated that he should be a communicant member of the Church of England. I'm the present trustee. I don't know what we'll do in the future, if all the partners here are Roman Catholics, nonconformists, or plain unbelievers. I suppose we'll have to persuade someone to convert. Up to now, though, there's always been a suitably qualified partner. Dalgliesh said, It's an old firm, isn't it? Founded in 1792. And no Stannards in the firm now. The last one is an academic, one of the new universities, I believe. But we have a young fox coming on. A young vixen, rather. Priscilla Fox. Qualified only last year, but very promising. I like to see continuity. Dalgliesh said, I understand from Father Martin that the death of young Treves may hasten the closure of St. Anselm's. As a trustee, is that your view? I'm afraid so. Hasten, mind you, not cause. The Church, as I expect you know, has a policy of centralizing its theological teaching in fewer centres, but St. Anselm's has always been something of an anomaly. It may close more quickly now, but closure, alas, is inevitable. Not just a question of church policy and resources. The ethos is out of date. St. Anselm's has always had its critics, elitist, snobbish, too isolated, even the students too well-fed. The wine is certainly remarkably fine. I take care not to make my quarterly visits in Lent or on a Friday. But most of it is bequeathed. Doesn't cost the college a penny. Old Canon Cosgrove left them his cellar 5 years ago. The old man had a fine palate. Should keep them going till they close. Dalgliesh said, And if and when they do, what happens to the buildings, the contents? Didn't Father Sebastian tell you? He told me that he would be among the beneficiaries, but referred me to you for the details. Just so, just so. Mr. Perronet got up from the desk and opened a cupboard to the left of the fireplace. He brought out, with some effort, a large box labelled Arbuthnot in white paint. He said, If you're interested in the history of the college, and I take it you are, perhaps we should begin at the beginning. It's all here. Yes, indeed. You can read the story of a family in one large black tin box. I'll begin with Agnes Arbuthnot's father, Claude Arbuthnot, who died in 1859. He manufactured buttons and buckles, buttons for those high boots the ladies used to wear, ceremonial buttons and buckles, that kind of thing, at a factory outside Ipswich. Did extremely well and made himself a very rich man. Agnes, born in 1820, was the eldest child. After her was Edwin, born in 1823, and Clara, born 2 years later. We needn't trouble ourselves with Clara. Never married, and died of TB in 1849 in Italy. Buried in Rome in the Protestant ceremony. In very good company, of course. Poor Keats. Well, that's what they did in those days. Travelled to the sun in the hope of a cure. The voyage was enough to kill them. Pity she didn't go to Torquay and rest up there. Anyway, exit Clara. It was the old man, Claude, of course, who built the house. He'd made his pile and he wanted something to show for it. Just so. He left the house to Agnes. The money was divided between her and the son Edwin, and I gather there was some dissension over the bestowal of the property. But Agnes cared for the house and lived in it, and Edwin didn't, so she got it. Of course, if her father, a rigid Protestant, had known what she was going to do with it, things might have been different. Still, you can't follow your property beyond the grave. He bequeathed it to her, and that was that. It was the year after his death that she went to stay with a school friend in Oxford, came under the influence of the Oxford movement, and decided to found Saint Anselm's. The house was there, of course, but she built on the 2 cloisters, restored and incorporated the church, and built the 4 cottages for staff. Dalgliesh said, "What happened to Edwin?" "He was an explorer. Except for Claude, the males in the family seem all to have had an itch for travel. Actually, he was part of some notable digs in the Middle East. He rarely came back to England, and died in Cairo in 1890. Dalgliesh said, "Was he the one who gave the Saint Anselm papyrus to the college?" And now the eyes behind the horn-rimmed spectacles grew wary. There was a silence before Perronet spoke. "So you know about that?" "Father Sebastian didn't say." "I know very little. My father was in on the secret, and although he was always discreet, I picked up hints when he and I were at St. Anselm's. A 14-year-old boy has sharper ears and a more inquisitive mind than adults sometimes realize. My father told me a little, and made me promise to keep it secret. I don't think I was much interested in doing anything else." Perronet said, "Well, Father Sebastian said to answer all your questions, but there's not much I can tell you about the papyrus. You probably know as much as I. It was certainly given to Miss Arbuthnot in 1887 by her brother, and he was certainly capable of forging it, or having it forged. He was a man fond of practical jokes, and this would have appealed to him. He was a fervent atheist. Can an atheist be fervent? Anyway, he was anti-religion. What is the papyrus exactly?" "It purports to be a communication from Pontius Pilate to an officer of the guard regarding the removal of a certain body. Miss Arbuthnot took the view that it was a forgery, and most wardens who have seen the letter since have agreed. I haven't myself been shown it, but my father was, and so I believe was old Stannard. My father had no doubt that it wasn't genuine, but he said that assuming it to have been forged, it had been done with considerable cleverness." Dalgliesh said, "It's strange that Agnes Arbuthnot didn't have it destroyed." "Oh, not strange, I think. No, I wouldn't call it strange. There's a note about it here among the papers. I'll just give you the gist, if you don't mind. She took the view that if it were destroyed, her brother would make the matter public, and the fact of its destruction would serve to prove its authenticity. Once destroyed, no one could prove that it wasn't a fake. She left careful instructions that it was to be preserved in the possession of each successive warden, to be passed over to his successor only at his death." Dalgliesh said, "Which means that Father Martin has it at present." "That's right. Father Martin will have it somewhere in his possession. I doubt if even Father Sebastian knows where. If you require any further information about the letter, you should speak to him. I can't see how it's relevant to the death of young Treves." Dalgliesh said, "Nor can I at present." "What happened to the family after Edwin Arbuthnot's death?" "He had a son, Hugh, born in 1880, killed in action on the Somme in 1916. My grandfather died in that action. The dead of that war still march through all our dreams, don't they? He left 2 sons. The elder Edwin, born in 1903, never married, and died in Alexandria in 1979. Then there was Claude, born in 1905. He was the grandfather of Raphael Arbuthnot, who is a student at the college at the present. But that, of course, you know. Raphael Arbuthnot is the last of the family." Dalgliesh said, "But he doesn't inherit." "No. Unfortunately, he's not legitimate. Miss Arbuthnot's will was detailed and specific. I don't think the dear lady ever really envisaged that the college would be closed, but my predecessor here, who was dealing with the family's affairs at the time, pointed out that this eventuality should be provided for. Just so. The will states that the property and all objects in the college and the church that were the gift of Miss Arbuthnot and are present at the time of closure should be divided in equal shares between any direct descendants of her father, provided such descendants were legitimate in English law and communicant members of the Church of England. Dalgliesh said, "An unusual wording, surely. Legitimate in English law." "Not really. Miss Arbuthnot was typical of her class and age. Where property was concerned, the Victorians were always alive to the possibility of a foreign claimant of doubtful legitimacy, born of an irregularly contracted foreign marriage. There are some notorious cases. Failing a legitimate heir, the property and the contents are to be divided, again in equal shares, between the priests resident in the college at the time of its closure." Dalgliesh said, "Which means that the beneficiaries are Father Sebastian Morel, Father Martin Petrie, Father Peregrine Glover, and Father John Betterton. That's a little hard on Raphael, isn't it? I suppose there's no doubt about the illegitimacy." "On the first point, I would have to agree. The unfairness has not, of course, escaped Father Sebastian. The question of closing the college first arose seriously 2 years ago, and he spoke to me then. He, somewhat naturally, is unhappy about the terms of the will, and suggested that, in the event of closure, some arrangement should be arrived at between the beneficiaries to ensure that Raphael benefits. Normally, of course, bequests can be varied by agreement of the beneficiaries, but the matter here is complicated. I told him that I couldn't give quick or easy answers to any questions relating to the disposal of the property. There is, for example, the extremely valuable painting in the church. Miss Arbuthnot gave it to the church particularly to be used above the altar. If the church is to remain consecrated, should it be moved, or should some arrangement be made whereby whoever is responsible for the church can acquire it? The recently appointed trustee, Archdeacon Crampton, has been agitating to have it removed now, either to a place of greater safety, or to be sold for the benefit of the diocese generally. He would like to have all the valuable items removed. I have told him that I would regret any such premature action, but he may well get his way. He has considerable influence, and such action would of course ensure that the church rather than individuals will benefit when the college closes. Then there is the problem of the buildings. I confess I can't see an obvious use for them, and they may well not be standing in 20 years' time. The sea is advancing rapidly along that coast. The erosion, of course, considerably affects their value. The contents, even without the picture, are likely to be more valuable. The silver, the books, and the furnishings particularly so." Dalgliesh said, "And then there's the Saint Anselm papyrus." Again he thought the reference was unwelcome. Perronet said, "Presumably that too will pass to the beneficiaries. That could create a particular difficulty. But if the college closes, and there is subsequently no warden, then the papyrus will form part of the estate. But it is presumably a valuable object, authentic or otherwise." Paul Perronet said, "It would have considerable value to anyone interested either in money or in power." Like Sir Aelred Treves, thought Dalgliesh. But it was difficult to imagine Sir Aelred deliberately introducing his adopted son into the college with the purpose of getting hold of the St. Anselm papyrus, even if he had evidence of its existence. He said, "There's no doubt, I suppose, of Raphael's illegitimacy." "Oh, indeed no, Commander, indeed no. His mother, when pregnant, made no secret of the fact that she was neither married nor had any wish to be. She never revealed the name of the father, although she did express her contempt and hatred for him. After the child was born, she literally dumped him at the college in a basket with a note which said, 'You are supposed to go in for Christian charity, so practice it on this bastard. If you want money, ask my father.' The note is here among the Arbuthnot papers. It was an extraordinary thing for a mother to do." It was indeed, thought Dalgliesh. Women did abandon their children. Sometimes they even murdered them. But there had been a calculated brutality about this rejection, and by a woman surely not without money and friends. She went abroad immediately, and I believe travelled extensively in the Far East and India for the next 10 years or so. I believe that for most of the time she was in the company of a friend, a woman doctor. who committed suicide just before Clara Arbuthnot returned to England. Clara died of cancer in Ashcombe House, a hospice outside Norwich, on the 30th of April 1988. Without ever seeing the child, she neither saw nor took any interest in him. Of course, she died tragically young. Things might have changed. Her father, who was over 50 when he married, was an old man by the time his grandson was born, couldn't have coped and didn't want to. But he did set up a small trust fund. The warden here at the time was made legal guardian after the grandfather's death. Effectively, the college has been Raphael's home. The fathers have, on the whole, done extremely well by the boy. They thought it right he should go away to prep school and have the company of other boys, and I think this was wise. Then, of course, there was public school. The trust fund just ran to the fees, but he's been at the college for most of the holidays. The telephone on the desk rang. Paul Perronet said, "Yeah, but Sally tells me my next caller has arrived. Is there anything else you need to know, Commander?" "Nothing, thank you. I'm not sure how relevant any of this will prove, but I'm glad to be put in the picture. Thank you for taking so much time over the matter." Perronet said, "We seem to have travelled very far from that poor boy's death. You will, of course, let me know the result of your inquiries. As a trustee, I have an interest, and just so." Dalgliesh promised that he would. He made his way up the sunlit street towards the soaring splendour of St. Peter Mancroft. This, after all, was supposed to be a holiday. He was entitled to spend at least an hour on his own pleasures. He pondered what he had learned. It was an odd coincidence that Clara Arbuthnot had died in the same hospice where Margaret Munro had been a nurse, but perhaps not so very odd. Miss Arbuthnot might well have wanted to die in the county of her birth. The job at St. Anselm's would have been advertised locally, and Mrs. Munro had been looking for a post. But the two women could not have met. He would have to check the dates, but it was clear in his own mind. Miss Arbuthnot had died a month before Margaret Munro had taken up her post at the hospice. But the other fact he had learned was an uncomfortable complication. Whatever the truth about Ronald Treeves's death, it had brought nearer the closure of St. Anselm's College, and when that closure took place, 4 members of the staff would become very rich men. He had decided that St. Anselm's would welcome his absence for most of the day, but had told Father Martin that he would be in for dinner. After 2 hours' satisfying exploration of the city, he found a restaurant where neither food nor decor were pretentious, and ate a simple lunch. There was something else he needed to do before returning to the college. Consulting the telephone directory at the restaurant, he discovered the address of the publishers of the Sole Bay Weekly Gazette. Their office, from which they published a number of local papers and magazines, was a low brick building, rather like a garage, close to one of the road junctions outside the city. There was no problem in obtaining back copies of the paper. Karen Surtees's memory had not been at fault. The issue for the week before Mrs. Munro's death did indeed carry a picture of the ribbon-bedecked heifer at her owner's graveside. Dalgliesh had parked in the forecourt in front of the building, and now returned to the car and studied the newspaper. It was a typical provincial weekly. Its preoccupation with local life and rural and small-town interests a refreshing relief from the predictable concerns of the national broadsheets. Here were reports from the villages of whist drives, sales of work, darts competitions, funerals, and meetings of local groups and associations. There was a page of photographs of brides and grooms, heads together, smiling into the camera, and several pages of advertisements for houses, cottages, and bungalows, with pictures of the properties. 4 pages were devoted to personal notices and other advertisements. Only 2 items hinted at the less innocent concerns of the wider world. 7 illegal immigrants had been discovered in a barn, and it was suspected that they had been brought in on a local boat. The police had made 2 arrests in connection with the finding of cocaine, raising suspicion that there could be a local dealer. Folding the paper, Dalgliesh reflected that his hunch had come to nothing. If anything in the Gazette had sparked off Margaret Munro's memory, the secret had died with her. Chapter 18. The Reverend Matthew Crampton, Archdeacon of Raydon, drove to St. Anselm's by the shortest route from his vicarage at Cressingfield, just south of Ipswich. He drove towards the A12 with the comfortable assurance that he had left the parish, his wife, and his study in good order. Even in youth he had never left home without the assumption, never voiced aloud, that he might not return. It was never a serious worry, but the thought was always there, like other unacknowledged fears, which curled like a sleeping snake in the pit of his mind. It sometimes occurred to him that he lived his whole life in the daily expectation of its ending. The small diurnal rituals which this involved had nothing to do with a morbid preoccupation with mortality, nor with his faith, but were more, he acknowledged, a legacy of his mother's insistence every morning on clean underclothes, since this might be the day on which he would be run over and exposed to the gaze of nurses, doctors, and the undertaker, as a pitiable victim of maternal unconcern. As a boy, he had sometimes pictured the final scene, himself stretched out on a mortuary slab, and his mother comforted and gratified by the thought that he had at least died with his pants clean. He had tidied away his first marriage as methodically as he tidied his desk. That silent visitation at the corner of the stair, or glimpse through his study window, the sudden shock of hearing a half-remembered laugh, were mercifully supine, overlaid by parish duties, the weekly routine, his second marriage. He had consigned his first marriage to a dark oubliette of his mind and shot the bolt, but not before he had almost formally passed sentence on it. He had heard one of his parishioners, the mother of a child who was dyslexic and slightly deaf, describing how her daughter had been statemented by the local authority, and had understood that this meant that the child's needs had been assessed and appropriate measures agreed on. So, in a very different context, but with equal authority, he had statemented his marriage. The words, unspoken, had never been consigned to paper, but mentally he could recite them as if he were speaking of a casual acquaintance, and always of himself in the third person. That brief and final disposal of a marriage was written on his mind, pictured always in italics. Archdeacon Crampton married his first wife soon after he became vicar of his inner-city parish. Barbara Hampton was 20 years younger, beautiful, wilful, and disturbed, a fact which her family had never disclosed. The marriage had at first been happy. He knew himself to be the fortunate husband of a woman he had done little to deserve. Her sentimentality was taken for kindness. Her easy familiarity with strangers, her beauty and her generosity made her very popular in the parish. For months the problems were either unacknowledged or not spoken of. And then the church wardens and parishioners would call at the vicarage when she was away, and tell their embarrassed stories, the outbursts of violent temper, the screaming, the insults. Incidents which he had thought happened only to and with him had spread into the parish. She refused treatment, arguing that it was he who was sick. She began to drink more steadily and more heavily. One afternoon, 4 years after the wedding, he was due to go out to visit sick parishioners, and, knowing that she had gone to bed that afternoon, pleading tiredness, had gone to see how she was. Opening the door, he thought that she was sleeping peacefully, and left, not wishing to disturb her. On his return that evening he found that she was dead. She had taken an overdose of aspirin. The inquest returned a verdict of suicide. He blamed himself for having married a woman too young for him, and unsuitable to be a vicar's wife. He found happiness in a second and more appropriate marriage, but he never ceased to mourn his first wife. That was the story as mentally he recited it, but now he returned to it far less often. He had married again within 18 months. An unmarried vicar, particularly one who has been tragically widowed, is inevitably regarded as the lawful target of the parish matchmakers. It seemed to him that his second wife had been chosen for him, an arrangement in which he had happily acquiesced. Today he had a job to do, and it was one he relished while convincing himself that it was a duty, to persuade Sebastian Morel that Saint Anselm's had to be closed, and to find any additional evidence that would help to make that closure as speedy as it was inevitable. He told himself, and believed, that Saint Anselm's, expensive to maintain, remote, with only 20 carefully selected students, overprivileged and elitist, was an example of everything that was wrong with the Church of England. He admitted, and mentally congratulated himself on his honesty, that his dislike of the institution extended to its principle. Why on earth should the man be called warden? And that dislike was strongly personal, going well beyond any difference in churchmanship or theology. Partly, he admitted, it was class resentment. He thought of himself as having fought his way to ordination and preferment, In fact, little struggle had been necessary. In his university days, his path had been smoothed by not ungenerous grants, and his mother had always indulged her only child. But Morel was the son and the grandson of bishops, and an 18th-century forebear had been one of the great prince-bishops of the church. The Morels had always been at home in palaces, and the archdeacon knew that his adversary would put out his tentacles of family and personal influence to reach the sources of power in Whitehall, the universities and the church, and wouldn't yield an inch of ground in the fight to keep his fiefdom. And there had been that dreadful horse-faced wife of his. God only knew why he had married her. Lady Veronica had been in residence at the college on the archdeacon's first visit, long before he was appointed as a trustee, and had sat on his left at dinner. The occasion had not been a happy one for either of them. Well, she was dead now. At least he would be spared that braying, offensively upper-class voice which it took centuries of arrogance and insensitivity to develop. What had she or her husband ever known of poverty and its humiliating deprivations? When had they ever had to live with the violence and the intractable problems of a decayed inner-city parish? Morel had never even served as a parish priest, except for 2 years in a fashionable provincial town. And why a man of his intellectual ability and reputation should be content to be principal of a small, isolated theological college was something of a mystery to the archdeacon, and, he suspected, not only to him. But there could, of course, be an explanation, and it lay in the terms of Miss Arbuthnot's deplorable will. How on earth had her legal advisers allowed her to make it? Of course, she couldn't have known that the pictures and the silver she had given to St. Anselm's would so appreciate in value over nearly a century and a half. In recent years, St. Anselm's had been supported by the church. It was morally just that when the college became redundant, the assets should go to the church or to church charities. It was inconceivable that Miss Arbuthnot had intended to make multimillionaires of the 4 priests fortuitously in residence at the time of the closure, one of them aged 80, and another a convicted child abuser. He would make it his business to ensure that all valuables were removed from the college before it was formally closed. Sebastian Morel could hardly oppose the move without laying himself open to the accusation of selfishness and greed. His devious campaign to keep St. Anselm's open was probably a ruse to conceal his interest in the spoils. The battle lines had been formally drawn, and he was on his confident way to what he expected would be a decisive skirmish. Chapter 19. Father Sebastian knew that he would have to have a confrontation with the archdeacon before the weekend was over, but he didn't intend it to take place in the church. He was prepared, even eager, to stand his ground, but not before the altar. But when the archdeacon said that he would like now to see the Rogier van der Weyden, Father Sebastian, having no excuse for not accompanying him, and feeling that merely to hand over the keys would be uncivil, consoled himself with the thought that the visit would probably be short. What, after all, could the archdeacon object to in the church, except perhaps the lingering smell of incense? He made a resolution to keep an even temper, and, if possible, to restrict the conversation to superficialities. Surely in church 2 priests could talk to each other without acrimony. They made their way down the north cloister to the sacristy door without speaking. Nothing was said until Father Sebastian had switched on the light illuminating the picture, and they stood side by side, regarding it in silence. Father Sebastian had never found words adequate to describe the effect on him of this sudden revelation of the image, and he didn't attempt to find them now. It was a full half-minute before the archdeacon spoke. His voice boomed unnaturally loud in the silent air. "It shouldn't be here, of course. Haven't you ever given serious thought to having it moved?" "Moved where, Archdeacon?" "It was given to the college by Miss Arbuthnot, precisely to be placed in the church and over the altar. Hardly a safe place for something so valuable. What's it worth, do you think? 5 million? 8 million? 10 million? I've no idea. As far as safety is concerned, the altarpiece has been in place for over 100 years. To where exactly do you propose it should be removed?" "To somewhere safer, somewhere where other people can enjoy it. The most sensible course, and I've discussed this with the bishop, would be to sell it to a museum where it would be on public view. The church, or indeed any worthwhile charity, could find a good use for the money. The same applies to the 2 most valuable of your chalices. It is inappropriate that objects of such value should be kept for the private satisfaction of 20 ordinands. Father Sebastian was tempted to quote a verse of Scripture, "For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor," but prudently forbore. But he couldn't keep the note of outrage from his voice. "The altar-piece is the property of this college. It will certainly not be sold while I am warden, nor will it be removed. The silver will be kept in the sanctuary safe and used for the purpose for which it was made. Even though its presence means that the church has to be kept locked and is unavailable to the ordinands, it isn't unavailable. They have only to ask for the keys. The need to pray is sometimes more spontaneous than remembering to ask for a key. That's why we have the oratory." The archdeacon turned away, and Father Sebastian walked over to switch off the light. His companion said, "In any case, when the college is closed, the picture will have to be removed. I don't know what the diocese has in mind for this place. I mean the church itself. It's too remote to serve again as a parish church, even as part of a team ministry. Where would you get a congregation? It's unlikely that whoever buys the house will want a private chapel, but you never know. It's difficult to see who would be interested in buying. Remote, inconvenient to run, difficult to reach, and with no direct access to the beach. It would hardly be suitable for a hotel or convalescent home. And with the coast erosion, there's no certainty it will be here in 20 years' time." Father Sebastian waited until he could be sure of speaking calmly. "You talk, Archdeacon, as if the decision to close Saint Anselm's has already been taken. I assumed that as warden I would be consulted. No one yet has spoken or written to me." "Naturally you will be consulted. All the necessary tedious processes will be followed. But the end is inevitable, you know that perfectly well. The Church of England is centralizing and rationalizing its theological training. Reform is long overdue. St. Anselm's is too small, too remote, too expensive, and too elitist." "Elitist, Archdeacon?" "I use the word deliberately. When did you last accept an ordinand from the state educational system?" "Stephen Morby came through the state system. He's probably our most intelligent ordinand." "The first, I suspect, and no doubt by way of Oxford and with the required first. And when will you accept a woman as ordinand? Or a woman priest on the staff, for that matter?" "No woman has ever applied." "Precisely, because women know when they're not wanted." "I think that recent history would disprove that, Archdeacon. We have no prejudices. The Church, or rather Synod, has made its decision. But this place is too small to cope with women ordinands. Even the larger theological colleges are finding it difficult. It's the ordinands who suffer. I will not preside over a Christian institution in which some members refuse to take the sacrament at the hands of others. And elitism isn't your only problem. Unless the Church adapts itself to meet the needs of the 21st century, it will die. The life your young men live here is ridiculously privileged, totally remote from the lives of the men and women they will be expected to serve. The study of Greek and Hebrew have their place, I'm not denying that, but we need also to look at what the newer disciplines can offer. What training do they receive in sociology, in race relations, in interfaith cooperation?" Father Sebastian managed to keep his voice steady. He said, "The training provided here is among the best in the country. Our inspection reports make that plain. And it's ludicrous to claim that anyone here is out of touch with the real world, or isn't being trained to minister to that world. Priests have gone out from St. Anselm's to serve in the most deprived and difficult areas, here and overseas. What about Father Donovan, who died of typhoid in the East End because he wouldn't leave his flock? Or Father Bruce, martyred in Africa? And there are others. St. Anselm's has educated 2 of the century's most distinguished bishops. They were bishops for their age, not ours. You're talking about the past. I'm concerned with the needs of the present, particularly of the young. We won't bring people to the faith with outworn conventions, an archaic liturgy, and a church that is seen as pretentious, boring, middle-class, racist even. St. Anselm's has become irrelevant to the new age." Father Sebastian said, "What is it that you want? A church without mystery? stripped of that learning, tolerance, and dignity that were the virtues of Anglicanism, a church without humility in the face of the ineffable mystery and love of Almighty God, services with banal hymns, a debased liturgy, and the Eucharist conducted as if we were a parish bean feast. A church for cool Britannia? That is not how I conduct services at Saint Anselm's. I'm sorry. I recognize that there are legitimate differences in how we view the priesthood. I wasn't being personal. The archdeacon said, "Oh, but I think you were. Let me be frank, Morel." "You have been frank. And is this the place for it?" "St. Anselm's will be closed. It has served the past well, no doubt, but it is irrelevant to the present. Its teaching is good, but is it any better than was that of Chichester, Salisbury, Lincoln? They had to accept closure. It will not be closed. It will not be closed in my lifetime. I'm not without influence." "Oh, we know that. That's exactly what I'm complaining about. The power of influence, knowing the right people, moving in the right circles, a word in the right ear. That view of England is as out of date as the college. Lady Veronica's world is dead." But now Father Sebastian's barely controlled anger found trembling release. He could hardly speak, but the words, distorted with hatred, came out at last in a voice he hardly recognized as his own. "How dare you? How dare you even mention my wife's name?" They glared at each other like pugilists. It was the archdeacon who found voice. "I'm sorry, I've been intemperate and uncharitable. The wrong words in the wrong place. Shall we go?" He made as if to hold out his hand, and then decided against it. They walked in silence along the north wall to the door of the sacristy. Father Sebastian suddenly halted. He said, "There's someone here with us. We're not alone." They stood for a few seconds and listened. The archdeacon said, "I can hear nothing. The church is obviously empty except for us. The door was locked and the alarm set when we arrived. There's no one here." "Of course not. How could there be? It was just a feeling I had." Father Sebastian set the alarm, locked the outside door to the sacristy behind them, and they passed together into the north cloister. The apology had been uttered, but words had been spoken by both which Father Sebastian knew could never be forgotten. He was filled with self-disgust at his loss of control. Both he and the archdeacon had been at fault, but he was the host, and he was the more responsible. And the archdeacon had only articulated what others thought, others were saying. He felt the descent of a profound depression, and with it came a less familiar emotion, and one more acute than apprehension. It was fear. Chapter 20. Afternoon tea on Saturdays at St. Anselm's was an informal affair, prepared by Mrs. Pilbeam, and laid out in the student sitting room at the back of the house, for those who had indicated that they would be in. The number was usually small, particularly if there was a football match worth attending within reasonable distance. The time was 3 o'clock, and Emma, Raphael Arbuthnot, Henry Bloxham, and Stephen Morby were lazing in Mrs. Pilbeam's sitting room, which lay between the main kitchen and the passage leading into the south cloister. It was from this same passage that a flight of steep stairs led down to the cellar. The kitchen, with its 4-oven Aga, its shining steel working surfaces and modern equipment, was out of bounds to the students. It was here in her small sitting room next door, with its single-gas stove and square wooden table, that Mrs. Pilbeam often chose to cook scones and cake and prepare tea. The room was cosily domestic, even a little shabby in contrast to the surgical cleanliness of the uncluttered kitchen. The original fireplace with its decorated iron hood was still in place, and although the glowing nuggets were now synthetic and the fuel was gas, it gave a comforting focus to the room. The sitting room was very much Mrs. Pilbeam's domain. The mantelshelf held some of her personal treasures, most of them brought back from holidays by former students. A decorated teapot, an assortment of mugs and jugs, the china dog she liked, and even a small gaudily dressed doll whose thin legs dangled over the edge of the mantelshelf. Mrs. Pilbeam had 3 sons, now widely scattered, and Emma guessed that she enjoyed those weekly sessions with the young as much as the ordinands welcomed the relief from the masculine austerity of their daily routine. Like them, Emma took comfort from Mrs. Pilbeam's maternal but unsentimental affection. She wondered whether Father Sebastian altogether approved of her joining in these informal get-togethers. She had no doubt that he knew. Little that went on in college escaped Father Sebastian's notice. This afternoon there were only 3 students present. Peter Buckhurst, still convalescent from glandular fever, was resting in his room. Emma was curled among the cushions of a wicker chair to the right of the fireplace, with Raphael's long legs stretched out from the opposite chair. Henry had spread a section of the Saturday edition of the Times over one end of the table, while at the other, Stephen was being given a cookery lesson by Mrs. Pilbeam. His North Country mother, in the immaculate terraced house in which he had been brought up, believed that her sons should not be expected to help with the housework. So had her own mother believed, and her mother before her. But Stephen, while at Oxford, had become engaged to a brilliant young geneticist with more egalitarian, less accommodating views. This afternoon, with the encouragement of Mrs. Pilbeam and the occasional criticisms of his fellow ordinands, he was tackling pastry-making, and was now rubbing a mixture of lard and butter into the flour. Mrs. Pilbeam remonstrated. "Not like that, Mr. Stephen. Use your fingers gently. Lift up your hands and let the mixture trickle down into the bowl. That way it collects plenty of air." "But I feel a right, Charlie." Henry said, "You look a right, Charlie. If your Alison could see you now, she'd have grave doubts about your ability to father the 2 brilliant children you're no doubt planning for." "No, she wouldn't," said Stephen, and gave a happy, reminiscent smile. "That still looks a funny colour. Why don't you go to the supermarket? They sell perfectly good pastry from the freezer." "There's nothing like homemade pastry, Mr. Henry. Don't discourage him." "Now, that looks about right. Start adding the cold water. No, don't reach for the jug. It has to go in a spoonful at a time." Stephen said, "I had quite a good recipe for chicken casserole when I had digs at Oxford. You just buy pieces of chicken from the supermarket, then add a tin of mushroom soup. Or you can have tomato, any soup, really. It always comes out all right. Is this done, Mrs. P?" Mrs. Pilbeam peered into the bowl, where the dough had finally been formed into a glistening lump. "We'll be doing casseroles next week. Looks quite good. Now we'll wrap it in cling film and put it in the fridge to rest." "Why does it want to rest? I'm the one who's exhausted. Does it always go that colour? Looks kind of dingy." Raphael roused himself and said, "Where's the sleuth?" It was Henry who answered, eyes still on his paper. "Not until dinner, apparently. I saw him driving off immediately after breakfast. I must say I saw him go with some relief. It isn't exactly a comfortable presence about the place." Stephen asked, "What can he possibly hope to discover? He can't reopen the inquest. Or can he? Can you have a second inquest on a cremated body?" Henry looked up and said, "I imagine not without difficulty. Ask Dalgliesh, he's the expert," and returned to the Times. Stephen went to the sink to wash the flour from his hands. He said, "I've a bit of a conscience about Ronald. We didn't take much trouble over him, did we?" "Trouble? Were we expected to take trouble? Saint Anselm's isn't a prep school." Raphael's voice assumed a high, pedantic half-whine. "This is young Treves, Arbuthnot. He'll be in your dormitory. Keep an eye on him, will you? Show him the ropes." Perhaps Ronald thought he was back at school, that awful habit he had of labelling everything. Name tabs on all his clothes, sticky labels on everything else. What did he think we were going to do, steal from him? Henry said, "Every sudden death produces predictable emotions. Shock, grief, anger, guilt. We've got over the shock. We didn't feel much grief, and we've no reason to feel angry. That leaves guilt. There's going to be a boring uniformity about our next confessions. Father Beading will get tired of hearing the name Ronald Treves." Intrigued, Emma asked, "Don't the priests at Saint Anselm's hear your confessions?" Henry laughed. "Good Lord, no. We may be incestuous, but we're not as incestuous as that. A priest comes twice a term from Framlingham." He had finished with his paper, and now folded it carefully. "Talking of Ronald, did I tell you that I saw him on the Friday evening before he died?" Raphael said, "No, you didn't. Saw him where?" "Leaving the piggery." "What was he doing there?" "How do I know? Scratching the pigs' backs, I suppose. Actually, I thought he was distressed. For a moment, even crying. I don't think he saw me. He blundered past me onto the headland." "Did you say anything about this to the police?" "No, I didn't say anything to anyone. All the police asked me, with, I thought, a crashing lack of tact, was whether I thought Ronald had any reason to kill himself. Leaving the piggery the night before, even in a state of distress, would hardly warrant sticking your head under a ton of sand. And I couldn't be certain what I'd seen. He almost brushed against me, but it was dark. I could have imagined it. Eric said nothing, presumably, or he would have been brought out at the inquest. Anyway, Ronald was seen later that evening by Mr. Gregory, who said that he was all right during his Greek lesson." Stephen said, "It was odd, though, wasn't it? Odder in retrospect than it seemed at the time. I can't get it out of my mind. And Ronald does rather hang about the place, doesn't he? Sometimes he seems more physically present, more real, than he was when he was alive." There was a silence. Emma hadn't spoken. She looked across at Henry, and wished, as she often did, that she had some clue to his character. She remembered a conversation with Raphael soon after Henry had joined the college. "Henry puzzles me, doesn't he, you?" She had said, "You all puzzle me. That's good. We don't want to be transparent. Besides, you puzzle us. But Henry, what's he doing here?" "Much the same as you, I imagine. If I earned $500,000 clear each year with the prospect of another $1 million bonus for good behaviour every Christmas, I doubt I'd want to give it up for $17,000 a year, if you're lucky, and not even a decent vicarage any longer. They've been sold off to yuppie families with a taste for Victorian architecture. All we get is some ghastly semi with parking space for the second-hand Fiesta. Remember that uncomfortable passage in St. Luke, the rich young man turning away sorrowful because he had great possessions? I can see myself in him all right. Luckily, I'm poor and a bastard. Do you think God has arranged that we're never faced with temptations that he knows perfectly well he hasn't given us the strength to resist?" Emma had said, "The history of the 20th century hardly supports that thesis." "Perhaps I'll put the idea to Father Sebastian. Suggest I might work it up into a sermon. On second thoughts, perhaps not." Raphael's voice recalled her to the present. He said, "Ronald was a bit of a drag on your course, wasn't he? The careful preparation so that he could think of intelligent questions to ask, all that assiduous scribbling. He was probably taking down useful passages for future sermons. There's nothing like an infusion of verse to raise the mediocre to the memorable, especially if the congregation doesn't realize that you're quoting." Emma said, "I did sometimes wonder why he came. The seminars are voluntary, aren't they?" Raphael gave a hoarse, half-ironic, half-mirthful laugh. It jarred on Emma. "Yes, my dear, absolutely. It's just that in this place, voluntary doesn't quite mean the same as it does elsewhere. Let's say some behaviour is more acceptable than others." "Oh, dear. And I thought you all came because you enjoy the poetry." Stephen said, "We do enjoy the poetry. The trouble is that there are only 20 of us. That means that we're always under scrutiny. The priests can't help it. It's a question of numbers. That's why the Church thinks that 60 is about the right size for a theological college, and the Church is right. The archdeacon has a point when he says we're too small." Raphael said crossly, "Oh, the archdeacon. Do we have to talk about him?" "All right, we won't. He's an odd mixture, though, isn't he? Admittedly, the Church of England is 4 different churches, not one. But where exactly does he fit in? He's not clap-happy. He's a Bible evangelical, yet he accepts women priests. He's always saying that we must change to serve the new century, but he's hardly representative of liberal theology, and he's uncompromising on divorce and abortion." Henry said, "He's a Victorian throwback. When he's here, I feel I'm in a Trollope novel, except that the roles have got reversed. Father Sebastian ought to be Archdeacon Grantley with Crampton playing Slope." Stephen said, "No, not Slope. Slope was a hypocrite. The Archdeacon is at least sincere." Raphael said, "Oh, he's sincere all right. Hitler was sincere. Genghis Khan was sincere. Every tyrant's sincere." Stephen said mildly, "He's not a tyrant in his parish. Actually, I think he's a good parish priest. Don't forget I spent a week's secondment there last Easter. They like him. They even like his sermons. As one of the church wardens said, he knows what he believes, and he gives it to us straight. and there's not a person in this parish in grief or need who hasn't been grateful to him. We see him at his worst. He's a different man when he's here." Raphael said, "He pursued a fellow priest and got him jailed. Is that Christian charity? He hates Father Sebastian. So much for brotherly love. And he hates this place and all it stands for. He's trying to get Saint Anselm's closed." Henry said, "And Father Sebastian is working to keep it open. I know where my money is." "I'm not so sure. Ronald's death didn't help. The church can't close down a theological college because one of the students gets himself killed. Anyway, he's due to go after breakfast on Sunday. Apparently he's needed back in the parish. Only 2 more meals to get through. You'd better behave yourself, Raphael." "I've had a finger-wagging from Father Sebastian. I shall attempt to exercise impressive control." "And if you fail, you'll apologize to the archdeacon before he leaves in the morning?" "Oh, no," said Raphael. "I've a feeling no one will be apologizing to the archdeacon in the morning." 10 minutes later, the ordinance had left for tea in the student sitting room. Mrs. Pilbeam said, "You look tired, miss. Stay and have a bite of tea with me if you like. Now that you are cosy, it would be more peaceful." "I'd like that, Mrs. P. Thank you." Mrs. Pilbeam drew up a low table beside her and placed on it a large cup of tea and a buttered scone with jam. How good it was, thought Emma, to be sitting in peace and with another woman, hearing the creak of the wicker chair as Mrs. Pilbeam settled herself, smelling the warm, buttery scones and watching the blue flames of the fire. She wished that they hadn't spoken about Ronald Treves. She didn't realize how much that still mysterious death could overshadow the college. And not only that death. Mrs. Munro had died naturally, peacefully, had perhaps been glad to go. But it was an added weight of loss in a small community where death's depredations would never go unnoticed. And Henry was right. One always felt guilt. She wished she had taken more trouble with Ronald, had been kinder and more patient. The mental picture of him half stumbling from Surtees's cottage was a burr in the mind, not easily to be shaken off. And now there was the archdeacon. Raphael's dislike of him was becoming obsessive, and it was more than dislike. There had been hatred in his voice. It wasn't an emotion she had expected to find at St. Anselm's. She realized how much she had come to rely on these visits to the college. Familiar words from the prayer book floated into her mind. That peace which the world cannot give. But the peace had been broken in that image of a boy gasping open-mouthed for air and finding only the killing sand. And St. Anselm's was part of the world. The students might be ordinands and their teachers priests, but they were still men. The college might stand in defiant symbolic isolation between the sea and the acres of unpopulated headland, but the life within its walls was intense, tightly controlled, claustrophobic. What emotions might not flourish in that hothouse atmosphere? And what of Raphael, brought up motherless in this seclusive world, escaping only to the equally masculine and controlled life of prep and public school? Did he really have a vocation? Or was he paying back an old debt in the only way he knew how? She found herself for the first time mentally criticizing the priests. Surely it should have occurred to them that Raphael should be trained at some other college. She had thought of Father Sebastian and Father Martin as possessing wisdom and goodness, hardly comprehensible to those, like herself, who found in organized religion a structure for moral striving, rather than the final repository of revealed truth. But she returned always to the same uncomfortable thought. The priests were still only men. A wind was rising. She could hear it now as a soft, irregular boom, hardly distinguishable from the louder boom of the sea. Mrs. Pilbeam said, "We're due for a high wind, but I doubt we'll get the worst of it before morning. Still, the night will be rough enough, I reckon." They drank their tea in silence. Then Mrs. Pilbeam said, "They're good lads, you know, all of them." "Yes," said Emma. "I know they are." And it seemed to her that it was she who was doing the comforting. Chapter 21. Father Sebastian didn't enjoy afternoon tea. He never ate cake and took the view that scones and sandwiches only spoiled his dinner. He thought it right to put in an appearance at 4 o'clock when there were guests, but usually only stayed long enough to drink his 2 cups of Earl Grey with lemon and welcome any new arrivals. This Saturday he left the greetings to Father Martin, but at 10 minutes past 4 thought it would be courteous to put in an appearance. But he was only halfway down the stairs when he was met by the archdeacon rushing up towards him. "Morell, I need to speak to you. In your office, please." And now what? Thought Father Sebastian wearily, as he mounted the stairs behind the archdeacon. Crampton took the stairs 2 at a time, and, once outside the office, seemed about to crash unceremoniously through the door. Father Sebastian, entering more quietly, invited him to take one of the chairs in front of the fire, but was ignored, and the 2 men stood facing each other so closely that Father Sebastian could smell the taint of sourness on the other's breath. He found himself forced to meet the glare of 2 blazing eyes, and was instantly and uncomfortably aware of every detail of Crampton's face, the 2 black hairs in the left nostril, the angry patches of red high on each cheekbone, and a crumb of what looked like buttered scone adhering to the edge of the mouth. He stood and watched while the archdeacon took control of himself. When Crampton spoke, he was calmer, but the menace in his voice was unmistakable. "What is that police officer doing here? Who invited him?" "Commander Dalgliesh. I thought I explained." "Not Dalgliesh. Yarwood. Roger Yarwood." Father Sebastian said calmly, "Like yourself, Mr. Yarwood is a guest. He is a detective inspector of the Suffolk Constabulary, and is taking a week's leave." "Was that your idea, to have him here?" "He's an occasional visitor, and a welcome one. At present he's on sick leave. He wrote to ask if he could stay for a week. We like him, and are glad to have him." "Yarwood was the police officer who investigated my wife's death. Are you seriously telling me that you didn't know?" "How could I know, Archdeacon? How could any of us know? It wasn't something he would speak about. He comes here to get away from his work. I can see that it's distressing for you to find him here, and I'm sorry it should have happened. Obviously his presence brings back very unhappy memories. But it's an extraordinary coincidence, no more. They happen every day. Inspector Yarwood transferred to Suffolk from the Metropolitan Police 5 years ago, I believe. It must have been shortly after your wife's death." Father Sebastian avoided using the word suicide, but he knew that it hung unspoken between them. The tragedy of the Archdeacon's first wife was well known in clerical circles, as inevitably it would be. The Archdeacon said, "He must leave, of course. I'm not prepared to sit at dinner with him." Father Sebastian was torn between a sympathy that was genuine, even if not strong enough to discomfort him, and a more personal emotion. He said, "I'm not prepared to tell him to go. As I've said, he's a guest here. Whatever memories he brings to mind for you, surely it's possible for 2 adult men to sit at the same dinner table without provoking outrage." "Outrage?" "I find the word appropriate. Why should you be so angry, Archdeacon? Yarwood was doing his job. It wasn't personal between you." "He made it personal from the first moment he appeared in the vicarage. That man more or less accused me of murder. He came day after day, even when I was at my most grieving and vulnerable, pestering me with questions, querying every little detail of my marriage, personal matters that were nothing to do with him, nothing. After the inquest and the verdict, I complained to the Met. I would have gone to the Police Complaints Authority, but I hardly expected them to take it seriously, and by then I was trying to put it behind me. But the Met did set up an inquiry, and admitted that Yarwood had perhaps been overzealous." "Overzealous?" Father Sebastian fell back on a familiar bromide. "I suppose he thought he was doing his duty." "Duty? There's nothing to do with duty. He thought he could make a case and a reputation. It would have been quite a coup for him, wouldn't it? Local vicar accused of murdering his wife. Do you know what harm that kind of allegation could do in the diocese, in the parish? He tortured me, and he enjoyed torturing me." Father Sebastian found it difficult to reconcile this accusation with the Yarwood he knew. He was aware of conflicting emotions, sympathy for the Archdeacon, indecision whether or not to speak to Yarwood, concern not to worry unnecessarily a man he suspected was still fragile, both physically and mentally, and the need to get through the weekend without antagonizing Crampton further. All these worries came incongruously and ludicrously together in the overriding question of the placement at dinner. He couldn't seat the 2 police officers together. They would want to avoid any obligation to engage in professional chat, and he certainly didn't want it at his dinner table. Father Sebastian never thought of the refectory at St. Anselm's in terms other than his dining hall, his dinner table. It was obvious that neither Raphael nor Father John could appropriately be seated either next to the archdeacon or facing him. Clive Stannard was a dull guest at the best of times. He could hardly inflict him on Crampton or Dalgliesh. He wished that his wife were alive and in residence. None of this would be happening if Veronica were alive. He felt a prick of resentment that she had so inconveniently left him. It was then that there was a knock on the door. Glad of any interruption, he called, "Come," and Raphael entered. The archdeacon took one look at him and said to Father Sebastian, "You'll see to it then, will you, Morel?" and went out. Father Sebastian, although glad of the interruption, was not in the mood to be welcoming, and his, "What is it, Raphael?" was curt. "It's about Inspector Yarwood, Father. He'd prefer not to have dinner with the rest of us. He wonders if it's possible for him to have something in his room." "Is he ill?" "I don't think he's particularly well, but he didn't say anything about feeling ill. He saw the archdeacon at tea, and I gather he doesn't want to encounter him again if possible. He didn't stop to eat, so I followed him back to his room to see if he was all right." "And did he tell you why he was upset?" "Yes, Father, he did. He had no right to confide in you or anyone else here. It was unprofessional and unwise, and you should have stopped him." "He didn't say very much, Father. What he did say was interesting. Whatever he said should have remained unspoken. You'd better see Mrs. Pilbeam and ask her to provide some dinner for him. Soup and salad, something like that." "I think that's all he wants, Father. He said he'd like to be left alone." Father Sebastian wondered if he should speak to Yarwood, but decided against it. Perhaps what the man wanted, to be left alone, was the best course. The archdeacon was due to leave next morning after an early breakfast, as he wanted to be back in his parish to preach at the 10:30 Sunday parish communion. He had hinted that someone of importance was to be in the congregation. With any luck, the two men need not see each other again. Wearily, the warden made his way down the stairs to the student sitting room and his 2 cups of Earl Grey tea. Chapter 22. The refectory faced south, and was almost a replica in size and style of the library, with the same barrelled roof, and an equal number of high narrow windows, although these were devoid of figurative coloured glass, and held instead panes of delicate pale green, with a design of grapes and vine leaves. The walls between them were brightened by 3 large pre-Raphaelite paintings, all the gift of the founder. One, by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, showed a girl with flaming red hair seated at a window, and reading a book which, with imagination, could be construed as devotional. The second, by Edward Burne-Jones, of 3 dark-haired girls dancing in a swirl of golden-brown silk under an orange tree, was frankly secular, and the third and largest, by William Holman Hunt, showed a priest outside a wattle chapel, baptizing a group of ancient Britons. They were not pictures which Emma coveted, but she had no doubt they were a valuable part of St. Anselm's heritage. The room itself had obviously been designed as a family dining room, but one, she thought, intended for ostentation rather than practicality or intimacy. Even the traditionally large Victorian family would surely feel isolated and discomforted by this monument to paternal grandeur. St. Anselm's had obviously made few changes in adapting the dining room for institutional use. The oval carved oak table still held place in the centre of the room, but had been lengthened in the middle by 6 feet of plain wood. The chairs, including the ornate armed carver, were obviously original, and, in place of the customary hatch into the kitchen, the food was served from a long sideboard, covered with a white cloth. Mrs. Pilbeam waited at table with the help of 2 ordinands, the students taking this duty in turn. The Pilbeams ate the same meal, but at the table in Mrs. Pilbeam's sitting room. Emma, on her first visit, had been intrigued how well this eccentric arrangement worked. Mrs. Pilbeam seemed to know by instinct the exact moment when each course in the dining room was finished, and made her appearance on time. No bells were rung, and the first and main courses were eaten in silence, while one of the ordinands read from a high desk to the left of the door. This duty, too, was taken in turn. The choice of subject was left to the ordinand, and the readings were not necessarily expected to be either from the Bible or from religious texts. During her visits, Emma had heard Henry Bloxham read from The Wasteland, Stephen Morby give a lively reading of a P.G. Wodehouse Mulliner short story, while Peter Buckhurst had chosen The Diary of a Nobody. The advantage of the system for Emma, apart from the interest of the readings and the revelation of personal choice, was that she could enjoy Mrs. Pilbeam's excellent cooking without the need to make small talk, the ritual turn to one side and the other. With Father Sebastian presiding, dinner at St. Anselm's had had something of the formality of a private house, but when the reading and the two first courses were over, the previous silence seemed to facilitate conversation, which normally carried on happily while the reader caught up by taking his meal from the hot plate, and the company finally moved for coffee into the students' sitting room, or through the south door into the courtyard. Often the talk carried on until it was time for Compline. After Compline, it was customary for ordinands to go to their own rooms and keep a silence. Although by tradition each student took the next vacant chair, Father Sebastian himself arranged the seating of the guests and staff. He had placed Archdeacon Crampton on his left, Emma beside him, with Father Martin on our other side. On his right was Commander Dalgliesh, next to him Father Peregrine, and then Clive Stannard. George Gregory dined only occasionally in college, but tonight he was present, seated between Stannard and Stephen Morby. Emma had expected to see Inspector Yarwood, but he didn't arrive, and no one commented on his absence. Father John did not appear. 3 of the 4 students in residence took their seats and, like the rest of the company, stood behind their chairs ready for grace. It was only then that Raphael entered, buttoning up his cassock. He muttered an apology, and, opening the book he was carrying, took his place at the reading desk. Father Sebastian spoke a Latin grace, and there was a shuffling of chairs as they settled down to the first course. Taking her seat next to the Archdeacon, Emma was aware of his physical nearness, as she guessed he was of hers. She knew instinctively that he was a man who responded to women with a strong, if suppressed, sexuality. He was as tall as Father Sebastian, but more sturdily built, broad shoulders, bull-necked, and with strong, handsome features. His hair was almost black, the beard just beginning to fleck with grey, his eyes deep-set under brows so well-shaped that they could have been plucked. They gave a discordant hint of femininity to his dark, unsmiling masculinity. Father Sebastian had introduced him to Emma when they arrived in the dining-room, and he had grasped her hand with a strength which conveyed no warmth, and had met her gaze with a look of puzzled surprise, as if she were an enigma which it behoved him to solve before the dinner was over. The first course had already been set out, baked aubergines and peppers in olive oil. There was a subdued clatter of forks as they began to eat, and, as if he were waiting for this signal, Raphael started to read. He said, as if announcing a lesson in church, "This is the first chapter of Anthony Trollope's Barchester Towers." It was a work with which Emma, who liked Victorian novels, was familiar, but she wondered why Raphael had chosen it. Ordinands did occasionally read from a novel, but it was more usual to choose a passage complete in itself. Raphael read well, and Emma found herself eating with almost over-fastidious slowness as her mind occupied itself with the setting and the story. Saint Anselm's was an appropriate house in which to read Trollope. Under its cavernous arched roof she could picture the bishop's bedroom in the palace at Barchester, and Archdeacon Grantley watching at his father's deathbed, knowing that if the old man lived until the government fell, as was hourly expected, he would have no hope of succeeding his father as bishop. It was a powerful passage, that proud, ambitious son sinking to his knees and praying that he might be forgiven the sin of wishing his father would die. The wind had been rising steadily since early evening. Now it was battering the house in great gusts, like bursts of gunfire. During the worst of each onslaught, Raphael would pause in his reading like a lecturer, waiting for quietness from an unruly class. In the lulls, his voice sounded unnaturally clear and portentous. Emma became aware that all movement had ceased from the dark figure beside her. She glanced at the Archdeacon's hands and saw that they were clenched round his knife and fork. Peter Buckhurst was silently circulating with the wine, but the Archdeacon clamped his hand over his glass, white-knuckled, so that Emma half expected it to smash under his palm. Watching the hand, it seemed to loom and become almost monstrous in imagination, the black hairs erect along the ridge of the fingers. She was aware, too, that Commander Dalgliesh, sitting opposite, had momentarily raised his eyes to the Archdeacon in a speculative glance. Emma couldn't believe that the tension, so strongly communicating itself to her from her companion, couldn't be felt by the whole table, but only Commander Dalgliesh seemed aware of it. Gregory was eating in silence, but with evident satisfaction. He seldom looked up until Raphael began reading. Then he occasionally glanced at him with slightly quizzical amusement. Raphael's voice continued as Mrs. Pilbeam and Peter Buckhurst silently cleared the plates, and she brought in the main course, cassoulet with boiled potatoes, carrots and beans. The archdeacon then made some attempt at recovery, but he ate almost nothing. At the end of the first 2 courses, which were to be followed by fruit and cheese and biscuits, Raphael closed the novel, went to the hot plate to collect his plate, and took his seat at the end of the table. It was then that Emma looked at Father Sebastian. His face was rigid, and he was staring down the table at Raphael, who, it seemed to Emma, was resolutely refusing to meet his eyes. No one seemed anxious to break the silence, until the archdeacon, making an effort, turned to Emma and began a rather stilted conversation about her relationship with the college. When was she appointed? What was it that she taught? Did she find the students, on the whole, receptive? How did she personally think the teaching of English and religious verse related to the theological syllabus? She knew that he was trying to put her at ease, or at least making an attempt at conversation, but it sounded like an interrogation, and she was uncomfortably aware that in the silence his questions and her answers sounded unnaturally loud. Her eyes kept straying to Adam Dalgliesh on the warden's right, to the dark head bent towards the fairer. They seemed to have plenty to talk about. Surely they wouldn't be discussing Ronald's death, not here at dinner. From time to time she sensed Dalglish's gaze fixed on her. Their eyes briefly met, and she turned quickly away, then was angry with herself for the moment's embarrassed gaucherie, and turned resolutely to endure the archdeacon's curiosity. Finally they moved into the sitting-room for coffee, but the change of venue did nothing to revive the conversation. It became a desultory exchange of platitudes, and, long before it was time to get ready for Compline, the company broke up. Emma was one of the first to leave. Despite the storm, she felt the need for fresh air and exercise before bed. Tonight she would give Compline a miss. It was the first time in all her visits that she had felt so strongly the need to get free of the house. But when she left by the door leading to the south cloister, the force of the wind struck her like a physical blow. Soon it would be difficult to stand upright. This was not a night for a solitary walk on a headland that had suddenly become unfriendly. She wondered what Adam Dalgliesh was doing. Probably he would feel it courteous to attend Compline. For her, it would be work. There was always work, and an early bed. She walked along the dimly lit southern cloister to Ambrose, and solitude. Chapter 23. It was 9:29, and Raphael, entering the sacristy last, found only Father Sebastian taking off his cloak before robing for the service. Raphael had his hand on the door leading into the church when Father Sebastian said, "Did you choose that chapter of Trollope deliberately to upset the archdeacon?" "It's a chapter I'm fond of, Father. That proud, ambitious man actually kneeling by his father's bedside, facing his secret hope that the bishop will die in time. It's one of the most impressive chapters Trollope ever wrote. I thought we might all appreciate it." "I'm not asking for a literary appreciation of Trollope. You haven't answered my question. Did you choose it to discomfort the archdeacon?" Raphael said quietly, "Yes, Father, I did." "Presumably because of what you learned from Inspector Yarwood before dinner." He was distressed. The archdeacon had more or less forced himself into Roger's room and confronted him. Roger blurted something out and told me afterwards that it was in confidence, and that I must try to forget it. "And your method of forgetting was deliberately to select a chapter of prose that would not only be deeply upsetting to a guest in this house, but that would betray the fact that Inspector Yarwood had confided in you." "The passage, Father, wouldn't have been offensive to the archdeacon unless what Roger told me was true." "I see. You were applying Hamlet. You created mischief, and you disobeyed my instructions about how you should behave to the archdeacon while he was our guest. We have some thinking to do, you and I. I must consider whether I can in conscience recommend you for ordination. You must consider whether you are really suited to be a priest." It was the first time Father Sebastian put into words the doubt which he had hardly dared acknowledge, even in thought. He made himself look into Raphael's eyes while he waited for a response. Raphael said quietly,
But have we really any choice, Father? Either of us?
Chapter 17. Any visitor to an historic county town or city quickly becomes aware in his or her peregrinations that the most attractive houses in the centre are invariably the offices of lawyers. Messrs. Stannard, Fox and Perronet were no exception. The firm was housed within walking distance of the cathedral, in an elegant Georgian house, separated from the pavement by a narrow band of cobbles. The gleaming front door with its lion's head knocker, the glistening paintwork, the windows unsmudged by city grime, reflected the frail morning sunlight, and the immaculate net curtains all proclaimed the respectability, prosperity, and exclusiveness of the firm. In the reception office, which had obviously once been part of a larger, finely proportioned front room, a fresh-faced girl looked up from her magazine and greeted Dalgliesh in a pleasant Norfolk accent. "Commander Dalgliesh, hasn't it? Mr. Perronet is expecting you. He said to ask you to go straight up. It's the first floor at the front. His PA doesn't come in on Saturdays. There's only the two of us, but I could easily make you coffee if you'd like it." Smiling, Dalgliesh thanked her, declined the offer, and made his way up the stairs between framed photographs of previous members of the firm. The man who was waiting for him at the door of his office and moved forward was older than his voice on the telephone had suggested, certainly in his late 50s. He was over 6 feet tall, bony with a long jaw, mild grey eyes behind horn-rimmed spectacles, and straw-coloured hair, which lay in lank strands across a high forehead. It was the face of a comedian rather than of a lawyer. He was formally dressed in a dark pinstripe suit, obviously old but extremely well cut, its orthodoxy belied by a shirt with a broad blue stripe and a pink bow tie with blue spots. It was as if he were aware of some discordance of personality, or an eccentricity which he was at pains to cultivate. The room into which Dalgliesh was led was much as he had expected. The desk was Georgian, and clear of paper or filing trays. There was an oil painting, no doubt of one of the founding fathers, above the elegant marble fireplace, and the watercolour landscapes, carefully aligned, were good enough to be by Cotman, and probably were. "You won't take coffee? Very wise. Too early. I go out for mine at about 11. A stroll out to St. Peter Mancroft. Gives me a chance to get out of the office. I hope this chair isn't too low. No? Take the other if you prefer. Father Sebastian has asked me to answer any questions you care to ask about St. Anselm's. Just so. Of course, if this were an official police inquiry, I should have a duty as well as a wish to cooperate." The mildness of his grey eyes was deceptive. They could be searching. Dalgliesh said, "Hardly an official inquiry. My position is ambiguous. I expect Father Sebastian has told you that Sir Ulred Treves is unhappy about the verdict at the inquest on his son. He's asked the Met to make a preliminary investigation to see if there's a case for taking the matter further. I was due in the county, and I know something of St. Anselm's, so it seemed expedient and economical for me to make this visit. Of course, if there's any suggestion of a criminal case, the matter will become official and pass into the hands of the Suffolk Constabulary." Modern discipleship was not a matter of indulgence in archaic, if beautiful language, in which words more often obscured than affirmed the reality of faith. There was a temptation to overvalue intelligence and intellectual achievement, so that theology became a philosophical exercise in justifying skepticism. Equally seductive was an overemphasis on ceremony, vestments, and disputed points of procedure, an obsession with competitive musical excellence, which too often transformed a church service into a public performance. The church was not a social organization within which the comfortable middle class could satisfy its craving for beauty, order, nostalgia, and the illusion of spirituality. Only by a return to the truth of the gospel could the church hope to meet the needs of the modern world. At the end of the homily, the archdeacon returned to his stall, and the ordinands and priests knelt while Father Sebastian spoke the final blessing. After the small procession had left the church, Henry returned to extinguish the candles and switch off the altar light. Then he came down to the south door to say a courteous good night to Dalgliesh, and to lock the door behind him. Except for those 2 words, neither spoke. As he heard the rasp of the iron, Dalgliesh felt that he was being permanently shut out from something which he had never fully understood or accepted, and which was now being finally bolted against him. Sheltered by the cloister from the full force of the gale, he made his way along the few yards from the church door to Jerome and bed. Book 2. Death of an Archdeacon. Chapter 1. The Archdeacon didn't loiter after Compline. He and Father Sebastian disrobed in silence in the sacristy, and he said a curt good night before stepping out into the wind-swept cloister. The courtyard was a vortex of sound and fury. An early rain had ceased, but the strong southeaster, rising in strength, gusted and whirled about the horse-chestnut, set a hissing among the high leaves, and bent the great boughs so that they rose and fell with the majestic slowness of a funeral dance. Frailer branches and twigs snapped off and fell like the sticks of spent fireworks on the cobbles. The south cloister was still clear, but the fallen leaves, rolling and twisting across the courtyard, were already piling in a damp mush against the sacristy door and the wall of the north cloister. At the entrance to the college, the Archdeacon scraped free the few leafy skeletons plastered against the sole and the toe of his black shoes, and moved through the cloakroom into the hall. Despite the violence of the storm, the house was strangely silent. He wondered whether the 4 priests were still in the church or sacristy, perhaps holding an indignant meeting about his homily. The ordinands, he assumed, had gone to their rooms. There was something unusual, almost ominous, in the calm and faintly pungent air. It wasn't yet 10:30. He felt restless and disinclined for so early a night, but the outside exercise he had suddenly craved seemed impracticable and even dangerous in the darkness and the force of the wind. It was, he knew, customary at Saint Anselm's to keep silent after Compline, and although he had little sympathy with the convention, he wasn't anxious to be seen flouting it. There was, he knew, a television set in the ordinance sitting room, but the Saturday programmes were never much good, and he was reluctant to disturb the calm. But he could probably find a book there, and there could be no objection to his watching the late ITV news. But when he opened the door, he saw that the room was occupied. The youngish man, who had been introduced to him at lunch as Clive Stannard, was watching a film, and, turning at his entrance, seemed to resent the intrusion. The Archdeacon hovered for a moment, then said a brief good night, let himself out through the door beside the cellar steps, and battled his way across the courtyard to Augustine. By 10:40 he was in his pyjamas and dressing gown, and ready for bed. He had read a chapter of St. Mark's Gospel, and said his usual prayers. But tonight both had been no more than a routine exercise in conventional piety. He knew the words of Scripture by heart, and had silently mouthed them, as if by slowness and careful attention to each word he could extract from them some meaning previously withheld. Taking off his dressing gown, he made sure that the window was secure against the storm, and climbed into bed. Memory is best held at bay by action. Now, lying rigidly between taut sheets, hearing the howling of the wind, he knew that sleep wouldn't come easily. The crowded and traumatic day had left his mind overstimulated. Perhaps he should have battled against the wind and taken his walk. He thought about the homily, but with satisfaction rather than regret. He had prepared it with care, and delivered it quietly, but with passion and authority. These things had to be said, and he had said them, and if the homily had further antagonized Sebastian Morel, if distress and dislike had hardened into enmity, well, that couldn't be helped. It wasn't, he told himself, that he courted unpopularity. It was important to him to stand well with people he respected. He was ambitious, and he knew that a bishop's mitre wasn't won by antagonizing a significant section of the church, even if its influence was less powerful than once it had seemed. But Sebastian Morel was no longer as influential as he imagined. In this battle he could be sure that he was on the winning side. But there were, he reminded himself, battles of principles which had to be fought if the Church of England was to survive to serve the new millennium. Closing Saint Anselm's might be only a minor skirmish in that war, but it was one which would give him satisfaction to win. So what was it then that he found so unsettling about Saint Anselm's? Why should he feel that here on this wind-swept, desolate coast, the spiritual life had to be lived at a greater intensity than elsewhere? That he and his whole past were under judgment? It wasn't as if St. Anselm's had a long history of devotion and worship. Certainly the church was medieval. One could, he supposed, hear in that silent air the echo of centuries of plainsong, although it had never been apparent to him. For him, a church was functional, a building for worship, not a place of worship. St. Anselm's was only the creation of a Victorian spinster with too much money, too little sense, and a taste for lace-trimmed albs, berettas, and bachelor priests. Probably the woman had been half mad. It was ridiculous that her pernicious influence should still govern a 21st century college. He shifted his legs vigorously in an attempt to loosen the constricting sheet. He wished suddenly that Muriel were with him, that he could turn to her stolid, comfortable body and accepting arms for the temporary oblivion of sex. But even as in thought he reached for her, there came between them, as so often in the marital bed, the memory of that other body, arms delicate as a child's, the pointed breasts, the open, exploring mouth moving over his body. You like this, and this, and this. Their love had been a mistake from the beginning, ill-advised and so predictably disastrous that he wondered now how he had been so self-deceived. The affair had been the stuff of cheap romantic fiction. It had even begun in the setting of much cheap romantic fiction, a cruise ship in the Mediterranean. A clerical acquaintance, who was booked as a guest lecturer on a voyage to archaeological and historical sites in Italy and Asia, had fallen ill at the last minute, and had suggested him as a substitute. He suspected that the organisers wouldn't have taken him if a better qualified candidate had been available, but he had been surprisingly successful. Luckily, on his cruise, there had been no knowledgeable academics among the passengers. By conscientious preliminary preparation, and by taking with him the best written guides, he had managed to keep ahead of the other passengers. Barbara had been on board, taking an educational cruise with her mother and stepfather. She was the youngest passenger, and he wasn't the only male to be enchanted with her. To him, she had looked more like a child than a 19-year-old, and a child born out of her own time. The coal-black hair cut in a bob with a low fringe over immense blue eyes, the heart-shaped face and small full lips, the boyish figure, emphasized by the very short cotton shifts she chose to wear, gave her a look of the 1920s. The older passengers, who had lived through the 30s and had a folk memory of that earlier, frenetic decade, sighed nostalgically and murmured that she reminded them of the young Claudette Colbert. For him, the image was false. She had no film star sophistication, only a childish innocence and gaiety, and a vulnerability that enabled him to interpret sexual desire as the need to cherish and protect. He couldn't believe his luck when she singled him out for the distinction of her favour, and thereafter attached herself to him with proprietorial dedication. Within 3 months, they were married. He was 39, she was just 20. Educated at a succession of schools dedicated to the religion of multiculturalism and liberal orthodoxy, she knew nothing about the church, but was avid for information and instruction. Only later did he realize that the relationship between teacher and taught was for her deeply erotic. She liked to be mastered, and not only physically. But none of her enthusiasms lasted, including her enthusiasm for marriage. The church, where he was then vicar, had sold off the large Victorian vicarage, and built in its grounds a modern 2-story house of no architectural merit, but economical to run. It was not the house she had expected. Extravagant, wilful, capricious, he early realized that she was the antithesis of a suitable wife for an ambitious Church of England clergyman. Even the sex became overlaid with anxiety. She was at her most demanding when he was overtired, or on the rare occasions when they had overnight visitors, and he would become uncomfortably aware of the thinness of the bedroom walls as she murmured endearments which could so easily rise to shouted taunts and demands. At breakfast the next morning, she would appear in her dressing gown, openly flirtatious, lifting her arms so that the thin silk fell away, sleepy-eyed and triumphant. Why had she married him? For security? To get away from the mother and stepfather she hated? To be cosseted, cared for, indulged? To feel safe? To be loved? He grew to dread her unpredictable moods, her outbreaks of screaming fury. He tried to shield them from the knowledge of the parish, but soon the whispers came back to him. He remembered with burning embarrassment and resentment the visit of one of his church wardens, who happened to be a doctor. "Your wife isn't my patient, of course, Vicar, and I don't want to interfere, but she isn't well. I think you should try to get professional help." But when he suggested that she might see a psychiatrist or even a general practitioner, he was greeted with sobbing accusations that he was trying to get rid of her, to have her put away. Outside, the wind, which for a few moments had dropped in intensity, rose again to a howling crescendo. Usually he enjoyed listening to its fury from the safety of his bed. Now this small and functional room seemed less a sanctuary than a prison. Since Barbara's death he had prayed for forgiveness for marrying her, for failing her in love and understanding. He had never asked for forgiveness for wishing her dead. Now, lying in this narrow bed, he began painfully to confront the past. It was not an act of will that drew back the bolts of that dark dungeon to which he had consigned his marriage. The visions that rose to pass through his mind were not of his choosing. Something, that traumatic encounter with Yarwood, this place, Saint Anselm's, worked to ensure that he had no alternative. Caught between a dream and a nightmare, he imagined himself in an interrogation room, modern, functional, characterless. And then he realized that it was the living room of his old vicarage. He was seated on the sofa between Dalgliesh and Yarwood. They hadn't handcuffed him, not yet, but he knew that he had already been judged and found guilty, that they had all the evidence they needed. It rolled before his eyes in a grainy, secretly filmed indictment. From time to time Dalgliesh would say, "Stop there," and Yarwood would put out a hand. The image would be fixed while they viewed it in an accusing silence. All the petty transgressions and unkindnesses, as well as the major failure in love, passed before his eyes. And now at last they were viewing the final reel, the heart of darkness. He was no longer squashed down on the sofa, imprisoned between his two accusers. He had moved into the frame to reenact every movement, every word, to experience every emotion as if for the first time. It had been the late afternoon of a sunless day in mid-October. A thin rain, fine as mist, had been falling continuously for the last 2 days from a gunmetal sky. He had returned from 2 hours of visiting long-term sick and housebound parishioners. As always, he had tried conscientiously to meet their individual and predictable needs. Blind Mrs. Oliver, who liked him to read a passage of Scripture and pray with her. Old Sam Possinger, who on every visit refought the Battle of Alamein. Mrs. Poley, caged in her Zimmer frame, avid for the latest parish gossip. Carl Lomas, who had never set foot in St. Botolph's, but liked discussing theology and the defects of the Church of England. Mrs. Poley, with his help, had edged her way painfully into the kitchen and made tea, taking from the tin the gingerbread cake she had baked for him. He had unwisely praised it 4 years ago on his first visit, and was now condemned to eat it weekly, finding it impossible to admit that he disliked gingerbread. But the tea, hot and strong, had been welcome, and would save him the trouble of making it at home. He parked his Vauxhall Cavalier in the road and walked to his front door down the concrete path, which dissected the spongy saturated lawn, on which decaying rose petals were dissolving into the unmown grass. The house was totally silent, and he entered, as always, with apprehension. Barbara had been sullen and fidgety at breakfast, and the restlessness and the fact that she hadn't bothered to dress were always a bad sign. At their lunch of soup from a carton followed by a salad, still in her dressing gown, she had pushed her plate away, saying that she was too tired to eat. She would go to bed for the afternoon and try to sleep. She had said petulantly, "You'd better go to your boring old parishioners. They're all you care about anyway. Don't disturb me when you get back. I don't want to hear about them. I don't want to hear about anything." He had not replied, but had watched her with a surge of anger and helplessness as slowly she mounted the stairs, the silk belt of her dressing gown trailing, her head drooping as if in an agony of despair. Now, returning home, and burdened with apprehension, he closed the front door behind him. Was she still in bed, or had she waited for him to leave, then dressed, and gone out on one of her destructive and humiliating insurgencies into the parish? He had to know. He mounted the stairs quietly. If she were asleep, he had no wish to wake her. The door to the bedroom was shut, and he turned the doorknob gently. The room was in semi-darkness, the curtains partly drawn across the one long window, which gave a view of the rectangle of grass, rough as a field, the triangular beds which were the garden, and beyond to the rows of neat, identical houses. He moved towards the bed, and, as his eyes adjusted to the half-light, saw her clearly. She was lying on her right side, her hand curled against her cheek. The left arm was flung out over the bedclothes. Bending down, he could hear her breathing, low and laboured, could smell the wine on her breath, and a stronger, sweet, disagreeable stink which he identified as vomit. On the bedside table was a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. Beside it, lying on its side, and with the screw cap rolled a little apart, was a large empty bottle which he recognized. It had contained tablets of soluble aspirin. He told himself that she was asleep, that she was drunk, that she needed to be left undisturbed. Almost instinctively he picked up the wine bottle, and was about to judge how much she had drunk, when something as strong as a warning voice made him put it down again. He saw that there was a handkerchief protruding from beneath the pillow. Taking it, he wiped the bottle clean, then dropped the handkerchief on the bed. It seemed to him that his actions were as without volition as they were without sense. Then he left her, closing the door behind him, and went downstairs. He told himself again, "She's asleep, she's drunk. She won't want to be disturbed." After half an hour, he went to his study, calmly got the papers together for the 6 o'clock meeting of the parochial church council, and left the house. He had no mental picture, no memory of the PCC meeting, but he could remember driving home with Melvin Hopkins, one of the church wardens. He had promised Melvin to let him have a sight of the latest report of the church's Committee on Social Responsibility, and had suggested that Melvin accompany him to the vicarage. And now the sequence of images was clear again. Himself apologizing for the fact that Barbara wasn't there, and telling Melvin that she had been unwell, going up again to the bedroom, and again gently opening the door, seeing in the half-light the still figure, the wine bottle, the bottle of pills on its side. He went over to the bed. This time there was no low, raucous breathing. Putting out his hand to her cheek, he found that it was cold, and knew that what he was touching was death. And then there came a memory, words heard or read from some forgotten source, but now terrifying in their implication. It was always wise to have someone with you when you found the body. He couldn't relive the events of the church funeral service or the cremation. He had no memory of either. In their place was a jumble of faces, sympathetic, concerned, frankly anxious, zooming at him out of darkness, distorted and grotesque. And now there was that one dreaded face. He was sitting on the sofa again, but this time with Sergeant Yarwood, and a young, uniformed boy, who looked no older than one of his boy choristers, and who sat silent throughout the interrogation. "And when you returned to the house from visiting your parishioners shortly after 5, you say, what exactly did you do, sir?" "I've told you, Sergeant. I went up to the bedroom to see if my wife was still sleeping." "When you opened the door, was the bedside lamp on?" "No, it wasn't. The curtains were almost completely drawn, and the room was in semi-darkness." "Did you go up to the body?" "I've told you, Sergeant. I just looked in, saw that my wife was still in bed, and assumed that she was asleep." "And she went to bed— when was that?" "At lunchtime. I suppose about 12:30. She said that she wasn't hungry, that she was going to have a sleep." "Didn't you think it strange that she should still be sleeping after 5 hours?" "No, I didn't. She said that she was tired. My wife often did sleep in the afternoons." "Didn't it occur to you that she might be ill? Didn't it occur to you to go up to the bed and make sure she was all right? Didn't you realize that she might urgently need a doctor?" "I've told you. I'm tired of telling you. I thought she was asleep." "Did you see the 2 bottles on the bedside table, the wine and the soluble aspirin?" "I saw the wine bottle. I guess my wife had been drinking." "Did she take the bottle of wine up to bed with her?" "No, she didn't. She must have come down for it after I left the house." "And carried it up to bed with her?" "I suppose so. There was no one else in the house. Of course she took it up to bed with her. How else could it have got on the bedside table?" "Well, that's the question, isn't it, sir? You see, there were no fingerprints on the wine bottle. Can you explain how that could be?" "Of course I can't. I assume she wiped them off. There was a handkerchief half under the pillow." "Which you were able to see, although you couldn't see the upturned bottle?" Not at the time. I saw it later when I found her body. And so the questions went on. Yarwood returned time and time again, sometimes with a young, uniformed constable, but sometimes on his own. Crampton came to dread every ring at the door, and could hardly bear to look out of the windows in case he saw that grey-coated figure moving resolutely up the path. The questions were always the same, and his answers became unconvincing even to his own ears. Even after the inquest and the expected verdict of suicide, the persecution continued. Barbara had been cremated weeks before. There was nothing left of her but a few handfuls of ground bones buried in a corner of the churchyard, and still Yarwood continued his inquiries. Never had Nemesis arrived in a less personable form. Yarwood looked like a doorstep salesman, doggedly persistent, inured to rejection, carrying with him like halitosis the taint of failure. He was slightly built, surely only just tall enough to qualify for the police, sallow-skinned, and with a high, bony forehead and dark, secretive eyes. He seldom looked directly at Crampton during the questioning, but focused on the middle distance, as if communing with an internal controller. His voice never varied from a monotone, and the silence between the questions was pregnant with a menace which seemed to embrace more than his victim. He seldom gave notice of his coming, but seemed to know when Crampton was at home, and would wait with apparently docile patience at the front door until silently ushered in. There were never any preliminaries, only the insistent questions. "Would you say it was a happy marriage, sir?" The impertinence of it shocked Crampton into silence. Then he found himself replying in a voice of such harshness that he could hardly recognize it. "I suppose that for the police every relationship, even the most sacred, can be classified. You should hand out a marriage questionnaire. It would save everyone time. Tick the appropriate box. Very happy, happy, reasonably happy. A little unhappy, unhappy, very unhappy. Murderous." There was a silence. Then Yarwood said, "And which box would you tick, sir?" In the end, Crampton made a formal complaint to the chief constable, and the visits ceased. He was told that after the inquiry it was accepted that Sergeant Yarwood had exceeded his authority, particularly in arriving alone and pursuing an investigation which had not been authorized. He remained in Crampton's memory as a dark, accusing figure. Time, the new parish, his appointment to archdeacon, his second marriage, nothing could assuage the burning anger which consumed him whenever he thought of Yarwood. And now today the man had appeared again. He couldn't remember what exactly they had said to each other. He only knew that his own resentment and bitterness had been poured out in a torrent of angry vituperation. He had prayed, at first regularly, then intermittently, since Barbara's death, asking forgiveness for his sins against her, impatience, intolerance, lack of love, failure to understand or to forgive. But the sin of wishing her dead had never been allowed to take root in his mind, and he had received his absolution to the lesser sin of neglect. It had come in the words of Barbara's general practitioner when they had met just before the inquest. "One thing has been on my mind. If I'd realized when I came home that Barbara wasn't asleep, that she was in a coma, and had called for an ambulance, would it have made any difference?" He had received the absolving reply. "With the quantity she had taken and drunk, none at all." What was there about this place that forced him to confront the greater as well as the lesser lies? He had known she was in danger of death. He had hoped that she would die. He was, in the eyes of his God, surely as guilty of murder as if he had dissolved those tablets and forced them down her throat, as if he had held the glass of wine to her lips. How could he continue to minister to others, to preach the forgiveness of sins, when his own great sin was unacknowledged? How could he have stood up before that congregation tonight with this darkness in his soul? He put out his hand and switched on the bedside lamp. It flooded the room with light, surely brighter than when, by that gentle glow, he had read his evening passage of Scripture. He got out of bed and knelt, burying his head in his hands. It wasn't necessary to search for the words. They came to him naturally, and with them came the promise of forgiveness and peace. "Lord, be merciful to me, a sinner." It was while he was kneeling there that his mobile telephone on the bedside table broke the silence with its cheerfully incongruous tune. The sound was so unexpected, so discordant, that for 5 seconds he didn't recognize it. Then he got stiffly to his feet and put out his hand to answer the call. Chapter 2. Shortly before 5:30, Father Martin woke himself with a shriek of terror. He jerked up in bed and sat, rigid as a doll, staring wild-eyed into the darkness. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead and stung his eyes. Brushing them away, he felt his skin taut and ice-cold, as if already in the rigour of death. Gradually, as the horror of the nightmare ended, the room took shape around him. Grey forms, more imagined than seen, revealed themselves out of darkness, and became comfortingly familiar. A chair, the chest of drawers, the footboard of his bed, the outline of a picture frame. The curtains over the 4 circular windows were drawn, but from the east he could see a thin sliver of the faint light, which even on the darkest night hovered above the sea. He was aware of the storm. The wind had been rising all evening, and by the time he had composed himself for sleep, it was howling round the tower like a banshee. But now there was a lull more ominous than welcome, and, sitting up rigidly, he listened to the silence. He heard no footfall on the stairs, no calling voice. When the nightmares began 2 years earlier, he had asked to be given this small circular room in the southern tower, explaining that he liked the wide view of the sea and coast, and was attracted by the silence and solitude. The stairs were becoming a tedious climb, but at least he could hope that his waking screams would be unheard. But somehow Father Sebastian had guessed the truth, or part of it. Father Martin remembered their brief conversation one Sunday after Mass. Father Sebastian had said, "Are you sleeping well, Father?" "Reasonably so, thank you. If you are disturbed by bad dreams, I understand there is help available. I'm not thinking of counselling, not in the ordinary sense, but sometimes talking about the past with others who have suffered the same experience is said to be helpful." The conversation had surprised Father Martin. Father Sebastian had made no secret of his distrust of psychiatrists, saying that he would be more inclined to respect them if they could explain the medical or philosophical basis of their discipline, or could define for him the difference between the mind and the brain. But it had always surprised him how much Father Sebastian knew about what was going on under the roof of Saint Anselm's. The conversation had been unwelcome to Father Martin, the matter not pursued. He knew that he was not the only survivor of a Japanese prison camp who was being tormented in old age by horrors which a younger brain had been able to suppress. He had no wish to sit in a circle discussing his experiences with fellow sufferers, although he had read that some found it helpful. This was something he had to deal with himself. And now the wind was rising, a rhythmic moaning that rose to a howling and then screeching intensity, more a malignant manifestation than a force of nature. He urged his legs out of bed, pushed his feet into his bedroom slippers, and pottered stiffly over to open the east-facing window. The cold blast was like a healing draught, cleaning his mouth and nostrils of the fetid stench of the jungle, drowning the all-too-human moans and screams with its wild cacophony, cleansing his mind of the worst of the images. The nightmare was always the same. Rupert had been dragged back to the camp the night before, and now the prisoners were lined up to watch his beheading. After what had been done to him, the boy could hardly walk to the appointed place, and sank to his knees as if with relief. But he made a last effort, and managed to raise his head before the blade swung down. For 2 seconds the head remained in place, then slowly it toppled, and the great red fountain spurted out like a last celebration of life. This was the image which night after night Father Martin endured. On waking, he was tortured always by the same questions. Why had Rupert tried to escape when he must have known it was suicide? Why hadn't he confided his purpose? Worst of all, why hadn't he himself stepped forward in protest before the blade fell, tried with his frail strength to seize it from the guard, and died with his friend? The love he had felt for Rupert, requited but unconsummated, had been the only love of his life. All else had been the exercise of a general benevolence, or the practice of loving kindness. Despite the moments of joy, some even of a rare spiritual happiness, he carried always the darkness of that betrayal. He had no right to be alive. But there was one place where he could always find peace, and he sought it now. He took his bunch of keys from the bedside table, shuffled over to the hook on the door, and took down his old cardigan with the patches of leather on the elbows, which he wore in winter under his cloak. He put the cloak over it, quietly opened the door, and made his way down the stairs. He needed no torch. A low light from a single bulb burned on each landing, and the spiral staircase to the floor below, always a hazard, was kept well lit by the use of wall-mounted lights. There was a lull in the storm. The silence of the house was absolute, the muted moaning of the wind emphasizing an internal calm more portentous than the mere absence of human sounds. It was difficult to believe that there were sleepers behind the closed doors, that this silent air had ever echoed to the sound of hurrying feet and strong male voices, or that the heavy oak front door had not been closed and bolted for generations. In the hall, a single red light at the foot of the Virgin and Child cast a glow over the smiling face of the mother, and touched with pink the chubby, outstretched arms of the Christ-child. Wood was quickened into living flesh. He passed on his silent, slippered feet across the hall and into the cloakroom. The row of brown cloaks were the first evidence of the house's occupation. They seemed to hang like forlorn relics of a long-dead generation. He could hear the wind very clearly now, and as he unlocked the door into the north cloister, it rose suddenly into renewed fury. To his surprise, the light over the back door was off, as was the row of low-powered lights along the cloister. But when he stretched out his hand and pressed down the switch, they came on, and he could see that the stone floor was thick with leaves. Even as he closed the door behind him, another gust shook the great tree, and sent the drift of leaves around its trunk, bowling and scurrying about his feet. They swirled about him like a flock of brown birds, pecked gently against his cheek, and lay weightless as feathers on the shoulders of his cloak. He scrunched his way to the door of the sacristy. It took a little time under the final light to identify the 2 keys and let himself in. He switched on the light beside the door, then punched out the code to silence the low, insistent ringing of the alarm system, and went through into the body of the church. The switch for the 2 rows of ceiling lights over the nave was to his right, and he put out his hand to press it down, then saw, with a small shock of surprise, but no anxiety, that the spotlight which illuminated the dome was on, so that the west end of the church was bathed in its reflected glow. Without switching on the nave lights, he moved along the north wall, his shadow moving with him on the stone. Then he reached the dome, and stood transfixed at the horror that lay sprawled at his feet. The blood hadn't gone away. It was here, in the very place in which he was seeking sanctuary, as red as in his nightmare, not rising like a strong feathered fountain, but spread in blotches and rivulets over the stone floor. The stream was no longer moving, but seemed to quiver and become viscous as he gazed. The nightmare hadn't ended. He was still trapped in a place of horror, but one which he couldn't now escape by waking. That, or he was mad. He shut his eyes and prayed, "Dear God, help me." Then his conscious mind took hold, and he opened his eyes and willed himself to look again. His senses, unable to apprehend the whole scene and the enormity of its horror, were registering it by slow degrees, detail by detail. The smashed skull, the archdeacon's spectacles lying a little apart, but unbroken, the 2 brass candlesticks placed one on each side of the body, as if in an act of sacrilegious contempt, the archdeacon's hands stretched out, seeming to clutch at the stones, but looking whiter, more delicate than his hands had looked in life, the purple-padded dressing gown stiffening with his blood. Finally, Father Martin raised his eyes to the dome. The dancing devil in front of the picture now wore spectacles, a moustache, and a short beard, and his right arm had been elongated in a gesture of vulgar defiance. At the foot of the dome was a small tin of black paint, with a brush lying neatly over the lid. Father Martin staggered forward and dropped to his knees beside the archdeacon's head. He tried to pray, but the words wouldn't come. Suddenly he needed to see other human beings, to hear human feet and human noises, to know the comfort of human companionship. Without thinking clearly, he staggered to the west of the church and gave one vigorous tug on the bell-pull. The bell sang out as sweetly as ever, but seeming to his ears clamorous in its dread. Then he went to the south door, and, with trembling hands, managed at last to draw back the heavy iron bolts. The wind rushed in, bringing with it a few torn leaves. He left it ajar, and walked, more strongly and firmly now, back to the body. There were words he had to say. and now he found the strength to say them. He was still on his knees, the edge of his cloak trailing in the blood, when he heard footsteps and then a woman's voice. Emma knelt beside him and put her arms round his shoulders. He felt the soft brush of her hair against his cheek, and could smell her sweet, delicately scented skin, driving from his mind the metallic smell of the blood. He could feel her tremble, but her voice was calm. She said, "Come away, Father. Come away now. It's all right." But it wasn't all right. It was never going to be all right again. He tried to look up at her, but couldn't raise his head. Only his lips could move. He whispered, "Oh, God, what have we done? What have we done?" And then he felt her arms tighten in terror. Behind them the great south door was creaking wider open. Chapter 3. Dalgliesh usually had little difficulty in getting to sleep, even in an unfamiliar bed. Years of working as a detective had inured his body to the discomforts of a variety of couches, and, provided he had a bedside light or a torch, for the brief period of reading which was necessary for him before sleep came, his mind could usually let go of the day as easily as did his tired limbs. Tonight was different. His room was propitious for sleep. The bed was comfortable without being soft. The bedside lamp was at the right height for reading. The bedclothes were adequate. But he took up his copy of Seamus Heaney's translation of Beowulf and read the first 5 pages with a dogged persistence, as if this were a prescribed nightly ritual instead of a long-awaited pleasure. But soon the poetry took hold, and he read steadily until 11 o'clock, then switched off the lamp and composed himself for sleep. But tonight it didn't come. That welcome moment eluded him when the mind slips free of the burden of consciousness and sinks unafraid into its little diurnal death. Perhaps it was the fury of the wind keeping him awake. Normally he liked to lie in bed and fall asleep to the sound of a storm, but this storm was different. There would be a lull in the wind, a brief period of total anticipatory peace, followed by a low moaning, rising into a howling like a chorus of demented demons. In these crescendos he could hear the great horse-chestnut groaning, and had a sudden vision of snapping boughs, of the scarred trunk toppling, first as if reluctant, and then in a terrifying plunge to thrust its upper branches through the bedroom window. And, always a vibrant accompaniment to the tumult of the wind, he could hear the pounding of the sea. It seemed impossible that anything living could stand up to this assault of wind and water. In a period of calm, he switched on the bedside light and looked at his watch. He was surprised to see that it was 5:35. So he must have slept, or at least dozed, for over 6 hours. He was beginning to wonder whether the storm had really spent its force when the moaning began again, and rose to another howling crescendo. In the lull that followed, his ears caught a different sound, and one so familiar from childhood that he recognized it instantly. The peal of a church bell. It was a single peal, clear and sweet. For a second only, he wondered if the sound was the remnant of some half-forgotten dream. Then reality took hold. He had been fully awake. He knew what he had heard. He listened intently, but there was no further peal. He acted swiftly. By long habit he never went to bed without carefully placing to hand the items he might need in an emergency. He pulled on his dressing gown, rejected slippers in favour of shoes, and took a torch, heavy as a weapon, from his bedside table. Leaving the apartment in darkness, and guided only by the torch, he closed the front door quietly behind him, and stepped into a sudden gusting wind, and a flurry of leaves which whirled round his head like a flock of frantic birds. The row of low-powered wall lights along both the north and south cloisters was sufficient only to outline the slender pillars, and cast an eerie glow over the paving stones. The great house was in darkness, and he saw no lights from any window except in Ambrose next door, where he knew Emma was sleeping. Running past without pausing to call out to her, he felt a clutch of fear. A faint slit of light showed that the great south door of the church was ajar. The oak groaned on its hinges as he pushed it open, then closed it behind him. For a few seconds, no more, he stood transfixed by the tableau before him. There was no obstacle between him and the doom, and he saw it framed by 2 stone pillars, so brightly lit that the faded colours seemed to glow with an unimagined, newly painted richness. The shock of its black defacement paled before the greater enormity at his feet. The sprawled figure of the archdeacon lay prone before it, as if in an extremity of worship. 2 heavy brass candlesticks stood ceremoniously one each side of his head. The pool of blood was surely more lusciously red than any human blood. Even the 2 human figures looked unreal, the white-haired priest in his spreading black cloak, kneeling and almost embracing the body, and the girl crouched beside him with an arm round his shoulder. For a moment, disorientated, he could almost imagine that the black devils had sprung from the doom and were dancing round her head. At the sound of the door, she turned her head, then was instantly upright and ran towards him. "Thank God you've come." She clutched at him, and he knew, as he put his arms round her and felt the trembling of her body, that the gesture was an instinctive impulse of relief. She broke free at once and said, "It's Father Martin. I can't make him move." Father Martin's left arm, stretched over Crampton's body, had its palm planted in the pool of blood. Putting down his torch, Dalgliesh placed his hand on the priest's shoulder and said gently, "It's Adam, Father. Come away now. I'm here. It's all right." But of course it wasn't all right. Even as he spoke, the anodyne words, their falsity jarred. Father Martin didn't move, and the shoulder under Dalglish's touch was stiff, as if locked in rigor mortis. Dalglish said again, more strongly, "Let go, Father. You must come away now. There's nothing you can do here." And this time, as if the words had at last reached him, Father Martin allowed himself to be helped to his feet. He looked at his bloodied hand with a kind of childish wonder, then wiped it down the side of his cloak. And that, thought Dalgliesh, will complicate the examination for blood. Compassion for his companions was overlaid with more urgent preoccupations, the imperative to preserve the scene from contamination as far as possible, and the need to ensure that the method of murder was kept secret. If the south door had, as usual, been bolted, the killer must have come in from the sacristy and through the north cloister. Gently, and with Emma supporting the priest on his right side, he led Father Martin towards the row of chairs nearest the door. He settled them both down and said to Emma, "Wait here for a few minutes. I won't be long. I'll bolt the south door and go out through the sacristy. I'll lock it after me. Don't let anyone in." He turned to Father Martin. "Can you hear me, Father?" Father Martin looked up for the first time, and their eyes met. The pain and horror were almost more than Dalgliesh could bear to meet. Yes. I'm all right. I'm so sorry, Adam. I've behaved badly. I'm all right now." He was very far from all right, but at least he seemed able to take in what was being said. Dalgliesh said, "There's one thing I have to say now. I'm sorry if it sounds insensitive, the wrong time to ask, but it is important. Don't tell anyone what you have seen this morning. No one. Do you both understand that?" They murmured a low assent. Then Father Martin said more clearly, "We understand." Dalgliesh was turning to go when Emma said, "He isn't still here, is he? He isn't hiding somewhere in the church?" "He won't be here, but I'm going to look now." He was unwilling to put on any more lights. Apparently only he and Emma had been woken by the church bell. The last thing he wanted was other people crowding the scene. He returned to the south door and shot its great iron bolt. Torch in hand, he made a swift but methodical examination of the church, as much for her satisfaction as his. Long experience had shown him almost immediately that this was no very recent death. He opened the gates to the 2 box pews and swept the torch over the seats, then knelt and looked beneath them. And here was a find. Someone had occupied the second pew. A portion of the seat was free of dust, and when he knelt and shone the torch in the deep recess beneath it, it was apparent that someone had crouched there. He ended his quick but thorough search and went back to the 2 seated figures. He said, "It's all right. There's no one here but us. Is the sacristy door locked, Father?" Yes, it is. I locked it after me." "Will you give me the keys, please?" Father Martin fumbled in the pocket of his cloak and handed over a bunch. It took a little time for his shaking fingers to find the right keys. Dalgliesh said, "I won't be long. I'll lock the door behind me. Will you be all right until I come back?" Emma said, "I don't think Father Martin ought to stay here long." "He won't have to. It should, thought Dalgliesh, take only a matter of minutes to fetch Roger Yarwood. Whichever force took on this investigation, he needed help now. There was, too, a question of protocol. Yarwood was an officer of the Suffolk police. Until the chief constable decided which of his officers should take over, Yarwood would be temporarily in charge. He was relieved to find a handkerchief in his dressing-gown pocket, and used this to ensure that he made no print on the sacristy door. Resetting the alarm and locking the door behind him, he plunged through a mush of fallen leaves, now inches deep in the north cloister, and hurried back to the guest apartments. Roger Yarwood, he remembered, was in Gregory. The set was in darkness, and he passed by the light of the torch through the sitting-room and called up the stairs. There was no reply. He went up to the bedroom and found that the door was open. Yarwood had gone to bed, but now the bedclothes had been thrown back. Dalgliesh opened the door to the shower and found it was empty. He switched on the light and quickly checked the wardrobe. There was no overcoat, and he could see no shoes other than Yarwood's slippers by the bed. Yarwood must at some time have walked out into the storm. It would be pointless for him to start searching alone. Yarwood could be anywhere on the headland. Instead, he went back at once to the church. Emma and Father Martin were sitting just as he had left them. He said gently, "Father, why don't you and Dr. Lavenham go to her sitting room? She can make some tea for you both. I expect Father Sebastian will want to speak to the whole college, but you could wait there quietly and rest for the time being." Father Martin looked up. His eyes held something of the piteous puzzlement of a child. He said, "But Father Sebastian will want me." It was Emma who replied, "Of course he will, but hadn't we better wait until Commander Dalgliesh has spoken to him? The best plan is to go to my sitting room. There's everything there for making tea. I know I should like it." Father Martin nodded and got up. Dalgliesh said, "Before you leave, Father, we must check whether the safe has been tampered with." They went into the sacristy, and Dalgliesh asked for the combination. Then, with his handkerchief covering his fingers to preserve any prints which might be on the knob of the combination lock, he turned it carefully and opened the door. Inside, on top of a number of documents, was a large drawstring bag in soft leather. He took it to the desk and opened it to reveal, wrapped in white silk, 2 magnificent pre-Reformation jewelled chalices and a paten, a gift from the founder to Saint Anselm's. Father Martin said quietly, "Nothing is missing," and Dalgliesh returned the bag to the safe and turned the combination lock. So the motive wasn't robbery, but he hadn't for a moment supposed that it was. He waited until Emma and Father Martin had left by the south door, then bolted it behind them and went out of the sacristy into the leaf-covered north cloister. The storm was beginning to spend its force, and although its devastation lay about him in snapped boughs and fallen leaves, the wind was abating now to little more than strong gusts. He let himself in through the north cloister door and made his way up 2 flights of stairs to the warden's flat. Father Sebastian came quickly to his knock. He was wearing a wool-plaid dressing-gown, but his tousled hair made him look curiously young. The 2 men gazed at each other. Even before he spoke, Dalgliesh felt that the warden knew the words he had come to speak. They were stark, but there was no easy or gentle way of giving this news. He said, "Archdeacon Crampton has been murdered. Father Martin found his body in the church immediately after 5:30 this morning." The warden put his hand in his pocket and drew out his wristwatch. He said, "And now it's just after 6. Why wasn't I told earlier?" Father Martin rang the church bell to raise the alarm, and I heard it. So did Dr. Lavenham, who was first on the scene. There were things I had to do. And now I must phone the Suffolk police. But isn't this a matter initially for Inspector Yarwood? It would be. Yarwood is missing. May I use your office, Father? Of course. I'll put on some clothes and join you. Does anyone else know of this? Not yet, Father. Then I must be the one to tell them. He closed the door, and Dalgliesh made his way to the office on the floor below. Chapter 4. The Suffolk number he needed was in the wallet in his room, but after a couple of seconds' thought, he was able to recall it. Once his identity was established, he was given the chief constable's number. After that, it was quick and simple. He was dealing with men not unused to being woken with a need for decision and action. He reported fully but briefly. Nothing needed to be said twice. There was a silence of some 5 seconds before the Chief Constable spoke. "Yarwood disappearing is a major complication. All retrieves is another, but less important. Still, I don't see how we can take this on. We can't waste time. The first 3 days are always the most vital. I'll speak to the Commissioner. But you'll want a search party." "Not yet. Yarwood may just have wandered off. He may even have returned by now. If not, I'll get some of the students here to search at first light. I'll report when there's any news. If he's not found, you'd better take over." "Right. Your own people will confirm, but I think you'd better assume that the case is yours. I'll discuss details with them, Met, but I imagine you'll want your own team." "That would be simpler." It was only then that, after pausing again, the Chief Constable said, "I know something of St. Anselm's. They're good people. Will you give Father Sebastian my sympathy? This is going to hurt them in more ways than one." In another 5 minutes the yard had rung with the details which had been agreed. Dalgliesh would take the case. Detective Inspector Kate Miskin and Piers Tarrant, with Sergeant Robbins, were on their way by car, and the supporting team, a photographer, and the 3 scene-of-crime officers would follow. Since Dalgliesh was already there, it wasn't considered necessary to incur the expense of a helicopter. The team would arrive by train at Ipswich, and the Suffolk police would arrange transport to the college. Dr. Kynaston, the forensic pathologist with whom Dalgliesh usually worked, was already at a crime scene, and likely to be tied up for the rest of the day. The local Home Office pathologist was on leave in New York, but his substitute, Dr. Mark Ayling, was on call and available. It would seem sensible to use him. Any urgent material for forensic examination could go either to the Huntingdon or to the Lambeth lab, depending on their workloads. Father Sebastian had tactfully waited in the outer office while Dalgliesh was telephoning. Hearing that the conversation seemed finally to have ended, he came in and said, "I should like now to go to the church. You have your responsibilities, Commander, but I have mine." Dalgliesh said, "It's urgent first to get a search started for Roger Yarwood. Who is your most sensible ordinand for this kind of job?" "Stephen Morby. I suggest he and Pilbeam take the Land Rover." He went to the telephone on his desk. It was quickly answered. "Good morning, Pilbeam. Are you dressed?" "Good." "Would you please wake Mr. Morby, and both of you come to my office immediately." The wait was not long before Dalgliesh heard footsteps hurrying up the stairs. A pause at the door, and the 2 men came in. He hadn't before seen Pilbeam. The man was tall, certainly over 6 foot, strongly built and thick-necked, with a tanned and rugged country face under thinning straw-coloured hair. Dalgliesh thought that there was something familiar about him, then realized that he was remarkably like an actor, whose name he couldn't recall, but who frequently appeared in war films in the supporting role of inarticulate but dependable NCO, who invariably died uncomplainingly in the last reel to the greater glory of the hero. He stood waiting, totally at ease. Beside him, Stephen Morby, no weakling, looked a boy. It was to Pilbeam that Father Sebastian spoke. "Mr. Yarwood is missing. I'm afraid he may have gone wandering again." "It was a bad night for wandering, Father." "Exactly. He may return any minute, but I don't think we should wait. I want you and Mr. Morby to take the Land Rover and look for him. Your mobile phone is working?" "It is, Father." "Ring at once if there's any news. If he's not on the headland or near the mere, don't waste time going further. It may then be a matter for the police. And Pilbeam—" "Yes, Father?" "When you and Mr. Morby return, whether or not with Mr. Yarwood, report at once to me without speaking to anyone else. That goes for you too, Stephen. Do you understand?" "Yes, Father." Stephen Morby said, "Something's happened, hasn't it? Something more than Mr. Yarwood wandering off. I shall explain when you return. You may not be able to do much until full light, but I want you to get started. Take torches, blankets, and hot coffee. And, Pilbeam, I shall be speaking to the whole community at 7:30 in the library. Will you ask your wife to be good enough to join us?" "Yes, Father." They went out. Father Sebastian said, "They're both sensible. If Yarwood is on the headland, they'll find him. I thought it right to delay explanation until their return. I think that was wise." It was becoming apparent that Father Sebastian's natural authoritarianism was quickly adjusting to unfamiliar circumstances. Dalgliesh reflected that to have a suspect taking an active part in the investigation was a novelty he could well dispense with. The situation would need careful handling. The warden said, "You are right, of course. Finding Yarwood has priority. But now, perhaps, I may go where I should be, at the archdeacon's side. Some questions first, Father. How many keys to the church, and who holds them? Is this really necessary now?" "Yes, Father. As you said, you have your responsibilities and I have mine. And yours must take precedence? For the present, yes." Father Sebastian was careful to keep his impatience out of his voice. He said, "There are 7 sets comprising the 2 keys to the sacristy door, 1 a security chub and 1 a Yale. The south door has bolts only. Each of the 4 resident priests holds a set. The other 3 are in the key cupboard next door in Miss Ramsay's office. It is necessary to keep the church locked because of the value of the altarpiece and silver, but all ordinands may sign for the keys if they need to go to the church. The students, not the domestic staff, are responsible for the cleaning. And the staff and visitors? They only have access to the church when accompanied by a key holder, except during the times of the services. As we have 4 services a day, morning prayer, the Eucharist, evening prayer, and Compline, they are hardly deprived. I dislike the restriction, but it is the price we pay for keeping the Van der Weyden over the altar. The problem is that the young are not always conscientious about resetting the alarm. All the staff and the visitors have keys to the iron gate leading from the west court out of the headland. And who in college will know the code for the alarm system? I imagine everyone. We are guarding our treasures against intruders, not against each other. What keys do the ordinands have? They each have 2 keys. 1 to the iron gate, which is their usual mode of entrance, and 1 to the door either in the north or south cloister, depending on the situation of their rooms. None of them has keys to the church. And Ronald Treeves's keys were returned here after his death. Yes, they're in a drawer in Miss Ramsay's office. But he didn't, of course, have keys to the church. And now I wish to go to the archdeacon. Of course. On the way, Father, we can check if the 3 spare sets of keys to the church are in the key cupboard. Father Sebastian didn't reply. As they passed through the outer office, he went over to a narrow cupboard to the left of the fireplace. It was not locked. Inside were 2 rows of hooks holding named keys. There were 3 hooks on the first row labelled Church. 1 was empty. Dalgliesh said, "Can you remember when you last saw the church keys, Father?" Father Sebastian thought for a moment and said, "I think it was yesterday morning, before lunch. Some paint was delivered for Surtees to paint the sacristy. Pilbeam came in to collect a set of keys, and I was here in the office when he signed for them, and still here when he returned them less than 5 minutes later." He went to the right drawer in Miss Ramsay's desk and drew out a book. "I think you'll find here that this was the last entry for the keys. As you see, he held them for no more than 5 minutes. But the last person to see them would have been Henry Bloxham. He was responsible for making the church ready for Compline last night. I was here when he collected a set of keys, and in my office next door when he returned them. If there had been a set missing, he would have said so." "Did you actually see him return the keys, Father?" "No. I was in my office, but the door between the rooms was open, and he called good night. There will be no entry in the key book. Ordinands who collect the keys before a service are not required to sign it. And now, Commander, I must insist that we go to the church." The house was still in silence. They passed without speaking over the tessellated floor of the hall. Father Sebastian was moving towards the door through the cloakroom, but Dalgliesh said, "We'll avoid the north cloister as far as possible." Nothing more was said until they reached the sacristy door. Father Sebastian fumbled for his keys, but Dalgliesh said, "I'll do this, Father." He unlocked the door, locked it after them, and they passed into the church. He had left on the light over the doom, and the horror at its foot was clearly visible. Father Sebastian's steps didn't falter as he moved towards it. He didn't speak, but looked first at the desecration of the painting, and then down at his dead adversary. Then he made the sign of the cross and knelt in silent prayer. Watching him, Dalgliesh wondered what words Father Sebastian was finding to communicate with his God. He could hardly be praying for the archdeacon's soul. That would have been anathema to Crampton's uncompromising Protestantism. He wondered, too, what words he would find appropriate if he were praying at this moment. "Help me to solve this case with the least pain to the innocent, and protect my team." The last time he remembered having prayed with passion, and with the belief that his prayer was valid, had been when his wife was dying, and it had not been heard, or if heard, had not been answered. He thought about death, its finality, its inevitability. Was part of the attraction of his job the illusion it gave that death was a mystery that could be solved, and with the solution all the unruly passions of life, all doubts and all fears, could be folded away like a garment? And then he heard Father Sebastian speaking as if he had become aware of Dalglish's silent presence, and needed to involve him, even if only as a listener in his secret ministry of expiation. The familiar words, spoken in his beautiful voice, were an affirmation, not a prayer, and they so uncannily echoed Dalglish's thoughts that he heard them as if for the first time, and with a frisson of awe. "And thou, Lord, in the beginning, hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. They shall perish, but thou remainest, and they all shall wax old as doth a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them up, and they shall be changed, but thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail." Chapter 5. Dalgliesh shaved, showered, and dressed with practised speed, and by 25 minutes past 7 had again joined the warden in his office. Father Sebastian looked at his wristwatch. "It's time to go to the library. I'll say a few words first, and then you can take over. Is that acceptable?" "Perfectly." It was the first time on this visit that Dalgliesh had been in the library. Father Sebastian switched on a series of lights which curved down over the shelves, and immediately memory came rushing back of long summer evenings, reading here under the sightless eyes of the busts ranged along the top of the shelves, of the western sun burnishing the leather spines and throwing ghouls of coloured light over polished wood, of long evenings when the boom of the sea seemed to strengthen with the dying light. But now the high barrel ceiling was in gloom, and the stained glass in the pointed windows was a black void, patterned with lead. Along the northern wall, a row of bookshelves jutting at right angles between the windows formed cubicles, each with a double reading desk and chair. Father Sebastian went to the nearest cubicle, swung up 2 chairs, and placed them together in the middle of the room. He said, "We'll need 4 chairs, 3 for the women and 1 for Peter Buckhurst. He's not yet strong enough to stand for long. Not that this will take long, I imagine. There's no point in putting out a chair for Father John's sister. She's elderly and hardly ever shows herself outside their flat." Without replying, Dalgliesh helped to carry the last 2 chairs, and Father Sebastian arranged them in line, then stood back as if assessing the accuracy of their placement. There was the sound of soft footfalls across the hall, and the 3 ordinands, all wearing their black cassocks, came in together, as if by prior arrangement, and took their stand behind the chairs. They stood upright and very still, their faces set and pale, their eyes fixed on Father Sebastian. The tension they brought into the room was palpable. They were followed in less than a minute by Mrs. Pilbeam and Emma. Father Sebastian indicated the chairs with a gesture, and without speaking the 2 women sat down, leaning a little towards each other, as if there could be comfort even in the slight touch of a shoulder. Mrs. Pilbeam, in recognition of the importance of the occasion, had taken off her white working overall and looked incongruously festive in a green woolen skirt and pale blue blouse, adorned with a large brooch at the neck. Emma was very pale, but had taken care in dressing, as if attempting to impose order and normality on the disruption of murder. Her brown, low-heeled shoes were highly polished, and she wore fawn corduroy trousers, a cream blouse which looked freshly ironed, and a leather jerkin. Father Sebastian said to Buckhurst, "Won't you sit, Peter?" "I'd rather stand, Father." "I'd prefer you to sit." Without further demur, Peter Buckhurst took the seat beside Emma. Next came the 3 priests. Father John and Father Peregrine stood one on each end of the ordinands. Father Martin, as if recognizing an unspoken invitation, came and stood beside Father Sebastian. Father John said, "I'm afraid my sister is still asleep, and I didn't like to wake her. If she's needed, perhaps she could be seen later." Dalgliesh murmured, "Of course." He saw Emma look at Father Martin with loving concern and half rise in her chair. He thought, "She's kind as well as clever and beautiful." His heart lurched, a sensation as unfamiliar as it was unwelcome. He thought, "Oh God, not that complication. Not now, not ever." And still they waited. Seconds lengthened into minutes before they again heard footsteps. The door opened, and George Gregory entered, closely followed by Clive Stannard. Stannard had either overslept or had seen no reason to inconvenience himself. He had put on his trousers and a tweed jacket over his pyjamas, and the striped cotton showed plainly at his neck, and was ruched over his shoes. Gregory, in contrast, had dressed with care, his shirt and tie immaculate. Gregory said, "I'm sorry if I've kept you waiting. I dislike putting on my clothes before I've showered." He took his stand behind Emma and rested his hand on the back of her chair, then quietly slid it away, apparently feeling the gesture had been inappropriate. His eyes, fixed on Father Sebastian, were wary, but Dalgliesh thought he detected a hint of amused curiosity. Stannard was, he thought, frankly frightened, and attempting to conceal it by a nonchalance which was as contrived as it was embarrassing. He said, "Isn't it a bit early for drama? I take it that something's happened. Hadn't we better know?" No one replied. The door opened again, and the last arrivals came in. Eric Surtees was in his working clothes. He hesitated at the door, and cast a look of puzzled inquiry at Dalgliesh, as if surprised to find him present. Karen Surtees, bright as a parrot in a long red sweater over green trousers, had taken time only to apply a coat of bright red lipstick. Her eyes, denuded of makeup, looked drained and full of sleep. After a moment's hesitation, she took the vacant chair, and her brother moved behind her. All those summoned were now present. Dalgliesh thought that they looked like an ill-assorted wedding group, reluctantly posing for an over-enthusiastic photographer. Father Sebastian said, "Let us pray." The exhortation was unexpected. Only the priests and the ordinands responded instinctively by bowing their heads and clasping their hands. The women seemed uncertain what was expected of them, but, after a glance at Father Martin, stood up. Emma and Mrs. Pilbeam bowed their heads, and Karen Surtees stared at Dalgliesh with belligerent disbelief, as if holding him personally responsible for the embarrassing debacle. Gregory, smiling, stared straight ahead, and Stannard frowned and shifted his feet. Father Sebastian spoke the words of the morning collect. He paused, and then said the prayer which he had spoken at Compline some 10 hours earlier. "Visit, we beseech thee, O Lord, this place, and drive from it all the snares of the enemy. Let thy holy angels dwell herein to preserve us in peace, and may thy blessing be upon us evermore. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen." There was a chorus of amen, subdued from the women, more confident from the ordinands, and the group stirred. It was less a movement than a release of breath, Dalgliesh thought. They know now, of course they know. But one of them has known from the beginning. The women again sat down. Dalgliesh felt the intensity of the gaze fixed on the warden. When he began speaking, his voice was calm and almost expressionless. "Last night a great evil came into our community. Archdeacon Crampton has been brutally murdered in the church. His body was discovered by Father Martin at 5:30 this morning. Commander Dalgliesh, who was here as our guest on another matter, is still our guest, but is now among us as a police officer investigating a murder. It will be our duty as well as our wish to give him every possible assistance by answering his questions fully and honestly, and by doing nothing, either by word or action, to hinder the police or to make them feel that their presence here is unwelcome. I have telephoned those ordinands who are away this weekend, and deferred for a week those due to return this morning. Those of us now here must try to continue the life and work of the college, while cooperating fully with the police. I have put St. Matthew's Cottage at Mr. Dalglish's disposal, and the police will be working from there. At Mr. Dalglish's request, the church and the access to the north cloister are both closed, as is the cloister itself. Mass will be said in the oratory at the usual time, and all services will be held there until the church has been reopened and made ready for divine service. The Archdeacon's death is now a matter for the police. Don't speculate, don't gossip among yourselves. Murder of course, cannot be kept hidden. Inevitably, this news will break in the church and in the wider world. I would ask you not to telephone or communicate the news in any way outside these walls. We can hope for at least one day of peace. If there are any matters worrying you, Father Martin and I are here." He paused, and then added, "As always. And now I will ask Mr. Dalgliesh to take over." His audience had listened in almost total silence. Only at the sonorous word "murdered" did Dalgliesh hear a quick intake of breath, and a frail cry, quickly suppressed, which he thought came from Mrs. Pilbeam. Raphael, white-faced, was so rigid that Dalgliesh feared he was about to keel over. Eric Surtees shot a terrified glance at his sister, then looked quickly away and fixed his eyes on Father Sebastian. Gregory was frowning in intense concentration. The still, cold air was charged with fear. Apart from Surtees's glance at his sister, none of them met each other's eyes. Perhaps, thought Dalgliesh, they were afraid of what they might see. Dalgliesh was interested that Father Sebastian had made no mention of the absence of Yarwood, Pilbeam, and Stephen Morby, and was grateful for his discretion. He decided to be brief. It wasn't his habit when investigating murder to apologize for the inconvenience caused. Inconvenience to those involved was the least of murder's contaminating evils. He said, "It has been agreed that the Metropolitan Police shall take over this case. A small team of police officers and support services will be arriving this morning. As Father Sebastian has said, the church is closed, as is the north cloister, and the door leading from the house to that cloister. I myself, or one of my officers, will be speaking to you all sometime today. However, it would save time if we could establish one fact at once. Did anyone here leave his or her room last night after Compline? Did anyone go near or into the church? Did any of you see or hear anything last night that could have had a bearing on this crime?" There was silence. Then Henry said, "I went out just after 10:30 for some air and exercise. I walked briskly about 5 times round the cloisters, and then went back to my room. I'm number 2 on the south cloister. I saw and heard nothing unusual. The wind was getting up strongly by then, blowing showers of leaves into the north cloister. That's chiefly what I remember." Dalgliesh said, "You were the ordinand who lit the candles in church before Compline and opened the south door. Did you fetch the church key from the outer office?" "Yes, I fetched it there just before the service, and returned it afterwards. There were 3 keys when I collected it, and 3 after I'd taken it back." Dalgliesh said, "I'll ask again. Did any of you leave your room after Compline?" He waited for a moment, but there was no response. He went on, "I shall want to see the shoes and clothes that you were wearing yesterday evening, and it will later be necessary to take the fingerprints of everyone in Saint Anselm's, for the purposes of elimination. I think that's all for the present." Again there was a silence. Then Gregory spoke. "A question for Mr. Dalgliesh. 3 people seem to be missing, among them an officer of the Suffolk Police. Is there any significance in that fact? I mean, for the thrust of the investigation?" Dalgliesh said, "At present, none." This breaking of the silence provoked Stannard into querulous speech. He said, "Can I ask why the commander is assuming that this must be what I think the police describe as an inside job? While we are having our clothes examined and fingerprints taken, the person responsible is probably miles away. After all, this place is hardly secure. I, for one, don't intend to sleep here tonight without a lock on my door." Father Sebastian said, "Your concern is natural. I'm arranging for locks to be fitted to your room and to the 4 guest sets and keys to be provided." "And what about my question? Why the assumption that it must have been one of us?" It was the first time that this possibility had been spoken aloud, and it seemed to Dalgliesh that everyone present was determined to stare ahead, as if any glance might convey an accusation. He said, "No assumptions are being made." Father Sebastian said, "The closing of the north cloister will mean that ordinands with rooms there will have temporarily to vacate them. With so many students absent, that applies at present only to you, Raphael. If you will hand over your keys, a key to number 3 in the south cloister and to the south corridor door will be given in exchange." "What about my things, Father? Books and clothes, can't I fetch them?" "You must manage without them for the present. Your fellow students will be able to lend you what you need. I can't emphasize too strongly the importance of keeping away from any area which the police have put out of bounds." Without another word, Raphael took a bunch of keys from his pocket, detached two, and, stepping forward, handed them to Father Sebastian. Dalgliesh said, "I understand that all the resident priests have keys to the church. Could you please check now that they are in your possession?" Father Betterton spoke for the first time. "I'm afraid I haven't my keys with me. I always leave them on a chair by my bed." Dalgliesh still had Father Martin's bunch of keys which he had taken in the church, and now he moved to the other two priests, checking that the church keys were still on their rings. He turned to Father Sebastian, who said, "I think that's all that needs to be said at present. The timetable set up for today will be kept as far as possible. There will be no morning prayer, but I propose to say Mass in the oratory at midday. Thank you." He turned and walked steadily out of the room. There was a shuffling of feet. The little company looked at each other, and then, one by one, made for the door. Dalgliesh had switched off his mobile telephone during the meeting, but now it rang. It was Stephen Morby. "Commander Dalgliesh, we've found Inspector Yarwood. He'd fallen into a ditch about halfway down the approach road. I tried to ring earlier, but couldn't get through. He's been partly lying in water, and he's unconscious. We think he's broken a leg. We didn't like to move him because of making the injury worse, but we felt we couldn't leave him where he was. We got him out as carefully as we could and rang for an ambulance. He's being loaded into it now. They're taking him to Ipswich Hospital." Dalgliesh asked, "You did the right thing. How bad is he?" "The paramedics think he should be all right, but he hasn't regained consciousness. I'm going with him in the ambulance. I'll be able to tell you more when I get back. Mr. Pilbeam is driving behind us, so I'll come back with him." Dalgliesh said, "Right. Be as quick as you can. You're both needed here." He gave the news to Father Sebastian. The warden said, "It's what I feared had happened. This has been a pattern of his illness. I understand it's a kind of claustrophobia, and when it comes on him he has to get into the open air and walk. After his wife left him, taking the children, he used to disappear for days. Sometimes he walked until he collapsed, and the police found him and brought him back. Thank God he's been found, and, it seems, in time. And now perhaps if you'll come to the study, we can discuss what you and your colleagues will need in St. Matthew's Cottage. Later, Father. I need first to see the Bettertons. I think Father John went back to their flat. It's on the 3rd floor on the north side. No doubt he'll be looking out for you." Father Sebastian had been too shrewd to speculate aloud about Yarwood's possible implication in the murder. But surely Christian charity only extended so far. With part of his mind, he must have hoped that here was the best possible outcome, a killing by a man temporarily not responsible for his actions. And if Yarwood didn't survive, he would always remain a suspect. His death could be very convenient for someone. Before making his way to the Bettertons' flat, Dalgliesh went back to his own apartment and rang the chief constable. Chapter 6. There was a bell beside the narrow oak door to the Bettertons' flat, but Dalgliesh had barely pressed it before Father John appeared and ushered him in. He said, "If you wouldn't mind just waiting a moment, I'll fetch my sister. I think she's in the kitchen. We have a very small kitchen here in the flat, and she prefers to eat separately rather than join the community for meals. I won't be a moment." The room in which Dalgliesh found himself was low-ceilinged, but large, with 4 OG-shaped windows facing the sea. The room was over-furnished with what looked like the relics of earlier homes: low-padded chairs with buttoned backs, a sofa facing the fireplace with a sagging seat, its back covered with a throw in Indian cotton, a round central table in solid mahogany, with 6 chairs discordant in age and style, a pedestal desk set between 2 of the windows, an assortment of small tables, each laden with a miscellany of 2 long lives, photographs in silver frames, some porcelain figures, boxes in wood and silver, and a bowl of potpourri, whose stale and dusty perfume had long since spent itself on the stuffy air. The wall to the left of the door was completely covered with a bookcase. Here was the library of Father John's youth, student days and priesthood, but there was also a row of black-covered volumes labelled Plays of the Year, dating back from the 30s and 40s. Beside them was a row of paperback detective stories. Dalgliesh saw that Father John was addicted to the women writers of the Golden Age, Dorothy L. Sayers, Marjorie Allingham, and Nio Marsh. To the right of the door was propped a golf bag, holding some half-dozen clubs. It was an incongruous object to find in a room which bore no other evidence of interest in sport. The pictures were as varied as the other artifacts. Victorian oils, highly sentimental in subject, but competent in execution. Floral prints, a couple of samplers, and watercolours which were probably the work of Victorian forebears. They looked too good to be the work of amateurs, but not good enough for professionals. But despite the gloom, the room was too obviously lived in, too idiosyncratic, and too comfortable to be depressing. The two high-backed armchairs each side of the fire had beside them a table with an angle-poised lamp. Here, brother and sister, facing each other, could sit and read in comfort. As soon as Miss Betterton entered, Dalgliesh was struck by the odd disparity produced by the eccentric patterning of family genes. At first sight, it was difficult to believe that the two Bettertons were closely related. Father John was short, with a compact body and a gentle face, which bore an air of perpetual anxious puzzlement. His sister was at least 6 inches taller, with an angular body and sharp, suspicious eyes. Only the similarity of the long-lobed ears, the droop of the eyelids, and the small pursed mouths proclaimed any family likeness. She looked considerably older than her brother. Her steel-grey hair was pulled back into a pleat, anchored to the top of her head by a comb, from which the ends of her dry hair stuck out like an ornamental frieze. She was wearing a skirt in thin tweed almost to the floor, a striped shirt which looked as if it were one of her brother's, and a long fawn cardigan, in which the moth-holes in the sleeves were clearly visible. Father John said, "Agatha, this is Commander Dalgliesh from New Scotland Yard." "A policeman?" Dalgliesh put out his hand. He said, "Yes, Miss Betterton, I'm a policeman." The hand, which after a second's delay was pressed into his hand, was cool and so thin that he could feel every bone. She said, in that fluting upper-class voice which those who don't possess it find difficult to believe can ever be natural, "I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, my man. We haven't any dogs here." "Mr. Dalgliesh doesn't have anything to do with dogs, Agatha." "I thought you said he was a dog handler." "No, I said commander, not dog handler." "Well, we haven't any ships either." She turned to Dalgliesh. "Cousin Raymond was a commander in the last war, the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve, not the proper Navy. The Wavy Navy, I believe they called them, because of the wavy gold stripes on their sleeves. He got killed anyway, so it made no difference. You may have noticed his golf clubs beside the door. One cannot imbue a niblick with much sentiment, but one is reluctant to part with the clubs. Why aren't you in uniform, Mr. Dalgliesh? I like to see a man in uniform. A cassock is not the same." "I'm a police commander, Miss Betterton. It's a rank peculiar to the Metropolitan Police, nothing to do with the Navy." Father John, obviously feeling that the dialogue had gone on long enough, interposed. His voice was kind but firm. "Agatha, dear, something very terrible has happened. I want you to listen carefully and stay very calm. Archdeacon Crampton has been found murdered. That's why Commander Dalgliesh needs to talk to you, to all of us. We must help him in any way we can to find out who was responsible for this terrible act." His exhortation to stay calm was unnecessary. Miss Betterton received the news without a flicker either of surprise or distress. She turned to Dalgliesh. "So you did need a sniffer dog after all. A pity you didn't think to bring one. Where was he murdered? I speak of the Archdeacon." "In the church, Miss Betterton." "Father Sebastian won't like that. Hadn't you better tell him?" Her brother said, "He has been told, Agatha. Everyone has." "Well, he won't be missed, not in this house. He was an extremely unpleasant man, Commander. I refer to the Archdeacon, of course. I could explain to you why I take this view, but these are confidential family matters. You will understand, I'm sure. You look an intelligent and discreet officer. I expect that comes with being ex-Navy. Some people are better dead. I won't explain why the Archdeacon is among them, but you can be assured that the world will be a more agreeable place without him. But you will have to do something about the body. It can't stay in the church. Father Sebastian wouldn't like that at all. What about the services? Won't it be in the way? I shan't attend, of course.
I'm not a religious woman, but my brother does, and I don't think he would like to walk over the archdeacon's body. Whatever our private opinions of the man, that would not be agreeable." Dalgliesh said, "The body will be moved, Miss Betterton, but the church will have to remain closed at least for a few days. I have some questions I need to ask you. Did either you or your brother leave your apartment here at any time after Compline yesterday?" "And why should we wish to do that, Commander?" "That's what I'm asking you, Miss Betterton. Did either of you leave the apartment after 10 last night?" He looked from one to the other. Father John said, 11 o'clock is our bedtime. I didn't leave the flat after Compline or later, and I'm sure Agatha didn't. Why should she?" "Would either of you have heard if the other had left?" It was Miss Betterton who replied, "Of course not. We don't lie awake wondering what the other is doing. My brother is perfectly at liberty to wander about the house at night if he wishes, but I can't see why he should. I expect you're wondering, Commander, whether either of us killed the Archdeacon. I'm not a fool. I know where all this is leading. Well, I didn't, and I don't suppose my brother did. He is not a man of action." Father John, visibly distressed, was vehement. "Of course I didn't, Agatha. How can you think that?" "I wasn't thinking it. The Commander was." She turned to Dalgliesh. "The Archdeacon was going to turn us out. He told me. Out of this flat." Father John said, "He couldn't do that, Agatha. You must have misunderstood him." Dalgliesh asked, "When did this happen, Miss Betterton?" "The last time the Archdeacon was here. It was a Monday morning. I went to the piggery to see if Surtees had any vegetables he could let me have. He's really very helpful when one runs out. I was just walking away when I met the Archdeacon. I expect he was coming to get some free vegetables too, or perhaps he wanted to see the pigs. I recognized him at once. Of course, I didn't expect to see him, and I may have been a little sharp in my greeting. I'm not a hypocrite. I don't believe in pretending to like people. As I'm not religious, I don't have to exercise Christian charity. And no one told me he was visiting the college. Why can't I be told these things? I wouldn't have known he was here now if Raphael Arbuthnot hadn't told me." She turned to Dalgliesh. "I expect you've met Raphael Arbuthnot. He's a delightful boy and very clever. He has supper with us occasionally, and we read a play together. He could have been an actor if the priests hadn't got hold of him. He can take any part and mimic every voice. It's a remarkable skill." Father John said, "My sister is fond of the theatre. She and Raphael go up to London once a term for a morning shopping, lunch and a matinee." Miss Betterton said, "I think it means a lot to him, getting out of this place. But I'm afraid I don't hear as well as I used to. Actors today aren't trained to project their voices. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Do you think they have classes in mumbling at drama school, and sit in a circle mumbling at each other? Even if we sit in front of the stalls, it's sometimes quite difficult. Of course, I don't complain to Raphael. I wouldn't wish to hurt his feelings." Dalgliesh said gently, "But what exactly did the Archdeacon say to you when you thought he was threatening to have you evicted from your apartment?" "It was something about people being too ready to live off church funds and give little or nothing in return." Father John broke in. "He wouldn't have said that, Agatha. Are you sure you're remembering correctly?" "He may not have used those precise words, John, but that's what he meant. And then he said that I shouldn't take it for granted that I could stay here for the rest of my life. I understood him perfectly well. He was threatening to get us out." Father John, distressed, said, "But he couldn't, Agatha. He hadn't the power. That's what Raphael said when I told him about it. We were talking about it the last time he was here for supper. I said to Raphael, if he could get my brother put in prison, he can do anything. Raphael said, 'Oh, no, he can't. I'll stop him.'" Father John, in despair at the way the interview was going, had moved over to the window. He said, "There's a motorcycle coming along the coast road. How very odd. I don't think we're expecting anyone this morning. Perhaps it's a visitor for you, Commander." Dalgliesh moved beside him. He said, "I shall have to leave you now, Miss Betterton. Thank you for your cooperation.
I may have some other questions, and if so, I will ask what time would be convenient for you to see me. And now, Father, could I please see your bunch of keys?" Father John disappeared, and returned almost immediately, holding his key ring. Dalgliesh compared the 2 church keys with the ones on Father Martin's ring. He said, "Where did you leave these keys last night, Father?" "In the usual place, on my bedside chair. I always leave the keys there at night." As he left, leaving Father John with his sister, he glanced at the golf clubs. The heads were uncovered, the metal of the irons shone clean. The mental picture was uncomfortably clear and convincing. It would need someone with a good eye, and there would be the difficulty of concealing the club until the moment had come to strike, the moment when the archdeacon's attention was fixed on the vandalized doom. But was that a problem? It could have been propped against the rear of a pillar, and with a weapon of that length there would be much less risk of bloodstains. He had a sudden and vivid picture of a fair-haired young man waiting motionless in the shadows, club in hand. The archdeacon would not have left his bed and gone to the church if summoned by Raphael. But here was a young man who, on Miss Betterton's evidence, could mimic anyone's voice. Chapter 7. Dr. Mark Ayling's arrival was as surprising as it was unexpectedly early. Dalgliesh was moving down the stairs from the Bettertons' flat when he heard the motorcycle roaring into the courtyard. Pilbeam had unlocked the great door, as he did each morning, and Dalgliesh stepped out into the half-light of a fresh-smelling day, which, after the tumult of the night, held an exhausted calm. Even the thud of the sea was muted. The powerful machine circled the courtyard, then came to a stop immediately in front of the main entrance. The rider removed his helmet, unstrapped a case from the pannier, and, carrying his helmet under his left arm, came bounding up the steps with the insouciance of a motorbike courier delivering a routine package. He said, "Mark Ayling, body in the church, is it?" "Adam Dalgliesh. Yes, it's this way. We'll go through the house and out by the south door. I've secured the door from the house into the north cloister.